Hello. Today's prompt is men often embrace accountability in theory, but how do they react when it becomes a persona or requires actual change? Right? I don't know how many of you guys have been on my lives. Hi, everybody that is just joining in. I don't know how many of you guys have been on my lives. I've been going live for about 3 weeks, and the conversation. Hi, Alexander. Thank you for coming. The conversation always somehow comes back to accountability, who should be taking accountability, what accountability looks like for either party, the requirements that the other gender has for the other on what accountability looks like. And whenever we have these conversations, it always seems like there are stricter rules for accountability when it comes to women as opposed to men. I feel like men advertise accountability for women, but then don't practice it for each other or themselves. They really work on an individual or individualistic level, because accountability requires community, essentially, right? For me to hold another woman accountable, me and her would mean that we are in community, right? And I think the main reason that men don't hold each other accountable is because men are not truly in community with each other. Until it's something awful that they need to defend so that they can, do it themselves, essentially. But accountability just seems like it's something that men specifically want women to take on, and not something that we should all be taking. But like I said, in order for men to truly be accountable for each other, they need to view each other as community, which they've come up here and already told us on a multitude of levels that they don't. I think also men don't take accountability because accountability also requires you to put your ego aside. It requires you to put your pride aside, to admit that you were wrong, and then to genuinely seek out change in behavior. I don't think men are really not truly interested in changed behavior. I think they're just looking for an excuse, and they use each other as that excuse to continue to act poorly. I remember when I was younger, and I would tell a man like, "Hey, I don't like that," and the first thing they would say was, "Oh, I know niggas who are worse than me. I know niggas who would do you. I know niggas who would do worse. I know. So are you using those men that you know as an excuse to act the way you're acting? Or are you looking to take accountability and to change and to be a better person?" That's why I said I don't think men are interested in taking accountability, at least not for real, because they use each other's bad behavior as an excuse for the bad behaviors that they display, right? So every time we talk about men and bad behavior, men are always like, "Oh, that's not me. That's not the men I know. That's not the men in my community." So are you taking accountability for men or not, right? They don't even take accountability for men they don't know, right? So if a man they don't know does something heinous, they won't even take accountability for that. They won't even admit out loud like, "Oh no, that was messed up. Oh man, he shouldn't have done that. Oh man, that's not okay." Like they won't even give each other that, because if they give each other that, then when they do it, you have to hold them to the same standard that they're holding another man, which, let's keep it honest, are they going to do it? I don't know. I don't think so. Thank you so much for the gifts, Alexander. And I think that that's the issue as women that we keep running into. I even said it before, but I also saw this earlier. And it said that men are individualistic, but then will push community onto women, right? Men are very individual, and then they will push community onto women. And that is so that we keep each other in line, we keep each other in check, and so that they can literally run around, no checks, no balances, no nothing. That's essentially what's going on. So I don't think men truly give a shit about accountability until it's somebody else that has to take it, specifically a woman. They actually are not even interested in taking accountability themselves. They're not interested in holding each other accountable. Like, accountability, I think, is a word that they created to weaponize against women. Because especially if we're pushing the narrative that, quote unquote, these men are the leaders, right? Leaders essentially lead by example. So if you lack accountability and the women have all of the accountability, who is the real leader in our community? Is it you or is it me? I don't know. It's getting a little tricky, y'all. I don't know. Um, so honestly, I don't subscribe to the concept of like women need to hold each other accountable. Women need to hold each other accountable. We already do. We already police each other. I say this all the time. Misogyny is a double-edged sword. Women do hold each other accountable. They shame each other. They correct each other. They do it all the time. I think that's how men have successfully been able to keep women in line for so long, because they taught us to hold each other accountable, hold ourselves accountable, so we'll keep each other in check. And then they can just do whatever they want willy-nilly. I think it also blends into why, like I said, misogyny is a double-edged sword. Why women sometimes say things like, oh, it's so much easier to raise a boy. Boys are so much easier, because you know that you would have to hold your daughter accountable in a way that you refuse to hold your son. And then he will grow and continue to not be accountable for himself or anyone around him, but he will demand accountability from women, because that's what he's seen all his life. Women holding each other accountable, women demanding accountability from each other, women demanding community from each other. And essentially, he doesn't have to give it out. He doesn't have to be accountable for what? And essentially, as a society, we'll make excuses for him anyway. Let's be honest. How many excuses do we give men on a daily basis? Like, I don't know if you guys know Mimi. She was on Wild 'N Out, and she used to say, like, your mama ain't teach you how to suck dick, but you could suck dick, right? And that's because anything that you really want to do, you name it, you will do it, right? I've had single fathers come up on this panel and say, hey, I learned to do my daughter's hair. I learned to do this for my daughter. I learned to. So if men are fully capable of learning the things that they need to learn, why won't they learn anything else? It's simply because they don't want to. And we need to be honest. So I feel like that's a message not only for men, but mainly for women, right? He doesn't hold himself or his buddies accountable because he doesn't want to, right? It's not that he's incapable. Thank you so much, Queen. Okay. Have you ever seen a woman so let me read this comment. Have you ever seen a woman ever take accountability for reproducing with a deadbeat? Yes. The accountability is she has the baby and she takes care of it by herself. Period. Y'all have also even shamed women into putting men on child support, which is the smallest sliver of accountability you could even give men. And y'all shame women for that. The accountability is that she does it on her own. She works, she comes home, she takes care of herself, she takes care of the kids, she raises them, puts them through college by herself, and what? The men show up when they show up, right? Isn't that the accountability, right? That is the accountability. What is the accountability for men in that situation? Right? Because you just said, am I holding women accountable for having a baby by a deadbeat? Are you holding men accountable for being deadbeats? And that's a real question. Are you, just like I hold women accountable for that, are you holding men the accountability for being deadbeats and not taking care of their kids the way that they should? Are you shaming men? Are you exiling from your communities? Are you telling them, hey, we got too many fatherless homes? Look at these statistics. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the mess of our community, men. We want to be the leaders of this community, men. How many of you are holding each other accountable? You guys cannot continue to do this, not only to these women, but to these children. Oh, okay. Rolling, you have the floor.
Yes, I agree with you say, but if you see a man not taking care of his children by another woman, why pick that man?
Okay. I'm gonna. Okay. You know what? I'll even play this game. You know what? Right. If I see a man not take accountability for his kids, the question is, why did I have kids with him? Sure.
Why even give him a chance?
Okay. Valid. And I hold women accountable for that. Wonderful. Now, my question to you is, when are you guys going to start holding the men in your community accountable for creating broken homes so that this does not continue, so we do not perpetuate this? Thank you so much, guys, for the gifts. When will that happen? Right?
That we're heavily making other men be accountable for other men being bad people.
Right. Think about it. Right. Let me ask you a question. Do
They're
you
not
like?
even bad people
Wait,
half
wait,
the
wait,
time.
wait. Let me ask a question.
Yeah, yeah.
She's talking. Do you like deadbeats, women or men?
Say it again.
Do you condone a deadbeat, whether it's a man or a woman?
No,
Do you think that if you have a child, whether you want to be in that
I do have
relationship?
a child.
Oh, no, no. But I'm not talking about you personally. I'm saying if a man has a man or a woman, if they lay down and have a child, do you think it's the responsibility of both of them to take care of the child?
Yes.
Wonderful. So,
Go ahead.
my question is, when do we begin to hold the men accountable for creating these situations? Cool, let's hold the women accountable. Wonderful. You should not have done that. You knew what you were signing off for, whatever rhetoric you guys want to use. Fine. Now the question is, when will we have the same energy for men?
Yes, I hear you out. I
Yes,
hear
though.
you. But I'm
Because I
saying,
have two
Wait, wait,
kids
wait, wait, wait,
myself.
wait.
can I
I'm
finish?
very clear on my
I don't
stance
know if you're
before
no,
they
no, no, no.
came to
Everybody
be.
chill out. Joshy, I don't know if you're new here, and that's okay. But you see how everybody is exercising self-control and they're on mute because me and one person are having a conversation and they're waiting their turn. I would like you
We
to
can
exercise
proceed.
the same
I don't
level of
need all this.
self-control.
We can
You're
proceed.
right. You're right up next. Exercise the same level, please. Go ahead, rolling.
Yes. Can I ask you a question? Do
Sure.
you think thugs are bad men?
Yes.
So we all know thugs are bad men. So
Mm-hmm.
if we all know thugs are bad men, and when
Mm-hmm.
a woman says she likes thugs,
Mm-hmm.
why do I have to protect her from him if she already know he's a bad man?
So are you dodging my question about
No, I'm not.
holding? Oh no, because you keep
No, I'm not.
asking. No, no. I ask you a question, and in reverse, you ask me a question, right?
I
So
said I agree with you.
I'm gonna
I said
because
I
you have
agree with you.
wonderful. No,
I
but that's
already
not
said that.
agreeing with me is not answering
Yes,
my
I
question.
said, but if it's women out here that's dating men that's in jail,
Correct.
why
That is
would I
incorrect.
hold that man accountable if she
Right.
already knows he's a bad man?
Wonderful. Why do men glorify thugs in their communities? Why do men think that
Men don't
future is
glorify
it?
that.
Oh my
Women do.
goodness. Okay.
But wait, it's a show
You
called
even a
90
thug,
Day.
ma'am. Can I please go next?
It's a show
You
called
are next,
90.
please.
It's a show called A Love and Lockup. Why
Okay.
are you chasing after a man that's in jail?
Okay. Valid point. I would like you to answer my question. When
I
are the
did.
men
I
going to?
agree with you, but
No, I don't need you to
you want
agree.
me
I need you to
how can
answer
I
my
protect a
question.
woman if she
Yo, man,
already know?
she real aggressive. Just fuck her, get her out the way.
Are you, excuse me, your mother?
You,
Oh,
That's what I'm
just like
saying.
that.
Like you want me to protect a woman from a man she's picking that's in jail?
So it seems like you don't have an answer for my question.
Yeah, like I think he's a little too low IQ for it.
You don't have an answer. That's okay, Rolling. Joshy, you have the point. You have the floor. Joshy, I'm going to ask you the same question when you're done. When will men begin to hold men accountable for being deadbeats?
We actually, well, in my personal experience, when I seen it happen, they'll accuse the other man of being like, "Oh, you want my bitch," or like, "Oh, you want to be with her," or "You want to be the baby daddy," or they'll like your GAY. They'll say all types of stuff. They'll go besides the issue. They'll basically try to make it seem like you got some type of ulterior motive to why you want another man to take care of his children. But I did want to address what Roland said. For one, just because you want to place a word on these victims of socio-economical factors that have to resort to crime, even though there's literal psychologists that will say if somebody has a goal in mind, they will always go the right way or the legal way. They'll pursue that way first, but if that doesn't work out, they'll go around it and they'll try to achieve that goal by any means necessary. And that's majority of what thugs are today. Majority of thugs actually do care for their children. They just can't always be around their children 24/7 because of what they do. And another thing I wanted to say is him bringing that up, like when you were just going about the question, like that had nothing to do with nothing. There is actual men out here who are just literally just going state to state trying to duck child support, and they don't got nothing going on for themselves.
So you defending thugs,
My
but
goodness, you're
you're
missing the
not
point.
defending men that don't take care of their children. Shut up. You sound
Rolling,
dumb.
rolling. I'm
Yeah,
going
he's
to
so
ask
slow.
you a question. Wait, Joshy. I'm going to re-ask you the question, And I don't want you to ask me a question back. I want a real answer. I don't
You
want
didn't
you
give
to
me
take
one.
I'm not done.
You didn't give
I don't
me
want you
one.
I don't want you to flip the blame back on women. I because that's you're not answering in good faith. When will men begin to hold men accountable for creating broken homes? That is the question. The moment you bring up women, your argument dies. I just want you to know that.
Well, it's already dead. Then it's in the ground.
There you go. So never,
But
ladies.
I'm not. I'm
That is
not
the
gonna
answer.
protect a
They will
woman dating
never,
a man
ever,
that's in
never
jail.
hold each other accountable.
Yeah, I would never
Ever.
protect a woman dating a man
Now,
that's from jail.
I have a follow-up question for you, and then I want Zane to go. Do you guys not hold each other accountable because you're afraid of each other?
I don't be around thugs to be afraid of them.
Okay, the answer
I
is
don't. I
yes.
don't be
Thank you.
around thugs. I
Zane,
be
you
around
have the floor,
educated
baby.
men.
Okay, I just want to say that while you guys
Yeah, I
are
was here
having the
first, man.
conversation
It
of
was still on.
what you all consider quote unquote thugs, I just want to let it be known that I love
Zane, wait,
thugs.
wait, Zane, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
Rand, you said you were here first? Before Zane?
Yeah, I've been patiently waiting.
Oh, not a problem. You have the floor, Zane. I will come right back to you.
Yeah, let you know how much she
Oh
loves
wait, no, no,
thugs.
no. We can let him go ahead go first.
No, let them
Rolling,
know how much
rolling.
he
Whoa, whoa,
loves
whoa, rolling,
thugs.
rolling. Why were you so happy to jump in to defend the man? I was regulating things very well. He told me that he was here first. I told Zane to go on mute and I gave him the floor. Why were you so happy to literally leap outside of yourself to defend a man who didn't need it?
I say let her go first. What are
No,
you talking
no.
about? You
How
gotta
about
know.
you mute up and let me do what I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
do?
that didn't even make sense.
Let me mute up.
I would say let her first. What are you talking about?
Okay. How about
All right, what are
how
you talking about? You want somebody to cut in front of you? I'm
Rand,
talking
you
to the
have
man, the so-called man up there. You want somebody
So
to cut
called.
in
I'm a
front of
man
you?
at the end
Yes
of
or
the day.
no?
You can't change that. You not
Man,
God.
get off the show, chump.
Make me.
That's
Make me.
another chump. Shut up.
Make me.
I mean, I could make you.
Yeah,
Man,
you
if I
can, but he
see you,
can't.
I'll body
Ran,
slam your ass,
Ran, you no, no,
stupid.
it's okay, Ran.
Brad ain't gonna
Ran,
do
you have the
nothing. He's
floor.
just talking.
Everybody, Ran, you have the floor, and then Zanai, please.
Okay, I don't think it's a man's responsibility to hold another man accountable for whatever life that he chooses. That's his, every man has a right to choose whatever life they want. Some men are bums, some men are high producing men. It's the woman responsibility to pick the kind of man that she wants, and not to give up the cookie so easily. That's the problem right now. A lot of women, they meet a guy, they give up the cookies too easily. Like, keep your legs closed and check the man out and make sure he's a good man before you give him the cookies. But that's
I
the problem. Women give up the cookies too soon. They get pregnant, and that's why we have so many single mothers. So when will women hold yourself accountable?
okay.
You guys are the ones
When you
that are picking these
stop giving up the
bums.
cookie, Rand, that's when
Ron,
we gonna
You
I
stop.
picking
just,
bums
I
to father
just,
all
I
these kids.
just, not
And
today.
these men don't, they can't do it. They're pookies. You know what a pookie is? Just like the guy that got off the panel, he's another pookie. Can't stand these shiftless bums. I see them on over here in Oakland, standing on the corner every morning instead of going getting a job. There's plenty of jobs,
Shit, you ain't gonna
but
say
they don't
shit
want to
soon because you
work.
know they'll put your ass in the dirt, old man.
Man,
Okay.
Okay,
Anyways, that's so. Come on,
guys,
I'll body
guys,
slam your
guys.
yeah,
Let me,
stupid
let
this
me,
is
let
ass.
me, let me.
exactly
Wait,
You're
wait,
a
why.
wait, wait, wait,
dummy.
wait, 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 wait. I don't like this. So, Ran, it's me and you now. You said that it is not up to men to hold another man accountable because a man can live whatever life he wants to live. It is the job of women, what, to do what? Hold themselves accountable, hold each other accountable for the men they're choosing. So it's not the
Hold
job of,
themselves accountable for the men that they are choosing.
right.
Hold themselves accountable. Not like I'm a man. I don't care what another man does. I don't seek out men. Okay? I seek out women. Okay? What another man does, I don't care. I
Right.
don't care. Like that dummy down there, I don't care about him. He could live, he's probably a bum. Okay. I hold myself accountable. Women have the responsibility to hold whoever they're picking, they have the responsibility to make sure that they're not shacking up with a pookie. And that's the problem.
So
We
the
have too
problem is
many single
women.
mothers because women don't know how to pick men.
So
No,
women are
we
the
out
Make
here
problem.
sure he
planting
has a job.
seeds,
Does he have a
and
car?
Everybody, give me a
you
second.
Is he a
Everybody, give me a
bum?
second.
even have a
Everybody, give me
wife.
a
You
second.
pushing
Everybody,
50
give
right
me a
now,
second.
buddy.
Everybody, give me a second. I'm gonna say
Dude,
this to
I'll
somebody. Wait,
body
Give
slam
me a
you
second. Give me
so
a second. Give
man.
me a
I
second.
can't, man.
Hold
You
up.
getting
Hold
my
Start
up.
empty
blood
your
pressure.
fucking pockets. You hand me them keys. Fuck.
Please, everybody, please. I'm gonna say something to someone in the comment. Paul, Paul Lewis. I will never bring you up here. You hear me? I will never, ever, never bring you up here. Do yourself the favor and block me. You're not coming up here, no matter what. Bye bye, Paul. Ran, I want you to land your plane so that Zane can go, and after Zane is Alexander, after Alexander is Black, and after Black is Menija.
All right. Ran,
Wait,
are you
wait,
done?
wait, Ran, are you done? I'm assuming he is. Go ahead, Zane.
Okay. So before, I just wanted to say that I am very fond of the quote unquote thugs, but I definitely agree with the young man that was up here earlier whenever he said that women have to pick and choose their men wisely because every quote unquote thug that I've ever encountered or been with or been interested in has never put me in any type of situation where I could have been hurt, harmed, or in danger. Not only that, one of which had a baby mother, and I never had any encounter with her. I was very fond of the kid. I was very much around the child and things like that. So you really do have to be aware of the men that you are, bringing yourself around, putting your energy and your time into. And the thing is, women have been holding themselves accountable for generations. We've had to adapt, we grow, we self reflect, all this just to survive in systems that weren't necessarily built for us. And the difference is when women are called out, we actually evolve. When men are called out, too many start explaining instead of changing, or they're trying to evaluate a situation but not make a change, like, or they're trying to pinpoint. It's a lot of he said, she said, and this, that, and the third, and that's not necessary, and that's not what we're looking for. And accountability isn't an attack. It shouldn't be pictured as an attack. It should be an opportunity to grow. And if women can handle it while juggling careers, families, emotional distress, and physical distress, and all that stuff, it should be easy for men to do the same.
Okay, I just want to say one thing.
Right
Wait,
now, he got 7
come
kids.
on,
If
come
I tell him
on.
to do anything that pertains to his
Joshy.
baby mama or his children, he's gonna be like, "Nigga, you gay.
Okay.
Get off my
Can,
dick."
can you mute up, please? Please, thank you. Zane, I don't even remember the point that I was gonna make anymore. So okay, okay, I'm just gonna move on to the next person.
Okay.
Um, y'all, stay muted. Like, let the whole panel go, and I promise you, I open the panel. Like, please, let's hold it in, please. Black, and after Black is Alexander. After Alexander is Menija. After Menija is Grems, and then Less. I'm gonna just say Lex, and I hope I'm right. Did somebody just drop that was supposed to go? Okay, who? Alexander, you're next.
Okay, I just to the fact of the whole like how we kind of keep putting it back on the woman. I'm confused
Yup.
only because we're out here planting seeds with and because we love to use analogies in gardens that we don't plan on keeping, and that's
Mm-hmm.
where I'm confused on how we're not just talking about that. Why are we having babies with people we don't want to be with?
That's a
That
simple
should be the
question.
question. Like, why are we doing that? Because I'm confused.
You sometimes when the men come up here and speak, I'm starting to feel like you guys don't know how babies are made. Like the way you guys put so much onus on women, I don't think some of you guys know how babies are made. Would you like me to explain how babies are made? I can. It does take two people. So, if you're a man who's not interested in taking care of children, perhaps you should stop nutting in people. There are procedures out here to make sure you will never get a woman pregnant again. And then you won't have to worry about that shit.
And so that's all I wanted to say, to bring that point back, because it's just like I do not want to spend all day talking about women. We're supposed
Women,
to be
when the
talking
question's
about
about
what we
men.
can do. What can we do? Okay. So if anybody in here, any of the guys have something, to kind of not argue, to talk or to bring that up, I would love to talk about that.
It's somebody in okay, someone in the comments said it's always on the man, no accountability.
I'm not
Don't men
okay.
get to be deadbeat dads? What kind of accountability is that? You could just walk out your child's life. Wait, after Alexander was Menijah. After Menijah is
I just
Gren.
wanted to see if I could make a rebuttal to what Alexander said real quick.
No, can you just hold it in real quick? Because
Okay.
I got it. Oh, perfect. Menijah, Grems, Lex, I think. Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong. Go ahead, Menijah.
Thank you, Ginger. Good morning, everyone. So, men often embrace accountability in theory, but how do they react when it becomes personal or requires actual change? Well, from what Rand said earlier, I mean, it was obvious. He just proved the point of the entire prompt, that men don't take accountability. He said it out of his mouth that, why would I take accountability for that man over there? That's not my problem. Women need to take accountability for the men that they deal with, but he's not holding his fellow brothers accountable for anything that they do. And that right there is the problem. Y'all don't hold each other accountable. Y'all niggas just give each other all the excuses in the world not to be good people, not to be good fathers. That's why I said good people first. Good people first. And just good fathers in general, husbands, friends. Y'all just give each other all the excuses. Don't interrupt me, brother. Don't do it. Don't do it. Y'all give each other all excuses in the world to not be just good. And just in general, period. You just said out of your mouth, and you can say you didn't, but we can rewind it. You said, I'm not holding him accountable. That's not my problem. And that's the problem right there. Women hold each other accountable all the time. Since I want to keep bringing it back to women, we love holding each other accountable. And I'm not done. Y'all,
Menijah, give me a second. Joshi, this is, I
I
don't know,
like to
the
defend
umpteenth,
myself.
wait. Joshi, this is the umpteenth time I've had to tell you the same thing, right? Hopefully you can hold yourself accountable enough to not unmute until I open the panel. Let's exercise how strong the accountability within self is. Okay, Menijah, go ahead.
thank you. And it's not cap, brother. We do hold each other accountable. I was up here yesterday holding someone accountable for things that were being said that I didn't agree with. So we do hold each other accountable. Y'all just don't hear. Y'all act like y'all don't want to hear it, or y'all say y'all don't hear it, or whatever the case may be. But that's the problem with all of y'all. Y'all don't want to. Y'all don't deal with each other enough, and that's why y'all run around reckless, dumping babies and women and running off to go live the terrible life you're going to continue to live, because God ain't going to bless no mess, and God ain't going to bless you if you ain't taking care of your kids. Remember that. But yeah, no, for sure. Y'all lack accountability. 100,000,000,000%. Y'all don't even know how to spell the word. So, I mean, I don't even know why we even say it to y'all, but I land.
Okay. After that is Grems, then Lex, and then NWO.
Hi, can y'all hear me good or
Yep, we can hear you.
okay. So I just want to say that say this because a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, it's like the woman's responsibility." A man can just lie about who he is, plain and simple. We've seen it happen time and time again where a man will act super nice, super sweet, and be this supposedly great person, opening doors for you, can act real gentleman like. As soon as a baby comes into the conversation, he acts completely acts like a different man. As soon as a baby comes into the picture, he can act like a completely different man. And I think it's very interesting that a lot of the men on the panel have just forgotten that men can lie about who they are. Also on top of that, have been multiple instances where where like deadbeat fathers will go from state to state, dumping in multiple women, clearly not telling these women about the multiple other baby mamas that he's had, because he wouldn't be jumping state to state to even do this in the first place if he really was even in remote contact with his baby mama, right? Like, I think that part's also really interesting as well. But I want to also, is it okay if I respond to the whole key analogy?
Sure, go ahead.
The key analogy doesn't make sense because men and women aren't keys. Like, and also on top of that, men also have holes. I think they forget.
Clock it, holes.
Like, men have holes. Keys have holes as well because they get put on a chain, right? And the chain is supposed to be loyalty, marriage. But clearly, y'all have broken that chain
Ran,
and
lock it
decided
up.
to go ran through and hopping in different holes in different houses.
Clock it.
So I just think instead of pointing the finger at, oh, well, it's women's fault, oh, well, it's men's fault. Men, hold your communities accountable.
Never.
Women, hold your communities accountable, and then everything's fine.
No, they don't want
But
that.
clearly, we don't want to do that because Ran Through said it himself. He doesn't want to hold other men accountable. I believe someone else said it where it's like, oh well, if I decide to hold another man accountable, then he's gonna call me gay. First of all, what's wrong with being gay in the first place? Second of all, so what? So what if a man calls you, like, what? You're gonna decide to let men ruin people's lives and ruin children's lives that they're adding into the picture because you don't want to be called a mean playground insult? Really?
No, actually, he just need to listen to it. He's gonna paint
I'm
that
gonna let
picture in his little
everybody
head.
respond.
So all my words should be
Ashy.
said in vain. Open this shit up, man.
Well,
Man,
wait.
I mean,
Wait. I don't know who.
I
No,
could
no, 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 no,
respond.
no, 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 no. I don't know who the monkey fuck you think you're talking to, but you simply cannot be talking to me, nigga. I fucking know you can't be. So for that reason, fuck you and goodbye. Yeah? Now you don't even gotta fucking worry about shit. Go argue that shit somewhere else.
Straight off the
And how
cuff.
about you open that throat up and go suck a dick?
I mean,
Who did I
clearly
say
he
was
wants to with
next?
how much he's being called gay all the time. And also on top of that, I have never seen that happen. Like, as a person who is like, like, hi, I also date women, crazy enough, right? I have never seen, and mind you, I used to also be a part of like that stud community as well. Like, so I've been around a lot of men in a lot of men's spaces. I have never seen a guy be like, oh, you should probably be around with your baby mama. And then for them to be like, oh, that's gay. I have never seen that. Like, what type of statistical anomaly? What community are you a part of?
The DL one. I'm gonna
Very
let
much.
I'm gonna let
Very much
NW
so.
I'm gonna let NWO go. NWO, you have the floor. Please answer the prompt, and then you can take the conversation wherever you would like.
Men often. All right, I can say we often do embrace accountability, but men in real time make bad decisions, and we'll hold ourselves accountable some way, somehow. But as speaking for the ones that don't take full responsibility of their actions, you have a partial truth. So I can't speak to that situation from a different point of view. My situation, different. I know it's not the same as everybody else's. I was told that She didn't need me. She didn't want me around at first. Her mom was feeding her lies. I was still coming through for my child. I even got to go get my daughter in like an hour. But it's like one of those anomalies, right? If you meet a woman and she's a good girl and you like her and y'all get to dating and talking, now it's like, oh, well, get to know her parents. You get to know her parents. And then once you either get engaged to be married and then she gets pregnant and you still want to get married, you could have possibly have the whole family against you. And it's sometimes not because of treatment. Sometimes it's because they picture her with somebody better than you. And they probably don't know you from Adam and Eve. They probably don't know that your family is rich. They probably don't know none of these things about you. My case, they didn't know I had a wealthy family until later on when she found out my uncle used to date her aunt. And that's what messed it up for her and her mom, because they was like, hold on, this is such and such people's. And then they was like, oh, wow, we messed up. Your mama done spit in my face. Yeah, and called me all type of names. I done had a job the whole time. I was totally disrespected. So it wasn't like a man wasn't trying in my case. Now, I have seen homeboys go out here and have a bunch of kids with no way of taking care of them, wouldn't even go work at McDonald's. They thing was, they kids, they mama got them. And I was like, yo, that's unfair. Because as young men looking for fathers growing up, you would tend to think that we would come out and want to be fathers to our kids. So I'm gonna state my last little point. The problem is, and this is not bashing because we have a problem on both ends. 28% of men have kids. 80% of women have children. Now, if we talk about bad decision making, we must speak about the decision of choosing these same type of men. I can't sit here and say that all y'all choose bad men, but a lot of women have had good men and been like, well, it was boring, or well, he wasn't this yet, and he didn't have this yet. But later on, a couple of years down the line, or a couple months down the line, he has all of this, and you like, why he won't choose me? It's one of those things where stay down until I come up, or you can get ghosts, and then when I do come up, I can just do whatever I want to do because now I'm financially aware of what I have, and I'm not gonna let anybody take advantage of that. But I land with that.
All right. This is the only point I'm going to make. And I think Alexander made the same point. I'm going to make it again. And I'm even going to read the prompt for you. Men often embrace accountability in theory. But how do they react when it becomes persona and a persona and requires actual change? I framed the question about men, right? If I framed the question about women, then we would talk about women and their poor choices. The question is, why do men? Okay? It's an open panel.
Can I say something really quick?
Please.
So NWO, because I think it was you in the comments. Let me just make sure I scroll back because you mentioned there's a couple of things that you said.
It was me.
Yeah, you were mentioning the fact. I mean, I don't want to misquote you, so I'm just gonna let me go on back to the comments really, really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Why does everybody have to be living a terrible life if he chooses not to be with the mother? When I made that statement earlier, I never mentioned the mother. I said, if you don't take care of your children, your life will not be blessed. I said that. I never mentioned the mother, and that's the problem that I have with you men. Y'all like to blame the woman for everything. Nobody even mentioned, I never mentioned the mother at all. I said his children. And you guys still don't want to take accountability for leaving your children to be raised by a quote unquote single mother who doesn't even know what she's doing. It makes no sense to me. If she doesn't know what she's doing, hold on, let me just finish really quick.
Go ahead.
If she doesn't know what she's doing, I feel like, why are you guys leaving them out alone to themselves to raise children that you guys don't agree with how they're raising them. It makes no sense. And then second of all, you were saying 28% of men have children and 80% of women have children. Is this in the
Over
US?
18, yes.
You said 18 or
Over 18,
okay.
28% of men have children.
So
80,
you're
20% of men have kids, 80% of women have children.
okay. What kids and children? Where are we trying to make a something?
No, it's a distinctive fact because a lot of men don't have their kids in their kids in home, but majority of women have their children. So that's why I made that statement because
Okay.
having it.
So where did you get that from? Because I
just put the source up. Hold on. Do you want me to do it
where's
again?
the source? Is it from the Census Bureau? The
Yes,
CDC?
it's from the Census Bureau.
Where does it say that exactly?
It's from
I'd
the
love to see
Census
that.
Bureau.
And let me just say this. I think language is important. You said what 18% of men have a child, right?
28% of men have either a kid or kids.
Okay.
80% of women have children.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you show me where you got that from. I don't want to see.
It's right here, and then the link is up under it for you to actually go look at. I gotta make it smaller. Hold on.
Before I even say what I say.
When you two are done with this, I would like to let Fabi Dollars
Is this it?
and Ari go after.
Because from what I read, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, it's about 60% of men and that have children and 80% of women that have children. So I'm just kind of confused on where you're getting that from. Did you Google that and it popped up on the AI part and then it just put a bunch of different articles?
No,
that's what it looks like.
Because
they put a bunch of articles together to come up with one.
Okay.
That's an AI. Okay.
Yeah.
I can literally prove that's an AI.
Hey, bro, hold on.
Because,
That's not
no,
an AI.
because it literally
it's
has
actually a Google question, but I actually went and did research behind it because I couldn't
you
believe it.
You did an AI overview, showed the AI overview part, and then you didn't even click on the link that showed.
I actually did, man. I'm about to put up the rest from the link now.
Then show
Calm
the
down.
actual
I got
link.
you.
Don't show the AI
no problem.
overview.
I'm just let him show it because I just want to I want to let him finish before I finish what I want to say. Because y'all get up here and y'all throw out numbers, and then I think y'all think we're stupid enough to just go by what y'all say. And I don't know everything, so I am going to get on Google, but I'm going to actually research. I'm going to actually dive deep into it and see what's going on. Y'all pull up literally Google a question and think that's true. AI is biased. I don't know if you guys know that. It's very biased. So it's going to give you
also they'll show you what you want to see. Like that's literally what Google algorithms do.
Why would I want to hear that my community is failing in child rates? Like that is kind of because most women do date the same type of guy.
No. I'm gonna say
Like am I wrong? Like
wait.
No, you are wrong.
Wait.
I'm wrong. Most women don't date the same type of guy.
Am I going to have to mute everybody? NW, you go find the statistics, not the AI one, and then we'll resume this conversation. I'm gonna put a pin in this. Yes? Fabi Dollars will go, and then Ari will go.
I'm gonna come right back and I'm gonna give y'all all the slides of the information. I gotta make things smaller because when it pops up on your screen, it is hella big.
Not a problem.
I have to make it smaller, but I don't push false facts at people, and I only care about it because it's really our community, and I have a daughter that has to grow up in the community. It's not the fact that I want to bash any woman for what decision she makes. I'm not going to say I don't care. I do care, but I only care to the point where I want better for everybody in these situations.
Correct. And let me just say this, right? I'm tired of us as a people trying to fix the issue at the stem and not at the root, right? Yes. We agree that we should have less single mother homes, right? Those are the branches. Okay? So what is the root? If we're trying to stop single mother homes, the root needs to be us holding men accountable for leaving the homes.
Well, I apologize. I can't say that every woman wants to stay with her baby daddy after she
You
has a
don't have to
child.
stay with I hate this. You don't have to stay together to be an active member of your child's
But that is a
community and
single
There's
growth.
parent
a
household.
there's a hold
If
up.
the
Okay.
woman decides to take the
There's a
child, that is a
difference.
single
Hold on.
parent household.
Okay,
Can I just say this?
I'm
Can
gonna
I
let
just
this
say
one,
this?
yeah, and then
There's
we
a
gotta
there's a
do the order.
there's a difference between being a mother who just so happens to be single and being a single mother.
Exactly.
Because like there are single mothers in marriages, so it doesn't matter whether the point is that to avoid the single mothers, those fathers need to be involved in their child's life, because that
Even if you're
woman can
not
go in
together.
even if you're not
Exactly.
together.
Even if they're
So we're
not
not
together.
we're
Thank
so
you.
we're not saying that every woman wants to be with her baby daddy or anything like that. I get what he's saying, but I also feel like we're diverting from the point that the reason these single mother households exist is because the fathers are inactive and no one is holding them accountable for their inactivity, simply because of the fact that, oh, she could have chose not to have a
Can
baby with
can
him and stuff
No,
like
no,
that.
no, no, no. I let her make the point. You said you were
yeah,
gonna come back with your
can I?
numbers
No,
and your
I
fact.
was,
No,
but no,
no.
I was, but Shorty asked me not to leave just yet, so I was
Wonderful.
gonna stay. Can I give a small history fact real quick?
Can you
And
hold it so I can let the new panel
yes,
members go? I don't like when people are
yes,
just sitting around and not speaking. $50. You go, and then I'm gonna bring it back to Ari because you didn't get to go.
Yeah, okay, wow. A lot was said just now, and there's a lot of back and forth. But answering the prompt directly, right? Says men often embrace accountability in theory, right? Accountability as a general, I think people don't like to get to the actual, the the gist of what accountability is. Accountability isn't just like, okay, I did something wrong. Accountability is, okay, I did something wrong. Maybe this is why, maybe whatever. And this is what I'm going to do to fix it. There's like an extension that comes out of accountability that also calls, it's like a call to action to do better, right? And when we're talking about holding each other accountable, it's a call to action to do better, to change whatever it is that's going on, right? And I've said this in the comments earlier, accountability is one of the highest forms of love. And I think when people get upset about, oh, I'm not going to hold another man accountable, why should I hold somebody else accountable for their actions? Because that shows that you love them, that you want them to do better, you want them to grow as a person. And I think the problem with accountability is it forces you to grow, and people don't want to grow. That's the problem. It's easy to be complacent. It's easy to be comfortable doing the same things. And, oh, my community does this, I'm going to do it. Oh, I've seen my dad do this, I'm going to do it. Oh, I've seen my brother do this, I'm going to do it. It's easy to do that. But it's harder to look at yourself and say, okay, I've seen these people do this. I've seen this as a general statistic. These are the effects of it. And I don't want to add to that. I want to change that narrative. And even though one person can't change the entire narrative, but it's a start. And when we talked about, it's like other panels, we talked about building communities and, holding each other, like iron sharpening iron. It pays for good, like-minded men and women, whatever, but the prompt is for women to sit around and say, hey guys, this is what I've seen coming up, or even if I didn't personally see this, but this is my experience that's better, and let me help you do better, whether you're in that situation or not. Let's hold each other to a higher standard. I think the standards have to rise in general for our community. I think it's easy to make excuses and say, oh, well, this person, like, it's already been whatever, or, oh, but what if the woman doesn't want the man, or what if this, or what if that? How about hold yourself first accountable, and then if you see a brother, somebody you love, somebody you care for, you say, hey, accountability doesn't have to be aggressive. Hey, I don't like this, that, and the third, and I think some man earlier on the panel was saying, oh, well, if I say this to him, if I say, oh, why don't you go take care of your kids, he's gonna call me gay. Oh my gosh, wow, he's gonna call you gay. If you're not gay, it doesn't matter. Like, if the shoe doesn't fit, don't force your foot into it. My thing is, you did your part trying to call out an issue and giving a call to action for that person to do better. And that means that you care for them and you love them, for them to grow and to show up better for themselves and the people around them. And that makes you look better as a friend, because it doesn't make you look good to have a deadbeat friend. It doesn't make you look good to have an ain't shit homeboy. That doesn't make you look good, because they love to say birds of a feather flock together, right? So if your homeboy ain't shit and you're not holding him accountable, you're not shit. Sorry, you're not shit either. Yeah, I don't care if you are a good man and you're married and you have a household, whatever the case, doesn't matter. Your homeboy's not shit, now you're not shit. Because And in a team, you're only as strong as your weakest member, right? So if you got a team of homeboys and your weakest man is a homeboy, you're never saying, hey, let's grow, hey, do better. You're not shit either. None of y'all are shit then. If that's the case, so that's all I gotta say.
All right, Ari, and then Cash, and then open panel.
Okay, so on the topic, I want to make sure that I say this correctly. When it comes to the whole with male accountability, because that's what we're speaking about, we're not talking about on the part of the woman. I feel like that's often a diversion from getting men to have accountability. Like someone in the comments under here said, if stop picking the wrong men first. We wouldn't have wrong men to pick from if the men were just better in general. The point is, we need to be better. We as women, we already know. People tell us all the time, "Oh, women need to stop doing this. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop doing this." Women hold each other accountable every single day, whether it's your mama, your grandmama, your best friend, everything like that. The issue is the fact that, sorry. The issue is that people feel as though men have this. The world has put men on this pedestal, and it seems as if we say, oh, this man is not doing good, then, oh, we're hating, and then we congrats these men for doing the bare minimum. Like, oh, I took my daughter out today. That's great. You're supposed to do that. Oh, I sat with my daughter all day. That's great. You're supposed to do that. Because it doesn't matter what the reason is that you didn't want to be with the mom or the mom didn't want to be with you, or I told her I didn't want kids or this and that and the other. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, that child doesn't know any of that. And that child does not care. All that child cares about is my daddy not here, but my mama is. And even if you say, oh, your mama sucked, my mama was there. But then those same men would like to come back after the mom has done all of that work and be like, oh, well, my child turned out wrong because she messed up. Where were you at? Well, I didn't want kids. Well, then you shouldn't have, then you need to be quiet. If you didn't want kids, first of all, you shouldn't have been fucking around. That's number one. You need to take responsibility for yourself. If you don't want kids, condoms, vasectomy, all that. And if you do end up with a kid, then you just need to put on your big boy underwear and go take care of your kid. Because if a mom says, oh, I didn't want kids, you shouldn't have laid down and had them, but she still had to sit there and take care of her kid. And every time she complains about, oh, this is strange for this and everything like that, people are going to tell her, well, you shouldn't have been having sex. But a man can say, oh, I don't want kids. And immediately it's like, oh, well, you need to go get an abortion, girl. He don't want kids. It doesn't matter. We both laid there and had the baby. We both laid there and did what we did. It's time for both of us to put on our big people underwear and take care of this kid. Because it doesn't matter what I want, what you want, because the child exists now. That child is going to grow up and continue this perpetuating cycle because, oh, daddy or mama was doing this and that and the other. We're completely ignoring the child. There was a point in time, and I know we talk about our grandma and grandfathers about how they always didn't love each other and stuff like that. But there was a point in time that regardless of how you felt about the mama, if you didn't take care of your kid, you cannot come back around the community at all. Because
Okay.
everyone will talk. I'm not finished. Everyone will talk crap about you. That will go down to this day. There is a great uncle that I have that we do not associate with because we know for a fact there is a child somewhere that he does not take care of, and he likes to come back acting like everything is cool, calm, copacetic, and we don't go with that because you didn't take care of your child. You can't come back here acting all good because that's not gonna fly. That's accountability. You hold him if he doesn't want to accept his responsibilities, then you can't come around. You really shouldn't. And the Bible even speaks about it. Not everyone is religious, but the Bible even speaks about that. If you as a man does not take care of your family, knowing you have a family, your life is not going to go well. That's in the Bible. Everyone doesn't have to believe that, but and that's actually common among most religions. You need to take care of your child. Period.
All right, Cash, you have the floor, and then open panel.
Okay, first of all, thanks for having me up. I hope everybody doing good today. All
Oh,
right.
thank you for coming.
Yeah, I got a lot to say about this, but I'm just gonna answer the question. I think, speaking as a man, a lot of times, you open to that accountability. It's like, oh, I know I need to be doing this. I know I need to be doing that. I think a lot of it has to do with people are actually lazy. You know what I mean? Like it takes real work
Clock
to,
it.
I'm sorry, what?
I said clock it to the lazy part.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like you lazy. Like you really got to put in work, and as men, a lot of men. I mean, will cop out, and I'm not trying to, like give men an excuse, but sometimes it's a cop out. It's all this stuff going on around you, and I think for us to truly be better, you do have to take accountability for yourself. You know what I mean? Like you got to start with yourself first. But like after we have this open panel or whatever, I mean, I'll expound on what I'm saying, but I just think in a nutshell, it's the laziness. You know what you need to do, but you don't put in that work to do it. And I'll land there.
Okay, it's an open panel. Before we do this, NWO, you wanted to give a history lesson.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Back in the day when BLK people or black people were the Republican Party and not the Democratic Party, we were fighting to have sole independence of our communities and make a way for our communities as far as work, community leadership, and things like that. Now, when a lot of things came into play, a lot of men were forced out their homes. The crack epidemic happened, and a lot of men were kicked out. That's just known to mankind. That was known start by the government, and welfare did not allow men in the home. Nobody wanted to help the two-parent household, and now it is expounded over like a disease, and it has spread it amongst younger men because why? One, they never seen a man, and two, when you talk about being a man, what does that actually look like in today's society where the average man gets paid $40,000 a year and can barely hold his own finances together? I don't speak to say this as, oh yeah, well, this should be acceptable to all men, because to all men, it's not acceptable. It's just a term in their life and they have to live through it. But when we ask ourselves, okay, what actually happened to turn society this way and what we can do, it is a lot of saying like, hey, men, y'all got to do better. Of course we do. But does that stop the trauma from being spread? Does that stop the extraness from already being out there, the things that have already been done to our community? Not at all. So as me speaking about that and letting people know, it doesn't, no, I'm not saying we need reparations. I'm saying we need correction. We need behavioral correction. We need more knowledge, more education, and more understanding of our situation, because if people really knew what our ancestors were fighting for and why they were doing it that way, we could have kept the culture, we could have kept the household, we could have kept things together. Our fight is more so inner. And when I talk to young men, because I'm a football coach, when I do actually talk to people, I tell them all the time, like, hey, there's decisions you got to make in life. And one of those decisions are going to come with a lot of flaw, and that's being a parent. Nobody's a perfect parent. Nobody's a perfect being. You can do your best and your child still end up a under $60,000 a year type of person, which is nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, everybody's level of success is different. I can't look at Jay-Z and say, oh, he's the most successful, when the man that got a house, a picket fence, and his kids and his family that can comfortably play outside isn't successful. Everybody has a different version. And working with your BM, I try to work with mine. I'm sure some guys try to work with theirs, but everybody doesn't try as much, and some women don't allow that space. We can't sit here and say that, oh yeah, there's no guy having to go back and forth to court, this, that, and the third, because I'm one of those. We can't say that there's no women that have to actually go at men and tell them they need to do a better job, because I've seen those guys that women have gone to argue with and fuss with. I've been in multiple situations where relationships where I watch some men never show up. And I've been like, damn, how could you not show up for your legacy? But at the end of the day, it's like everybody chooses what is important and what's not. Success is different on everybody's playing field, and you can't help nobody else until you help yourself. You shouldn't bring a child in this world if you're not prepared of the actual response that this world is going to give you for not doing what you're supposed to do.
Okay.
Is it all?
I'm
Oh,
gonna.
sorry.
Yeah, it's open panel, but I'm gonna leave you with this. Black men, it's a simple question. Are you the leaders of the community or no?
Is that to me? Is that to all the black men on the panel?
Sure. Do you want to be the leader of this community, or are you guys ready to forfeit it over to the women?
I mean, it's already been given to the women. It's been given to the women years before I came along or you came along.
So you guys are
That's what
comfortable?
that's what the fact of you making more than us in the workplace is now.
Okay.
That's what the fact of you being able to speak out against us so far as us not doing our job is
Okay.
because it was given to you. That's why the courts already favor you. It
Wonderful.
was
So
given to you by
let
right
me.
when you
I
have a
Wait,
just.
hold
child to be able
on,
to
I.
share.
guys.
I want to
These
answer
rules
to the
because men were
question. I
lacking.
don't want. Are you guys comfortable officially forfeiting it over to the women? Officially. No more conversation about leader, no more conversation about submission, no more conversations about none of that. Are you
Hell
guys
no.
officially ready to forfeit it all over to the women?
Why would I give you anything when
Okay,
it's not
wonderful.
working in your favor?
So if you are not willing to do that, then perhaps it is time to hold each other to a higher standard, or else give it up.
I mean, when you look at mass incarceration rates,
No, 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 no.
I
I don't
can't
want
speak
that.
for
No, no,
that.
no, no.
I can't speak for
Give
that
it
because there's
up.
single parent households.
Give it up, or
There are
no
single
more.
women parent households that are almost 90% of the prison population.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. It's you can't have your cake and eat it too, and tell me you want the progression of the people, right? So if you want the cake, which is I'm gonna worry about myself. I'm not interested in holding nobody accountable. I can only worry about myself. That's the cake, right? If you want to eat the cake, you have to put in the work for the cake, right? Which is stepping up to the plate. So are you as men
Hey,
interested in
mijo.
eating the cake, or would you like to help us create it? Because we're in the kitchen baking that shit up. And we've never stopped.
Ma'am, I could actually say that, yeah, y'all are there and y'all are in the kitchen, but for some reason the food ain't right.
Oh my God.
So
Can I
wonderful.
respond
So
really
what are
quick?
you guys gonna do about it?
Can I respond
We've
real
we,
quick?
I
Yeah, I
we
respond.
have a small group of men actually doing something. Actually,
Lord.
the rate
Ay, ay,
has went
ay.
up for men
Okay,
being
Can
in
I
the
just say,
household with their
I would like,
kids.
wait, I would like Cash to respond and then Fabby Dollars.
okay.
This all sounds like excuses.
It
Go
sounds
ahead.
I wanted
misandrous,
to
No, no, no,
actually.
respond to
no,
the
no, no, no,
historical
no more
talking
excuses.
point
I don't want to hear no
first.
more excuses. I hold the, I don't even mean to be angry. I hold these panels all the time, and all I hear from you guys, excuse, 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 excuse. I mean, good golly God. Come on. What? Cash, no excuses. I want an answer. Are
Wait,
you giving it
I'm
up,
so sorry.
or are you doing
I
better?
don't I don't
I'm
think
well. I'm
like
I'm doing better, but I'm also the one that says that, like you said, do you want to help uh, create the cake or whatever? I would like to have to create it. You know, to build with you. I mean, I'm not trying to be the leader of everyone. I know I'm the leader of my house, but in the same token, I don't. It's not like, oh, my word is law. My part, me and my wife, we come together on every single thing. So I think not my situation. I think some people's situation is different. I kind of feel, Ginger. I'm assuming that's okay. I see you, Ginger, live or whatever.
Hmm.
But Ginger, don't you think that's a loaded question for you to ask? Like, man, like just like two random guys, like, do we want to like change this whole dynamic of everything? Like, we can't change everything.
But this is not the first live I've had. I
Um,
have men up here all the time, and no offense, you guys regurgitate the same bullshit. No
well,
shade.
so I said something that somebody else said
I
because I didn't give
promise
no
you,
excuse.
I promise you, there's nothing you can say. I've been doing this for almost a month, every day faithfully. I promise you, there's not a thing you could say that would blow my mind from what I've already heard. And I actually challenge you to do it.
Okay, well, this is my first time ever dealing with you. So,
Okay.
what are the questions that you ask? Well, maybe we can expound on that later on. But like I
Yes.
said, I mean, like I said, you gotta change your own situation of your dynamic in your household and make that right before you can go out in the community. Everything is so far gone, and you just can't. We can't fix this thing overnight. But I do hear what you're saying, like as far as men talking about they're the leaders and stuff is still messed up and this, that, and the other. But at the same token, it's messed up, period. So you think the answer is for everything, just men changing how they act? You think that
I
everything
think
will be
that would
fine
be
and dandy?
I think that would be a start. You're right. I don't expect this to change overnight, and I know it won't. But perhaps that is a start, right? Men holding themselves, each other accountable, building community, raising up better men. That is the beginning, right? That is the precipice of the change that we're all running around searching for, right? And if we
But
can
it's not all just about the man, Ginger.
oh
It's
my
about
goodness,
the community in general. It
y'all
takes
are a
it
part of
takes
the
a village.
community.
But and women are a part of the community too, right?
Wonderful. And the
So
women
what
are
I'm saying
raising the
is just like
children,
we
and
can
y'all are
point the
saying that
finger,
they're not doing a good job. So if
but
the women are not doing a quote unquote good job, and it's because they don't have a father in the home, because you guys like to spew out statistics, then what would be okay?
I don't think
What is
anybody
the
is doing a good job,
resolution?
man or woman.
Okay, okay. $50, then no, then Grams, then Menija.
It kind of got real far because the guy's not even up here anymore. But it was two things that he said where I was just like, "What are you talking about, bro?" So one of the things he was going back to the history lesson about, oh, the crack epidemic and pulling the men out of the home, and blah blah. Correct, and I didn't disagree with anything he said. However, what are we doing about it now? That's one. Like, yes, we know what happened back then, but the things are not the same anymore. You feel me? What are we doing now to really make that change and to change the direction of, broken homes and non families and blah, blah, blah? Okay, cool. That's one. The next thing he said was like, oh, yeah. And women, yeah, we already gave it to y'all because women are now making more and da da da. You think that's by choice? You think that's by design? No, because the system wasn't built for women to make more. The system wasn't built for women to out earn or to be out educated or to be over whatever than the men. It wasn't built that way. So obviously there was a lack in our communities that we were seeing on the men's side that caused cause and effect here, the women to step up and to have to overeducate themselves, have to go out and really make strides in the workplace, have to go out and make whatever, because there was a lack. And we can't just say, oh, da, 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 the men, whatever the case. My thing is, if you see that there's a shift in dynamic, right? The men were making more, the men were the ones, blah, blah, leader of the household, men, men, men. And now it's women, women, women. There has to be a reason for it. Men are stepping back and saying, I don't want to do that anymore, or it's too hard, or oh my gosh, like society did this and the white man did that. Great. The white man is going to continue to do this and that. What are you going to do? And they don't have the hold that they used to have historically. Societally, yes. Systemically, of course, there's laws and there's things in place to keep us under their thumb. Of course, we're not denying that. However, the hold is not the same as it used to be, and the influence is not the same as it used to be, and it should not be. And what happened then should not be still what's happening now, and it's not an excuse as to continue. So I just wanted to say that.
So we're
Okay.
gonna
Wait,
act
wait,
like
wait, 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 wait. There's like a whole bunch of people in line to speak.
I'm
Um,
sorry. I'm sorry.
Grams, Menija, and then Ari. But before, I want to say this, right? Whenever I hear men make arguments about the crack epidemic or the schmack epidemic or this, that, and the third, I think that argument is in bad faith. And I'm going to tell you why. Throughout history, throughout the subjugation of our people, through slavery, through redlining, through the crack epidemic, through Jim Crow, through were the black women tucked away and oh no, were they not doing it to us because we were no, we were in the fields, we were also being subjugated, we were also being put up on them trees, everything that affected you also affected us. So if we are not using that as an excuse, why do y'all still use it as one? That is my question. And then Grems can go.
So I just want to respond to the like little historical talking point that was used. talking about, oh, back when black people voted Republican. First of all, party switch. Hello. Like, let's talk about the fact that before, Republicans, way back in the day, if we're gonna have this conversation, used to talk about having very progressive policies, right? And then all of a sudden, because of FDR and because of things that happened with Theodore Roosevelt back in 1912, there was a huge switch in the Republican talking points, but also during the Civil Rights Act, right? And how things that are the things that were being talked about, like for example, the crack epidemic and all of those, I'm sorry, the smack epidemic and all of that stuff, that was happening back during, like, especially during the war on drugs, which was a heavily Republican talking point, right? So I think it's very interesting that, like, even though they're talking about very, like, being like, oh yeah, let's demonize the Democratic Party. Mind you, I'm not a huge fan of the Democratic Party, nor the Republican Party. I think they aren't doing enough to, clearly the Democratic Party isn't doing enough to help black and brown people, but clearly the Republican Party is trying to push us backward. I don't really understand why people do that.
It's the
One.
white
Two.
supremacist talking point.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Two. When it comes to the whole entire topic, I think we're just ignoring the fact that we aren't talking about women right now. That's not the point of this conversation. Because people are like, oh well, they shouldn't spread their legs, yada yada yada. Actually, you know what? Let me go back for a second because I almost forgot about this. Him having a whole entire 20-minute anecdote about him and his baby mama drama, I don't care. You are an anomaly, sir. You and your baby mama situation is an anomaly. And also, that is an anecdote. I can't tell what's true or not about what you're saying because I don't know the full, like, issue. I don't know your baby mama. I don't know your baby mama's family. I don't know you. I don't know your family. I don't know your uncle. I don't know. That doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Period.
And
I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. No. Like, it's confusing to me why that's a constant conversation when clearly we're just saying men hold each other accountable. And people are like, oh, well, like, I tell my homeboys, well, clearly you aren't telling them enough, or you aren't pushing them to do actual action.
All right. I agree. Ari, you have the floor, and then Baked Potato is new. So, Baked Potato, you'll get to answer the prompt and then give your opinions, and then open panel.
Okay, girl. So when I was listening, like I listened to everyone's argument and everything like that, and I feel like one of the main reasons why we ought to, first of all, people don't realize that as black women have been basically in survival mode since way before the crack epidemic and all of that stuff like that. Black women have operated under the guise of, I gotta make sure everything is set up and put together just in case something bad happens. And I'm saying that to respond to when he said, he's not on here anymore, what NWO or something, when he said that, oh, women earn us and they do this and they do that and everything. That's not because we just also love to make money. Like, everyone loves to make money, but that comes from the fact that for so long it has been, if he don't got it, I got to make sure I got it, because I can't rely on that, because over and over again women have put themselves under the I won't say rule, but under a man, and then they've been left out to fend for themselves. Like, how many stories have you heard about women, even now, recent women, submitting to their husbands, staying at home raising the kids, and then he up and decide, I don't want to do this no more. I didn't want kids and everything like that. So on that part, that's where I feel like that whole women out earning. I do not feel like we were handed this leader of the community thing. We had to take it. That was a necessity. We became the leaders of the community because the real leaders of the community were leaving. They weren't there. And then when we asked, hey, why did you leave? Why aren't you here? They had all of these excuses of, oh, well, the crack epidemic. Oh, she's mean to me. Oh, this and that and this. It doesn't matter. You still need to show up. And I feel like for generations upon generations, there have been so many excuses given to men, and then turn around and saying, oh, but we did this because the women did so and so. Well, why did the women do so and so in the beginning? Was because a man did something else. Now, I'm not saying that women cannot be held accountable or held at fault for some of the stuff that we did, because there are some messed up women, but men cannot keep deferring to, oh, a woman did this to me and that's why I'm not there for my kids. Or a woman did this to me and that's why I don't do it. Like, no, you can't keep doing that, because if you want to say that you're a man and you're strong and you lead and this and all that, you can't keep saying that the reason you're not doing your man thing is because of a woman had so much power over you that you just couldn't show up for your kids anymore. That's my whole thing. And also, I've also had the opinion that a lot of stuff that goes on in the black community is just a whole bunch of he said, she said. No one goes back to confirm any information. Someone says, oh, this chick is crazy. You just run with that. And even on the part of women, someone say, oh, this dude is not good. And we just run with that sometimes. They're still not good people, but we don't confirm stuff for ourselves anymore. And now we have this big mess, but yet only women are being held accountable for the mess that we all made collectively. That's my opinion on it.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Baked potato, you have the floor.
Hey, men often embrace accountability in theory. Uh, I honestly don't feel like they embrace accountability at all. I feel like, especially when it comes to conversations, Ginger, I be in your pen all the time. I feel like they only, if women aren't the subject and partake in, how can I say this? I'm sorry. If women aren't like the topic of the people that need to take accountability, they basically be like, well, what about women? Women need to do this. Like, I feel like they deflect all the time instead of actually, okay, what can I do? Maybe me taking accountability as a man will start a pattern, and maybe women will start taking accountability as well, or just taking accountability on your own and not focusing on the opposite gender in order for you to take accountability, basically.
I agree 100%. And also, let me just say this, right? To the men who are saying this, right? Imagine if I did this. Imagine if, as a black man, you came up to me and you're like, hey, they're unaliving us at insane rates. The mass incarcerations of us is crazy. If you gave me a whole bunch of things that is happening to black men directly, right? And how it's affecting you directly. And then I turned around and be like, but they mass incarcerate black women. But what about the unaliving of black women? But what about black women? But what about them? That's what y'all sound like. That's what y'all sound like. And I need y'all to understand that's what you sound like. When I say, how come men do not hold each other accountable? And then you turn around and be like, but do women do it? Do women hold each other accountable? What are we talking about? Are you using all lives matter talking points as I talk to you about the disparages within our community that are directly impacting women? That's weird. Open panel, y'all.
I just feel like they don't really want to take accountability, and even if we did start taking accountability, which I feel like we do as a majority, then they still gonna find another reason to blame us for something. Like, we always the blame. If you a woman, you is the blame, and
And
they don't
and
do nothing wrong.
and I feel like if you're gonna default the blame to the women, then no more talk about submission. No more talking about leadership. No more talking about how. No more. Women are the leaders. Everybody sit down. The men need to sit down, be quiet, and listen to the leaders as they speak. That's it.
I mean, I mean, I'm gonna just say this: a lot of the men that are mainly talking about, oh yeah, men are the leaders, da 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 da, it's just white supremacy.
That shit don't even make
It's a
sense.
white supremacist patriarchal thing. Like it had
Mhm.
because before colonialism, that wasn't a thing.
Right.
Like there was no such thing like as oh men are the leaders, women have to be submissive. That wasn't like a huge thing until Abrahamic religions came into the picture, right? So I'm just thinking in my head, if these men supposedly want to break the chains, you know, of these systematic racism and da 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 da, maybe don't repeat their exact talking points, or even better, don't vote for them.
But
Because I've noticed that as well.
I
Because
And the energy it gives is very much you tell me you want to dismantle the patriarchy that's harming you as a black man. That's what you tell me. But what I'm hearing is I don't want to dismantle shit. I'm
right
trying to pick up the same gun that they're using to harm us, and I'm trying to figure out how I could use it to my own
against
advantage.
or
while
against
also
women.
shooting, like while also pew pewing themselves in the foot. Like
But I feel like black men don't think that it affects them negatively. I think they just want to be closer to the YT man.
I mean, for sure. Like literally, and also I do want to mention this as well because I think it's really interesting that it's always like, oh, like black men went through so much trauma. Black women were right there with you
Correct.
through all of it.
Y'all act
When
like we was tucked away somewhere safe.
like when black men were going through mass incarceration and police brutality, so were black women. Like we literally just like not even like what a couple months ago did Asada Shakur, like a black party like sorry a Black Panther Party like member who was framed for the unaliving of a cop, just recently unalived.
You know
And
what's
we're talking
crazy?
about
Oh,
like
go ahead. I'm sorry.
what is going on here? Because and even when we're talking about police brutality, notice how there like as much noise there was for the George Floyds, the Tamir Rices, the Trayvon. There was not as much noise for Breonna Taylor, for Sonia Macy, like for these black women who experienced the same thing.
And also, let's not forget that, and you can look it up yourself. I implore you to. Through quite literally throughout history, Black women have been at the forefront of every movement to push us forward. I'm talking about you can go all the way from Harriet Tubman to the modern day Me Too movements to the Black Panthers to the Black Lives. You can I promise you, you couldn't name me a movement that did not you can't name me a single movement where a black woman was not leading the fucking charge. And after she began, that is when a black man was like, yeah, you know what, let me jump in. But only when it was convenient, because when we were fighting for our own rights, where the fuck were y'all? As we
Okay,
fight
so
for me
I got a
too,
question.
as we fight for
Or
me too,
I
where
mean
are y'all?
When I
I
seen a
mean this
video
was
on
like the same oh sorry.
I
I seen
wanted
a
Cash to
video.
speak because he unmuted. Go ahead, and you're the only man here, so let
Yeah.
him.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. First of all, I am the only man up here. Uh,
Okay.
and I'm saying like this, ladies. So we know we're saying that men need to do better. Agreed. But
Here
and
he go.
just like you said, women were there with black men going through this stuff, and we're all going through this stuff. Okay. So where do we go? Where do we go from now?
I love when men ask me this question. I have an answer already. I say
Hmm.
this all the time. Let's start, unfortunately, we got to start at the basics, right? I think a lot of times black men think we're starting at level like 6 or 7. No, sweetie, we're starting at ground zero. We have to, right? We're going to have to start raising good people first. A lot of you are not good people. And that's a fact, right? So we got to raise good people, right? And that has to involve you, right? Because you guys love to come up here and scream that, oh, but black women aren't doing a good job. They're not doing a good job. They're not wonderful, 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 wonderful. Step in then. Build community amongst each other. There are many men who do not have fathers. Build community for these men. Give them good advice, right? Also, if you are a successful black man, invest in your community. Build help fund a grocery store, a bank, a school, and if you don't got that, find you a big brother program. I don't care if you niggas play chess together. I don't care if you play basketball. I don't give a fuck what y'all do. Build community so you can help each other, because too many of you are growing up in fatherless homes, and you're saying the outcome of you not being good men stems from being raised by a single mother. How about you guys bring each other into the fold? And when you say that you guys can't do it, let me tell you, gangs are an example that you can. It's just leading us back in the wrong direction. Men can build communities. Look at all these gangs, right? And these gangs prey on these young boys. They know how to seek them out. They bring them into the fold. They make them feel safe, and then they use and abuse them. So how about we do it in the opposite direction? That's how we begin. That's the answer. And then we can compound on top of that.
And honestly, I
Also,
think men just want to be at the top of black men. They don't care about dismantling racism or none of that. They just want to be at the top of the food chain. Like earlier, not today, but it was like a couple days ago, I seen a video on TikTok where they was talking about like basically bringing men wouldn't mind bringing slavery back as long as it's women in slavery and not them.
And wait,
And black men
Cash,
in the comments
Cash,
agreeing with it.
Cash, now that I've given you examples of how I think as a woman, what you guys can do, I want to hear your feedback. What do you think based off of what I told you? What do you think?
Well, I feel as our community, you absolutely right. I think that we should be working together, investing in our community. I just feel like this, and I'm not trying to shit on that idea. I'm just saying, as me as an individual, I try this all the time, and I wouldn't say that it's a man thing or a woman thing. I think just in our people, it's just something that's inherently wrong. Half the time, we don't even speak to each other when we see each other, you know? So I think it starts on a humanity level, first of all. I think that we should acknowledge each other. Start seeing about each other. You are right. We do need to form these groups and stuff like that, so we can find out what's going with each other. I think it's so much work to be done in our community, period, that it's exhausting. So therefore, nobody wants to try. But you know what? You're absolutely right. As far as we need these groups to be formed, and like you said, just like the gangs do it, which is totally stupid, by the way. But just how the gangs do it, we need to do that in an opposite direction. But like I said when I came on here early, accountability. People say they want to take accountability, but when they realize that they got to put the work in, it's a lot of laziness. You know, like you said, the brother was on here. He was talking about his baby mama. First of all, why is it a baby mama? You know, why didn't you vet this person properly? Why don't you step in and make that work? You done already had the child. So she was good enough for you to have a child, but you didn't think about marrying her. You know what I mean? See, that's how I think. I think that as a community, we need our families involved 100%. I'm not all about woman, you should submit to the man and the man is leader. Collectively, as partners, it could be something that you can tell me to open my eyes in a different way. Two brains is better than one. So maybe that's like the dynamic that maybe you guys can understand what kind of man I am and how I think. Because it's not like I'm trying to be on some submission type leader type shit. What I'm saying is I just want to fix the situation. You know what I mean? So, and you can expound on that.
And let me just say this. I heard something like a couple of months ago that completely rewired my brain. You said that it's a lot of work and people don't want to do it. I want you, everyone here, if you're on the panel, if you're in the chat, I'm going to say something and I really want you to self reflect. Someone once told me, YT supremacy, it's 24 hours, 7 days a week, never stops. Never, never, never. On the clock. When you're awake, while you're sleeping, while you're here, after you're gone, YT supremacy is a wheel that will always keep on turning. And if you know that as somebody that is being directly impacted by that system, why are you not on the clock 24/7? Why do you rest? Why do you give each other excuses? Why? Right? If the system that is dismantling me never sleeps, why would I?
Is it okay if I respond to what
Agreed.
Cash said
Absolutely, you
as
have the
well?
floor.
Okay. So Cash, I understand what you are saying, right? But at the same time, I think this all should really begin with we should be doing this for sure, but why aren't you? Are you doing it? Are you like also doing anything to like fund your communities? Like are you doing any fundraisers for schools? Are you telling like if you have kids, are you telling them to make sure that they pay attention in school, but not only just in general schooling, but paying attention to history, especially?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because that all starts in the home.
I thought you were okay. Yes, I do my part completely. I try to support Black business. I speak to the youth. Actually, I'm getting ready to start a nonprofit. It'll be up and running by the middle of next year. I'm doing the things that I'm supposed to be doing in my community. What I'm saying is, I'm only one person, and not trying to make that as an excuse, but I can't make grown people do stuff. But what I can do is I can tell you, like, you know what, as a dude, you need to be better. I don't mess with anybody who cheat. Like if I got a friend, I don't mess with men who cheat on their women. If you cheat on your woman that's loyal to you, what are you gonna do to me? You know what I mean? I try to lead by example, but unfortunately, it's a lot of people out there not like that.
Well, I think you should target your youth then. Like, if you feel like, the adults ain't really trying to do nothing, well, the youth is the next generation, so
Yeah, I understand that, and I do speak to the youth, but
they ain't got no choice.
it's a
But
lot.
also
It's a
notice
lot
how
that
I
goes on,
never
and
said
half the
anything
time they don't
about
even
grown
want to listen to you.
adults.
They
It
they
don't
talk
matter.
about you.
But Cash, I never even talked about the adults. Okay. I'm also coming at this from a
Wait. I want to say
perspective
this. When you're
also
done,
being. I'm sorry.
Grems, I
Yeah, I'm
want
sorry.
the newest panel member to speak. Felony Monk.
Okay. And I just want to point this out. I never said nothing about the adults, right? I'm clearly talking about the future. I'm talking about the kids. I directly mentioned even your own kids. I'm like, hey, if you have children, are you telling them to, pay attention in history class, pay attention in school? Because, that's important, right? Are you having these tough conversations even with your own children? With like, and I'm asking you if you're helping do things like school fundraisers, right? To get these kids new books and new history stuff, new computers and yada yada yada. I never mentioned the adults.
I'm a
Never
member
did
of the
that.
PTA.
Okay. But I never mentioned the adults, right? This is coming from the perspective of a person who used to be a youth, right? Like not even like 3 years ago. Like, period. It like also, why aren't we doing more mentorship programs?
Mhm.
Like, if men want to be these leaders, then be a leader in another child's life. Like go to you can talk to the kids as much as you want to, but are you actually showing them how to do what you're doing? Are you taking your kid to take your kids work days? Like, are you showing the kids the fruits of your labor rather
And
than
not
just talking to them about that fruit?
and not reducing them
I
to
do, and we
just
feed the homeless.
Okay.
Period.
Okay,
And I
that's
implore that.
great.
Let me say this. And what I implore you to do as you speak to the youth, hopefully predominantly these young men, I think what you the biggest favor that you can do for them after I'm done, felony monk will speak, is educate yourself on femicide, right? Educate yourself on the things that are plaguing the women of your community. So when you talk to these men, it's not just, hey, be a good man, be a good man.
What
It's,
about the
hey,
most frail of our group? What
yeah,
about the babies and kids? Let's talk about who's their number one.
okay. Uh, Talk to them about, hey, this is the rate that the women in our community are being unalived by fellow members of our community. Like, really immerse yourself in all of it so that you can properly educate the next generation. A lot of people, even into adulthood, don't even know, right? Uh, Felony Monk, you have the floor. You can answer the prompt, and then you could take the conversation in whichever direction you would like.
Got Men often embrace accountability in theory, but do they, can't say that, react when it becomes personal or requires actual change? Uh, Most men take accountability beyond themselves. Um, for most men, it's not even a question of a personal taste nor a choice. Most men don't even have the opportunity to contemplate the different things that's required of them in life and opt in or out of it. That's just number one. The other thing I wanted to focus on, we're studying, because I'm studying here in this conversation, and I'm hearing all this gusto and this moxie in women, and saying that, oh, men want to be thought of as these leaders, and they want to. Men haven't said that. That never was a talking point for men. It's been weaponized by women to say, oh, you pose to be a leader, so you should be doing X, Y, and Z. But that's not actually what is happening, nor is that actually what's plaguing our communities, right? Like, pull the covers off of a hidden agenda. White women moseyed right on and strolled over to black women when they wanted to find freedom of expression without accountability from their own men, but not be separated from the power base. They strolled right on over to black women as a voting bloc and began to tell black women that the problems they were facing in life wasn't due to discrimination and segregation, which it most emphatically was, but no, it was due to men. And from that day to this one now feminism and this feminine ideal is sorely soiled into the black woman's psyche. All right, y'all mentioned patriarchy, but y'all never put the modifier white patriarchy. And then y'all say stuff like the black man just want to build up. Or his no, we've never attacked you in any scenario. You've never felt the blunt of our rule or rulership. We've never had control of the leading factors of which way this country will go. And what needs to be remembered most is, like what I said, is the separation came because the outside source came and told one of us that what we were facing was based out of sexism and not the racism that they were helping sponsor, not the racism that was helping them stay in a seat in a position of power. And then also, our communities have become matriarchal, and that means women's ideal of what's valuable and what's a true commodity will hold sway. So where would this idea of, well, that leads to individuality and materialism. So where in that are men being shown and told that the old system of traditional values of standing ground and building foundation shown to matter? Where is that at? Where is it shown to matter? What example can any one of you ladies give of the men that gets the reward for doing these things. Where's he at?
Okay. So I want to make sure you're done before I intervene. Okay. So I'm going to actually I don't like misinformation. So let me correct some things you said. Feminism originally was led by black women, right? And then it was co-opted by white women. That's
When?
a
And
fact.
and who are you using as a catalyst for this? Name her. And what is her papers and dissertation of her feminism?
Quite literally
Notice
the
how she didn't
feminism, no, no,
interrupt
no.
you?
Quite literally the feminist movement
I
was,
don't want to hear
it
questions. I
started.
ask you about people. Who are these
Okay,
people
cool.
and what are their doctrines?
Okay, cool. I'm going to give you the people. Another thing you said was that men don't want to be leaders or whatever. Let me make something very clear. I've been doing these panels for about a month, right? I'm assuming this is the first time you've come in. Quite literally every single day, every day, men come up here, black men, and scream about submission, scream about being leaders, scream about how women need to do this and that. Literally every single, you can actually
No,
leave.
no. That is a blanket, very blanket
Are you
statement. You
telling me
don't
that?
find men saying men only say that in the context of relationships and what should be going on in our household. Men don't run
So then you
around
do
talking
believe that
about
men
being
should be the leaders
leaders.
then?
Men don't just come out the blue and start saying, "Hey, we're the leaders and we're leading this thing." That is not what
Cash,
happened. So you're
cash,
being disingenuous by presenting the wrong context, as
cash.
if
Have you ever heard a man say
as
that
if
men
the
should be the
chat
leaders?
rooms are what's giving rise
Cash,
to this and not the
cash,
situation.
cash. As a black man, have you ever heard black men say that they're the leaders, that they want submission? Have you ever heard that from a black man?
Yes, I've
Okay.
heard that.
Here's a black man telling you that he has heard it. So now it's not just me as a woman. Here's a black man telling you he's heard the exact rhetoric that I just told you that men are spreading. Is he lying too? Or am I lying because I'm a woman? Hmm? Okay, that's what I thought. It's an open panel, y'all.
He
Okay, can I respond to some?
so
Oh,
talk. He's
sorry.
saying a whole. No, no, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Fabi. No, go ahead, Fabi.
I
I'll go
was gonna
after you.
say that he is saying a whole bunch of nothing. He just wanted to be right so bad. My thing is, quite literally, men have structured society because men have historically had the power. Not even if it started with white teen men, whatever the case. One of the things I said before on another panel was one of the biggest or the best in their regard tools of colonialism, racism, and all these isms was if I can make you hate yourselves, you will continue and perpetuate my own narrative that I'm starting. So yes, it could have started with them, beautiful. Now our people, our men have taken these tools and turned around and utilized them on us. So it's not the white tea women, the white tea men coming on, oh, black men, black men, that. You guys have. You guys took the tools and turned it around on us. So now you're saying that we're not saying that we're the leaders. You have. And again, and I really love what Ginger did there because literally here's a black man also agreeing that men have said that they're the leaders. So if men are the ones structuring society in the way that they want it to be, right? And then now that trickles down to the men under. So let's say the black men, whatever the case, Spanish, whoever other men, where is this coming from then? We didn't wake up and say, oh, black men, you are the leaders. You guys were. But now seeing the results of it and men not wanting to be accountable, men not wanting to have the leadership, because leadership requires accountability. Accountability requires growth. Growth requires a call to action. It requires too much. And now that that has become too much, women have taken up the mantle, right, to push our society forward in the best way that we could, right? And you don't like that either. So now what do you do besides give excuses? What do you do about that now?
And also to felony, I got you. Did black women start feminism? In the 1900s to 1960, in the post-slavery period, black females, intellectuals such as Sojourner Truth and Julia Carpenter or Corper and Ida B. Wells, Mary Church Terrell, and Francis Harper set in motion the principle that will become the basis of feminism.
Also, can
So
I also
again,
I wanna oh sorry.
So again, I cannot name you a movement in this country where Black women were not at the forefront of it. So are you going to correct me about Black women being the face of feminism again? Because that was a lie and it was misinformation. Go
Also,
ahead.
I do want to respond to this as well. Oh, never mind, he's gone. But I do want to say this though.
And all of a sudden,
And when we talk about
Wham.
and when we talk about, oh well, white women and feminism and yada yada yada, not only did Black women pioneer the basis of feminism, we also made our own separate term for like a social movement that specifically focuses on the experiences of Black women and women of color, called womanism. But we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about the fact that Black women literally made a particular term that both surmises of the experiences of racism and sexism that Black women have to face, called misogynoir. So it's not like Black women are just holding the hands with white women just to point the finger at Black men, right? That's not a thing. It's very much just giving victim mentality. Like, literally, I've said this to my friend, and I think I want to also say it here. Men have a tendency to just commit Darvo on every single instance of a woman just being like, hey, what y'all doing to us isn't cool. It's literally like the oppressor stubbing their own foot and being like, oh, the person who I'm trying to beat up and kick, even though I missed and hit my foot on a piece of beam or whatever, they're the reason why they're the ones at fault for why I hit my fucking toe.
Okay, can I just say something really fast? Well,
Well,
I don't
please
know.
learn about these things before y'all start talking about feminism and please, stop being like, oh yeah, feminism's the problem. Feminism was never the problem. It's just the fact that y'all don't like the fact that the shoe's now being put on the other foot.
Cash, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Go ahead, Cash.
I feel like this, and okay, you guys are history buffs, probably smarter than me and everything like that. I'm just going to talk about what I seen as a 46-year-old man in this world. I feel like this. Yeah, we can talk about the rugs epidemic in our community and all that. I mean, I really feel like she said, the white man, they had the complex as far as the Black man, like they dealt with us. And then, like she was saying, that we forced, not we, but Black men, then they forced that up on the women, that same mentality. I mean, and it really is true, because you think about it like this. Okay, they didn't necessarily want to deal with the woman. So they basically dealt with the Black man in the community and everything like that. And then it came to a point where Black men were making a good living, and we could be the leaders. Everything, it was kind of flowing smooth, but then it was like, nah, that's not cool. So it's like they don't want to deal with the Black men. So then they deal with the Black women. Hence what she was saying, like Black women are out earning Black men and things like that. I just feel like, it's messed up, because we fell so far, and you did give a good example of how we get it back, but I just don't understand, like, how are we really supposed to get it back is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because it's so far gone. Like, yeah, we can do the mentorships and all that, but like I said, it really starts from just being humans. Like, we don't consider each other human beings. Like, like I said, we won't even speak to each other. And I think that's the thing that bothers me the most, because we don't consider each other human beings.
I have a question, Cash. Have you ever heard someone say, the issue is not when Black women are speaking, but it's when we stop speaking? You've heard that saying?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Absolutely. So if we as a community, as Black women, if we have fatigue and we're not speaking anymore, that would mean that we have been talking for too long and not being heard, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So we've been talking. We've been screaming. We've been marching. We've been protesting. We've been organizing. We've been building community. But at some point, when do we look at our counterparts and be like, hey, boo, we've been screaming the same shit since, I mean, goddamn slavery. When the fuck are you gonna tap in and join us? When? You guys wait until we're and I find this happens. You guys wait until we are absolutely fatigued and exhausted, and we're at our breaking point, and that is when you guys are like, "How come we don't talk to each other anymore?" Our grandmothers have been talking to us. Our great grandmothers, our great great grandmothers, so on and so forth. How long do we keep talking?
And I just want to say, and it's so messed up because like we have been talking for so long without a response that even like my grandmother and her mother would even tell younger girls, we tried talking to them. Just know that when you express your concern and your feelings, they're not going to hear you and they're not going to listen. It's that bad to the point where we're taught that now because and have not listened for so long.
And these are the elder women of our community that men idolize so much that they keep referencing back to. They're the ones feeding us this information. So even they're getting fatigued. They're so fatigued that they're telling us as women, you need to rest. They're not going to listen. You need to take care of yourself. You need to provide for your. If the elders that the men love so much are telling us this, because they love to reference back to their mothers and grandmothers and so on and so forth, they are telling us this, that they're telling us that you don't listen. They're telling us that we're wasting our breath. They are.
And to
And
be
with that, I would
honest,
like, I'm sorry, Ari, are you done? Go ahead.
I was listening to, and like my grandmother is that type of woman that men today like to idolize. She got married at 19, had her babies, stayed at home, cleaned, cooked, behind all her kids. My grandfather went to work and everything. And even my grandmother will say, yeah, because she taught me that you want to, like, we should do that because, again, our religion comes into play. But at the same time, she's like, you must remember that we are not in my day anymore. Where, and she's like, you can submit all you want to, but the thing is, the reason that she was able to submit was because her husband, my grandfather, listened to her, valued her, understood that he may be the leader of the family, but when it comes to an ultimate family decision, they're both leaders. They're partners. He's not just over her. Were there some things that she diverted to him? Of course, but they were partners. But even she says that's rare, and she got extremely lucky because she could have ended up with a man that abused her, which happened a lot back then. So even though my grandmother believes in the submission and husband is a leader, just like a lot of guys these days want us to go to, even she's telling me right now, as a 25-year-old woman, you need to go out and get this for yourself. Have something for yourself because even if you do get married, that man could wake up one day and decide that he just doesn't want to fool with you no more. And he'll be able to get away scot free because that's how society has benefited black men. They can get away, say, I was tired, I want a new life, I was bogged down, and you will be stuck with 2, 3, 4, 5 kids by yourself. You need to have something to fall back on because you cannot trust and rely fully. Even if he presents everything perfectly, you will still more than likely end up alone because you don't know. And that's a shame because it should not be that way.
Okay. I want to let Rich Auntie and then Menage go.
Hey, can y'all hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you. Girl, I hope I made you proud.
Um, Men often embrace accountability in theory, but how do they react when it becomes personal or requires actual change? Um, I think I said this the other day in your panel. I think our definition as men and women is totally different when it comes to accountability. Um, because women take accountability all the time in the fact that we typically are the ones who care for children. So in a relationship dynamic, if there is a child produced, more than likely the woman is going to be responsible for whatever action comes out of that because nothing really happens if you know what I'm saying. You might get heartbroken, but what really takes a relationship to a different dynamic is when other people become involved, i.e., children. So that's what, as far as like accountability in that way. But then men, like you said, could just walk away because they've never really had a hand in child rearing anyway. So it's just, hey, if he's a good dad, then we're going to celebrate him. We're going to look at him in awe because it doesn't happen often. You know what I'm saying? We had a gentleman on the panel yesterday. He was talking about being a father and he combs his daughter's hair and all that kind of stuff. And I think a lot of times when men are give that type of story is because it's rare. It doesn't happen very often. So it's like an anomaly. Oh wow. It's just like somebody who's married for 50 years. We look at it in awe because that shit don't happen very often. But for some reason, we feel like it can happen to us. I don't know. And for men with accountability, all it looks like is, yes, I did this thing. All I have to do is say it out loud, right? That's it. That's their accountability. It doesn't mean you have to change any type of action. It doesn't mean that you have to give any kind of reciprocity to anybody in any kind of way. You don't have to say, I'm sorry. You just say, yes, I did that. And that's your accountability. But when it comes to women and how they feel like women should receive accountability, you got to wear a fucking scarlet letter. That's what you should do. Your accountability. I don't give a damn about you taking care of them kids. You a single mother. Because accountability for women is shame. Accountability for men is just admitting that they did it. That's it. I mean, so the standards is different. When it comes to individuality, they just go back to the whole prototype. That's why we hear the same thing every single time. When we put them in a corner, when they have to answer questions of accountability, it goes to God, politics, how they used to be, how their daddy was. This is, and start telling lies too, right? Just like he was talking about feminism. So they don't have to be accountable. Men have never had to be accountable for anything. It always goes back to the woman. That's why you should choose better. That's why you should have never chose him. You should have picked me. You know, just no accountability for them. So we wear it all. I don't even know what accountability really looks like for men, honestly. I don't. Unless they go to prison. Yeah, that's it.
And
I let my plane
sometimes,
there.
and sometimes even barely then, they come out and they brag about it.
Exactly. And they look young too when they come out. So, you know.
Well,
Um,
that's because somebody is doing everything for them. Like I've never understood, and that's what I'm talking about, ladies. Like we got so much brainwashing in our community. You know what I mean? Like you go to jail and you think that that's a badge of honor. The real badge of honor is the one who's out here working, taking care of his family. But even that's looked down upon. But you know what? I honestly understand. I honestly understand the dynamic. So the women are women because we don't have no others on here. So basically, what you're saying is you frustrated with all the bullshit. You frustrated. You
Not
frustrated. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can I answer? It's not a thing of, I'm gonna say for me, it's not a thing of frustration. It's just honestly understanding who you really are for the first time. That's all it is. Men have always been this way. BLK men in this country have always been this way. You want to blame it on YT supremacy and all. You put being a man before your color every single day. And it proves itself in the way that you treat your women, right? So
Yeah, I can't
it's
say
not a
right.
frustration of, you know what, because there are two different types of women out here, right? And I'm the type of woman, I'm not looking for you to change your nature. I'm not looking for you to do that. And then the other woman is looking for you to change for them so you can be better for them and their children. And I'm not expecting that from y'all.
Okay, but not a but because it always sounds like some bullshit. Whenever somebody says but, somebody taught me that on here. Matter of fact, when they say the but, it sounds like some bullshit about to come. So y'all tired of not being heard, as Ginger would say. Um, and basically you tired of the title of men thinking that they leaders and really they ain't doing shit. Basically, but
I
what
want
I,
to
what I
clarify.
want to know is, I want to know this. So how? Okay, you have a man like me. I take accountability for myself. My house is good. Wife is good. Uh, we come together on everything. We raising our kids. Like I'm trying to do the right. I always try to do the right thing. Okay, so as a community, we all need to start doing better? Is that the gist of the of this whole thing? Because I'm
No.
trying to understand how do we come together in a sense and we fix this?
Okay. Do you believe that Black women are the most unprotected group?
Yeah, of course. I have a wife in nursing. I mean, y'all don't even get the kind of medical attention y'all supposed to get when y'all pregnant. My daughter wrote a paper on that.
Wonderful. And do you also believe that none of us are free until we are all free?
I don't believe that anyone is free in this country. But go ahead. I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So if all of these, if we are the most unprotected and you believe that none of us are free until we are all free, then the real issue that I have is, why are the men who are a little, not even a lot, but a little bit freer than us, how come you guys aren't receptive to what we are saying? It's not even about listening. It's about, cool, you listen to me, delicious, high five. But what happens after you heard what I said? What's after that?
Well, you're supposed to change your actions.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
But in the world that we're living in, it is direct proof that nobody has been changing. The men have been changing nothing, and you can see it in the stats. You can see it in
Yeah.
where you live. You can see it. You can see it all around you.
Yes, men are inherently evil. I get exactly what you're saying. Like I get that 100. People, I mean, men don't. I mean, we don't. People don't think like that. Nobody thinks about, oh, my actions is gonna hurt the next
Let me
person.
ask you a question, Cass. If you
Oh,
think men
when
are
you guys are
inherently
done, I gotta let
evil,
Menija go.
I'm sorry. I'll mute.
inherent,
I'm sorry.
if you think men are inherent, no, this question is for you. If you think men are inherently evil, that's the word that you use. Why should women be with them?
Why should they be with them? They should. Well, I don't think that anybody has to be with anyone. I would think that everyone wants to love someone and create roots with the person. I mean, I believe that that's the meaning of life myself.
So this is a great example, right, of what we're talking about. Like it's like we're not even talking about the same thing. You would not be around an evil person. Would you be around an evil person?
No, I wouldn't.
So, and when I asked you that question,
But
you said,
when I said that, that
no,
was
no,
like a
listen
generalization.
what I'm saying. You said, well, everybody deserves somebody.
Is that not right?
But it's
No,
not.
you do not
Okay, so you just
deserve
want to be
another
by
person.
yourself.
No, no, no. What she's saying is, you do not deserve another human being. You can want, you can desire, but you do not, because deserve means that, like, you are owed it. You're not owed another human being. You can want one.
Okay, let me ask: is it more so that everyone deserves companionship over just like person? Because I agree, saying that everyone deserves another person does sound very territorial. Could it be that you just companionship, not necessarily all are together, but like you got friends and family and things like that? Is that closer to what you mean, Cash, or is it specifically everyone deserves another romantic partner?
This is what I'm talking about, y'all. Right?
Okay.
I would never say women are evil. I can say some women I know are evil, right? I can say some women I know are evil. They do some bad shit. But for the most part, women uphold humanity. If it wasn't for women, y'all don't want to see a world without women. I've worked with all men. Okay. It's not pretty. Okay.
Okay, Ginger.
So if you're going to say that these men are evil, you know this. I'm asking you a question.
I
Why
was
should
making a
women, why,
generalization.
why
I was
should
making
women be around them?
I was making a generalization because of how men created bombs and they create chaos as far as that. Every man is not evil. Okay. If that was the case, we wouldn't have marriage that lasted 50 and 60 years. We wouldn't have you know, good loving relationships and things like that. I mean, okay, just take for instance, our president, Barack Obama and Michelle, didn't everybody think that they had a perfect relationship? Like, and as far as to the public, didn't they seem like they had a good relationship? I would never be like someone is like evil, like nobody deserves anyone. You know what I mean? That's not what I meant. I'm just saying as far as the chaos and stuff like that. That's what I was saying.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let Minaj go, but I'm gonna respond to a comment. Champ, you said, so why were women created so men wouldn't be alone? I want to reject that kind of thinking. If we're talking about scientifically, I can prove to you that women were most likely here first because men are a genetic mutation of women. That's a fact. That's why you have nipples. The fuck you need nipples for? Who you breastfeeding? Nobody. Also, your penis is an elongated clitoris, because that's the official word. So we were not created for you. You are a byproduct of us, right? Because then we can acknowledge that we bring life into the world. So how could you create me? You can't give birth to me. That's a crazy thing to think. I
And
was here before you.
even if we
Um.
are going to speak religiously, even on a religious aspect in
Uh.
Christianity, women were created because God wanted to improve upon the creation he had already made, which was man. And once he created women, then it was kind of like, okay, I don't want to say perfection having it, realized he needed to improve upon the creation that we're already. So in aspect, and God doesn't even teach women to look for a husband or anything like that. He teaches men to look for wives because they need us according to religion.
Um.
That's not saying that the religion is putting women above men, but
I
that's
get what
just
you're.
if we are going to.
I get what you're saying, but again, I'm all for people believing whatever you want to believe in your life. However, I'm not going to live my life by a book that was created to just subjugate me. I just can't personally do it. That's just me. Me and my people at that. Menasha, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, girl.
Okay. So I'm making breakfast for my little people. I think I answered the prompt earlier though about men not taking accountability. I think that I just want to say I think the conversation is a mute point when people are not willing to change on both sides. Some people are just stuck on to hell with all men. They I don't want to say the wrong thing today, but people are, some people are just stuck on they don't men are just not worth it or whatever. So it's just a mute point if we keep talking in circles because don't nobody want to change and don't nobody actually really care. People just want to blame people for any and everything instead of just taking accountability and realizing that nobody's perfect. And yeah, that's all I really have to say because I'm trying to make breakfast for my babies really quick.
Okay, not a problem. And I'm opening the panel.
I mean, but don't y'all think that that's people in general? Okay, I know this is about the men, but I mean, do you think anybody takes accountability? Now I'm saying for the most part, we might be a select few that take accountability for our own actions, but most people don't take accountability. It's always somebody else. I made a TikTok about that. So stop blaming everybody else. Somebody always wants to blame somebody else. But even when blaming somebody else, they don't even tell you the stuff that they put out there, like what was their action in the whole thing. That's why it's always two sides to a story.
Well, in my opinion, I feel like people take accountability in their own ways. Accountability doesn't look the same for everyone. There are some people who never take verbal accountability, but actions. But it everyone.
Oh,
I think that you
wait,
want
you're breaking
accountability.
up.
People expect for you to. Oh, I'm better.
Okay, you're breaking up.
Oh
You're
wait.
good now, but you were breaking up for a little bit. Hello?
You're in a bad zone.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's terrible. Hold on, wait a minute.
Okay. The panel is
Hold
open. Just give her a second. Um, but yeah. Um, and also a lot of times when I come up here, like I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Sometimes I got a headache. I'm not gonna lie to you. And it's simply because I have been on panels, well, not panels, but I've been in lives where men will talk about, like, oh, single mothers this, oh, the women are not doing enough, oh, they're single mother homes, oh, my baby mama this, my baby mama that. And it's like when I overhear those conversations, I never ever hear, but what about the men? 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 Right? At least not from other men. Right? Men are like, oh yeah, she should have picked better. She should have done this. Women don't do this. Women don't do that. Yeah, I know a couple Keishas. There's no duality in those types of conversations. And my issue is we always want to bring up women when we are talking specifically about men. What is that about? I'm not understanding that. Make it make sense to me really quickly.
Well, I think it's a double standard. It's a double standard. I mean, that's just like, okay. And some double standards is like, you can't do nothing about it. You know, I mean, like you said, it's guys that be on a panel and they don't want to take her home. They talk about the single mothers, but it's like I said, why is she a single mother? Why is it that you lay down with her, but you know, you didn't stick it out with her? That's just like, okay, if I say that I date, if I'm going to date you, Ginger, right? And then you ask me, what was your last relationship? And I tell you, my last relationship was with a guy, but it shouldn't matter. 9 times out of 10, you're going to be like, I ain't messing with that. But with a female, it'll be a difference. A guy will be like, oh yeah, she had a girlfriend, but you know, that was cool or whatever. It's just double standards. There's double standards in life, period. And it's not right.
Who makes the double standards?
People.
Mm-mm.
We're not gonna sit here and say men make all the double standards. I just gave you one of. Would you date a man that just his last relationship was a man?
I don't know.
Hello,
I don't know.
you don't know.
No, I
Honestly,
wouldn't. I know I'm not.
I don't. Honestly, I don't know.
I'm
I'll
not.
be honest. I
I'll be
I
really
mean,
honest.
because you know what?
Yes.
Because I know how many men are out here dating men and they won't say a fucking word.
uh,
Ooh,
oh.
But we won't talk
okay,
Yeah,
about that.
Okay. Okay.
that's probably true too. I
Hey,
didn't
I'd
say
rather
it's
But
somebody
right.
be
listen, but
honest
when you
than
think
not.
about it,
People
because
need
you
to
think
just be
somebody every day
honest.
was dating a nigga and he was getting bent over, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna
Oh.
say no, I'm not doing that. And let's be
Right.
honest. But if a man said, oh, if a girl said I had a girlfriend, I dated women before, he's gonna be more inclined to be
Because
thinking that's
men make
cute,
the double
stretchy.
standard.
But we're no women. That's us though. That's a choice we're making to not date men who have been with other men. And let's be honest, men don't have
Because
anything to do with that. That's us because you're not gonna want a man that has somebody penetrating him. Let's be for real.
because
Okay.
it's a
So
Now,
construct.
wait, can I
They
say
told
something?
you
That is
that you
not true
shouldn't
wait,
because
talk
wait,
to a
wait,
man
wait, wait,
like that.
I've known a
wait.
female
Tam,
that
What you say?
dated a
Y'all get
guy
up here with your
that was
old ass shit trying
bisexual.
to be disrespectful because I can get real reckless up here. Y'all bitches be up here old as fuck, mad as fuck about life, and that's why shit don't be going y'all way. Y'all be unhealed as fuck, and that be the motherfucking problem. I can't do this toxic shit today because these old bitches be mad as fuck for no motherfucking reason. And for what? This is the same reason why y'all be old as fuck with no man.
These are children in the back.
No
what?
motherfucking
What?
no
Wait a
motherfucking.
minute.
Who done set her
What
off?
you
happened?
know
Hold
what?
Who
You
done
know
on.
set
what?
her
You know what? You
I
know
off?
can't do
what?
the
You know what?
disrespect
You
today.
know
We're
what?
not
You
doing
know
that.
what? You know what?
Bye.
Guys, I'm gonna let the new panel members speak. So, Champ, and then Man can go.
You know, we live in a world where it's very judgmental. It's a very judgmental world that we live in. If you like what you like, and everybody always say, "Oh, I don't deal with that person because they like A, B, and C." Say, for instance, you like oatmeal. I may not like oatmeal, so you're gonna stop dealing with me because I don't want to eat breakfast because you're eating oatmeal. You're not going to eat with me, and that's how people look at other people. Just like with the money situation, when you pocket watching, you looking at everybody else's pocket, but you don't even know what's in your own pocket.
Can you
And
answer
that's
the?
where
I just
I'm
when you're
sorry, go ahead.
done. Yeah, I would like you to answer the prompt, please. When you're done. Go ahead.
You know, it's a lot of people that we live in a very judgmental world.
And everybody has this thing where they say accountability is not being taken. People take accountability. If you was to kick somebody's foot and you apologize, you're taking accountability, right?
No, accountability is acknowledging you did something wrong and then changing your actions. So if I punch you in the face and I apologize, you would expect me to never punch you in the face again, right?
Oh no, you'll be on the floor.
That's not what I asked you. It was an analogy. Let's keep
I understand. Actions get reactions. That's all it
cool.
is. That's
But
how
what
I
I'm
grew up.
saying is, if someone did something to you that you did not like, and they apologized, like you just said, they acknowledged it and they apologized, wouldn't you then expect them to not do it again?
Yeah, because
That's
the first time
accountability.
is the first time is a mistake. The second time is on purpose by choice.
Correct. So accountability is not me saying sorry. I did do that. Accountability is the action after me not doing it ever again.
Now that right there can be, say for instance you're on a crowded train, right? You're on the crowded train. You bump into somebody by mistake. You apologize. Now, mind you, you're in the crowd and you standing right next to the person. You bump them again. Hey, I apologize. How many times you going to keep apologizing for being somewhere where you have no control over?
So are you saying men have no control over their circumstances?
No, I'm not saying men don't have people. I don't do this men versus women thing, because at the end of the day, it's both sexes do the same damn thing.
Okay. Um Man, you have the floor, and then after that, locksmith. Man,
What's going on?
what's going on? Can you please answer the prompt and give your opinions?
Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute. Men often embrace accountability in theory, but how do they react when it becomes persona
Well,
or,
damn.
or requires actual change?
It
Okay.
to say personal. It got cut
Uh,
off.
oh,
I
okay.
agree. I agree with the host when she says accountability comes with change of behavior.
Okay. How do you feel about the prompt?
I just said it. I agree with you.
Okay. Okay, you agree. Um, Locksmith, you have the floor.
I was saying I agree with the host. I think I'm talking to Ginger. Yeah, I agree with you when you were saying to the man who had the analogy of being in a nightclub that the behavior should change. I understand where he was coming from too, but in a personal relationship, let's call out cheating for instance. You know what I'm saying? You want to prove that you're not a cheater no more, that you want to, be fidelity or whatever. You do things that help your partner feel more comfortable in building that trust with you again, because you're taking accountability. You you broke the trust. So if she wants your phone tethered to her phone or location, that's something that you're gonna have to endure. If she wants you to check in every 2 hours, that's something that's going to make her comfortable, and that's something that you're willing to do. Go ahead and do it. And there's no time limit to where you can be like, come on now, like you still 7 years down the line, but you broke that trust 7 years ago, and she stayed with you. But you're gonna have to deal with the fact that she gonna always think about that shit. So you're gonna have to always reinforce that trust. That's what I think.
I think my real question that I'm asking is, men preach accountability, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's great in theory when somebody else has to take it. But when it becomes personal, it requires men to make changes. It requires men to take accountability. Then we start having discussions about the things that women do, women don't do. Why is that? That is my question.
I think your answer is whatever, because I that whole soliloquy I just gave you, that was actually a personal experience of me showing accountability and somewhere I fucked up. So I'm not that guy. But to answer the question, I always come across this. Wait, son, wait. I always come across these men versus women wars, right? And when a man poses our problem with women, right? And the ongoing problem, and it's not me, is the submission factor, right? Uh, soon as they throw that out there, the women they don't answer it. They reply with, "Well, does a man submit?" or some shit like that. Like, we're not talking about the men today. You know what I'm saying? We actually talking about the women today. So I think the answer lies within whatever that struggle is, because we go through the same thing when we're trying to figure you guys out. Y'all throw it back at us. We're like, well, what about the men? Or what about this? Like, we're not talking about the what ifs. We're talking about whatever it is that we just threw on the table. But we could never get a direct answer. We always get the reciprocal. What about the men? I know men that, like, come on now. Like, just, I think that's the beef there.
I hear what you're saying, but I feel like that's what's happening now, though.
Yeah, yeah. So think of those times when us men are are asking you guys the question, whatever the question is, and you reply by saying, "What about the men?" So your question is that I don't know the answer. I think that you should know the answer, because we're always on that side of the field where you guys can't answer our questions. Y'all put it back on, well, what about the men? So I don't think nobody knows the answer unless somebody's gatekeeping the answer. I just think that everybody, to answer the question, I think that everybody is just more concerned about themselves. Where nobody wants to hear or anything like that. The world is selfish. The world is selfish, and that's my struggle with humanity. Like, nobody's down to listen in the argument. People listen, have them more that they speaking, and it's crazy. You got to learn. You got to, if you're gonna get in the field, get in there with the objective to understand, rather than causing more confusion. Some things just can't be understood, and leave it at that until you figure something out. But don't add confusion to the confusion. That's just gonna be fucked up. Yeah.
Okay, Rich Shanti, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, oh,
Thank you for the gifts.
See what I'm talking about? I'm said all of that, and somebody gonna say in the chat, "Men are selfish." Like, who that is? We are not free. Whoever you is, some troll with 603 followers.
I was in the middle of my sentence, so you were selfish for taking over my time.
Well, cause I just had to blurt that out because I just read something.
But you
Okay,
know, it is what
whatever.
it is.
All
I'm
right,
used
baby
to it.
girl, shut your ass up. I'm out.
Whoa,
See
whoa,
what I'm
whoa, whoa,
saying?
whoa,
See what
whoa,
it
whoa,
is?
whoa, 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 whoa,
Yeah.
whoa. That
That's all
was
it took, right? You see what I'm
that was
saying? Oh, but I'm the
mean.
one who don't want solutions, though. I'm the one who don't want no solutions. Okay. Shut your
Talking
ass
about
up
the
as soon as
game
somebody
is
say something.
crazy.
Oh, okay.
He was doing so
Uh,
well too. He was doing
Of
so well.
course, because he was putting on the front for
He was
y'all.
putting on the
Uh-huh.
show.
But then
Oh
this is the thing, and it's not like, it's one of those things where people are digging information out of you. Men come up and people come up, period, and they put their information out there, and then they get mad when people judge it. Like, what the fuck? This dude said he cheated on his wife, you know what I'm saying? And then he had to be monitored for 7 years, right? And I would say to that sister, why the fuck did you say? You know what I'm saying? But his accountability is saying, yeah, I did it, and now she can monitor my phone. And I'm pretty sure in some way, shape, or form, after 7 years, it's probably been a living hell. You know what I'm saying? But he won't say that. He won't take no accountability for that. He'll say, what's the problem? You see what I'm saying? That's the problem now. But yeah, I'm the problem because I'm not looking for no solutions from no man. Because guess what? They can do that kind of shit to you and you'll forgive them. What chance do I have in a man listening to me and my bitter ass? Oh my God, it's not gonna happen. So guess what? All that energy that I try to put into teaching other men, I'm gonna put it in to women. That's what I'm gonna do because women typically, at some point, they will listen, especially after it happens to them. Because a lot of people feel like, oh, it won't happen to me. I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna find me a man and he gonna take accountability. He gonna be good to you. But how is he to other women, right? How is he to other women? Oh, I guess that don't matter. As long as you got a man, as long as you got one, then that's cool. So I should keep on looking for solutions for men who think as individuals only. They only think about themselves. Every last man who has came up here has talked about themselves and their personal experiences only. But I digress.
I'm gonna let Ari go and then 22 go.
Okay, is my connection better now?
Yeah,
Is
a
it
lot better.
okay? Cool, thank you. Now, I want to, even though he's not up here, I want to respond to that point he made about when men ask women a question and we say, "But what about men?" The reason, and even if he's in there or not, but I've watched a lot of those men versus women things too. A lot of the reason why when men be like, "Oh, well, why do women do this?" and we say, "Well, what about the men?" is because the reason we do what we do is because of something that happened with the man. So it is necessary to bring that up. When it comes to us asking men about why do y'all do this, a lot of the times that just has to do with you as a person, or whether a woman did something to you or not. There are some men who would still be that way. So I feel like him trying to make that like an equal thing was like didn't make sense to me because it's not equal. Plus, his behavior is a perfect example of what we're talking about with accountability. He immediately started cussing her out because she said, "You interrupted my time." That alone shows is like a micro example of how like men be just not I won't say men because it's not all men, but how what we're talking about is I hope this makes sense because I'm a little irritated by that, but it's just like it's not an equal playing field because they don't see us as equal. So when we bring up what men has done to us, it matters often. Versus when we ask a man, why do y'all do this? And they say, well, what about women? And it will turn back into, well, women do this because of men. So again, why do men do such and such and such and such? And I think the simple fact that they don't want to answer that question is because they will have to admit that at their root, they messed up. And no one wants to admit that they messed up, but they did. So they don't want to admit that.
I agree. 22, you have the floor.
Hello. To answer the prompt, I do think in a lot of cases, men do. I think a lot of people who aren't ready to be self-aware, not just men, but I do think for the sake of the prompt that men definitely can embrace it in theory. But it takes a lot of self-awareness and confidence, honestly, to be able to even take accountability in situations because it's not always just a surface scenario where it's petty. Sometimes it's some big stuff that you have to take accountability for, and you really have to be able to be sure and strong in yourself to do that. And to be honest, as someone who has witnessed men try to hold other men accountable, the same way they are with women is the same way they are with each other. It's like a brick wall. I've witnessed in situations my brother try to redirect my other brother in something and see how it's like, how are you not understanding what he's saying? If a person's mind is set a certain way, it doesn't matter really what you tell them. They're going to do what it is that they want to do and take things the way they want to, react how they want to. And in the end, it's never going to be a real like moment where they're taking accountability because it's always going to be a finger pointing situation because it's always a victimization in the things you do versus realizing what part you play in the victimization that you experience, if that makes sense. And I think that in a lot of cases, when men have tried to hold other men accountable, most of the time they just walk away. And that person's probably still going to be doing the same thing they was doing when they was trying to be corrected or people was trying to correct them. Like, it's unfortunate. And I hate to seem like there's like no hope and there's no changing. But I think that it's like a lot deeper in something within self that honestly probably no outside person could adjust with some people, where it's really something that's a mental, spiritual breakdown going on with people right now. We're just listening where I'm not understanding the breakdown, where it's just, I don't know. I really feel like either people don't want to understand or there's really something psychologically going on where they can't.
22, can I ask you? So when I hear something like, when I hear you say stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It then makes me pose the same question that Rich Auntie keeps asking, right? If men don't if men can't even hold each other accountable because of the way they behave, if they won't stop what they're doing because this is simply who they are, then the question is, how can I as a woman in good faith encourage other women to be with men?
Yeah, so So for me, I'm not a pessimistic person. I'm going to be honest. I've had some horrible experiences in my life, but I'm not a pessimistic person. I'm grateful for that for me as a person. Okay. So I'll never tell somebody don't do this, but I'm going to always give the cautionary tales and the warnings and the things to pay attention for too, so that you can gain your own wisdom and experiences in life, because we all are bound to have them. So I'll never tell somebody don't do that or don't be with them unless I know that there's something genuinely going on. That's the only way I would outright tell somebody I wouldn't think about getting in a relationship, because I don't know anyone's purpose, the reason of why and hows and any of that. And I know if I'm not a bad person and I know people that aren't bad people, then I'm not going to just say everyone in the world is a fucked up person. Everybody in the world got some healing to do, but everybody's just not a fucked up person. The world is really messed up, and a lot of the times I think that the bad parts are like kind of like shined more, where it kind of overshadows the people that are out here really trying to make changes and be an influence that's positive to other people. So I don't know, it's so tricky, but coming here I'm learning so much with just some things that make me even question as a person in a relationship, that I'm looking at some things and trying to like say, you kind of, it's full circle. It makes you look at things to say, with y'all saying, well, that's how he treats you. It matters to me how someone I deal with speaks about other women, handles other women, treats other women, especially their mothers. Those things matter to me. So I can't speak for other women. And I would hope there's no woman here that would allow a man to disrespect another woman for any reason in front of you without correcting that. And that too is a thing. It shouldn't make you feel good as a woman to hear another man bash another woman. Like, I don't know. I just think all the way around there's a lot of fucked up things going on. And the way he was pointing fingers is exactly what the issue is. That is exactly what it looks like in theory versus really taking accountability.
I'm telling you.
That's just my opinion.
I'm
Can I?
gonna let Man God go, and then Rich Auntie. And correct, he came up here talking about when I go on these panels, everyone's spreading confusion, but he just spread hella confusion. That was weird. So Man, go ahead, and then Rich Auntie.
Yeah, I think the issue, like she was saying, it's as a whole. We a broken community, and we not taking the time to heal, and we rushing through these processes too fast. We need to slow down a little bit and realize where we at and come with viable solutions so we can move forward and get out these loops of going back and forth with each other. But it's kind of inevitable because it's life. It's supposed to be like this at the same time. But I'm gonna speak to why men hold women accountable, and in reference to them not. That's what I'm getting out the prompt. Men want to hold women accountable, but don't want to hold themselves accountable. Just to make things simple.
Mm-hmm.
I think me, both ends. We should both be held accountable. While we hear this rant of men holding women accountable, especially in the BLK community, I believe it's because we realize as men how valuable you are and how much power you hold. And I don't think our women really realize this. Y'all shape everything moving in a society. Men are moving off of women. Y'all are the teachers of society. The first school is the 9 months in the belly. You always with mama. When we put you into the school system, you're more than likely are going to be taught by women. All these social institutions are filled with women. So we understand we have to compete with women or compete to get women. And y'all set the example by how we're raised. This is why we hold y'all accountable, because y'all raised the culture. When we talk about consumerism, it's women. So whatever they showing is what women are accepting. We have to adjust to whatever women are doing.
So what I'm hearing is that women are the leaders of your community or the community.
I'm saying they hold the most power. Y'all pick the leaders.
No, that doesn't make sense. Let me tell
So
you
let's
why.
take it to the political aspect.
Okay.
More men. First of all, there's more women than men. Then when we go into the voting, More men are excluded from voting than women. Y'all control that. When we talk about governmental institution, it benefits women. This society is made to benefit women all the way around. It's no way it's not. That's
It's
why
not true
we
because
and
women
if
are getting their rights taken away, the reproductive ones mainly.
I'm saying it's to benefit women. This is the nature of any if we go ancient times. This is why men get out here and build. This is what motivates us, our women. This is what drives us. That's why we hold you. I'm just speaking to the mind frame of men, why we speak to that. Because we understand your value. And when we look at other cultures, we see how the women understand their value compared to ours. And I'm
But
saying it's both our faults because if we held ourselves to a higher standard, you all would have to adjust also. But what I'm saying is you hold the most power. Y'all birthed the nation. Y'all raised the kids. So y'all are the example to them whether we're there or not. That's the strongest bond you got is with your mama. It's the motherly nurturing bond. That's what we get out here and fight wars for.
So what do we need you for then?
I'm sorry.
What do we need you for then? What do women need men for then? If we
The
do all of
same.
these things,
I'm gonna tell you why. I'll answer that because
things,
to
build
think you don't need.
houses,
I'm
and
gonna.
roads.
I'm gonna answer because for you to even think that would you not paying homage to how you even got here and how your mama got here and your grandmama got here,
How did we get here?
men and women. This is the natural order.
I, I came through my mama's vagina, but
Yeah, but she had to have schmecks with a man in order for you to
so
be
what I hear you saying is men often embrace accountability in theory, but they do not when it comes to personal or actual change. That's what
right.
I hear
So,
you saying.
so I'm
Because
speaking.
you haven't said anything about men's accountability. Now, one thing, when you talked about men's accountability, you said it goes both ways. But you haven't said a
Okay, so
goddamn thing about men. Not one thing.
I just don't
You've been
want you to.
talking for like 5 minutes.
I understand, Rich Auntie. I was giving explanation to the question though, and
No,
what I
you
was.
oh my God. So
Hold
we
on,
got
I'm
to go
gonna
through
no.
another
Hold
five
on,
minutes.
Auntie. Let me speak. I let you speak. I heard what you had to
yeah,
say,
let
and
him.
you just and you
Yeah,
missed it.
Oh my
So let me
God. Okay.
I'm gonna
I'm
make
gonna be
it
quiet.
simple. No, Auntie. I'm gonna make it simple for you. So what I'm saying is, what I was speaking to and giving examples of is the power dynamic between the BLK man and BLK woman in this society. And what I'm saying in a nutshell is women hold more power in this society in today's time. This is why men are trying to hold women accountable, and the men that are not changing have this mindset. I'm not saying it's right.
Women accountable for what?
Before but for not holding themselves. Listen, look at the prompt, baby. That's all you got to do is look at the
I'm
prompt.
not, my name is not baby. It's
The
Rich
prompt
Auntie.
has nothing to do with women. The prompt has everything to do with men. And everything
yeah,
that you're saying is going back to the issue. You're saying that, oh, well, you're spending 9 months in your mom's womb, and then you are with your mom mostly, and then when you go to school, it's with a woman. So you're basically saying that the reason that men are messed up and messing up is because of women. That's what I'm hearing. And I am open to being corrected if that's not what you mean, but that's how it's coming off.
No,
And it's
because no, let me correct you. You're close though. So what I'm saying is when I
I'm close
first
to you. I'm close to what? I need. I
now
don't
to
understand.
understanding what I'm trying to say. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is I'm not saying men shouldn't be accountable. I'm saying we should. I started with that. I started with that premise. Both should be held accountable. But I was
hmm
speaking to why men think this way. So I'm speaking to the men mind on
So
why.
men think that they don't need to be held accountable for why men
So
think that way in general.
so another aspect is we are held accountable through society more than women because society will correct a man quicker than it will correct a woman. And we can go on any
When?
aspect, on any level.
When?
Yeah, I need some examples of this so that
When
I
we
can,
talking, just look at the system and how it's ran. I already said it accommodates women more than men, especially when
How?
we're talking about the BLK. So law enforcement is one.
I mean,
Okay.
Government assistance is
sometimes.
another. I'm just saying.
Government, well, when it comes to government assistance, number one, government assistance was not, first of all, let's do small history. Government assistance was not created for black people, that was created for white people. And
I'm
second,
not
government,
saying that. I'm saying
now, let
how.
me finish, let
Hold
me
on.
finish.
I'm not saying what it's catered
Hold
to
on.
though. So I'm just trying to stay on the subject though.
I know, but I'm just, my point, these systems that you're saying benefits women and everything like that, first of all, it benefits women out of a necessity because the men are not there. Government assistance would not be needed if men, instead of creating baby mamas and everything like that, created families. Married a woman you feel like is good enough to have your baby. There wouldn't be a need for government assistance. Not saying that that's in a perfect world. I'm going off this because we know that the economy and all that. But government assistance came because there was no man in the house helping the family like he was supposed to be. Okay, when it comes to like, and I know some people use the child support and baby mom, baby daddy thing. If based off statistics, women get their children more because a lot of men don't fight for their children. If you find a man who actually is fighting for his child, the court goes with him more than likely because women get their kids by default. That's not a perpetuating system. That's just because men don't usually fight for their kids. The systems that you are
Fight
saying
for them.
benefit women are out of necessity and a struggle. That was not set in place because women are just so amazing. If women, if the system benefited women more, this conversation wouldn't even be happening.
I let me just say this, right? And I'm gonna let 22 go. You know what? I'm gonna prove a point to you right now. Let me play this game with you. Let's say the prompt says women often embrace accountability in theory, but oh, you already dropped. Right. The point I was trying to make is if I had framed the question about women and accountability, I promise you not a single man would bring up men. Not a single one of them. Not one. Right? So I'm going to ask, why do we keep defaulting the conversation back to women if the conversation is about men? Right? Because when men hear, oh, women don't take accountability, all I hear is, yeah, you guys are right. Women don't take accountability. They don't do. Wonderful. So now that the question is about men, why are we defaulting it back to women? It's actually starting to give me a headache.
Can I say something?
Well, you
Sure. And
didn't
then after
try.
that, 22 will go.
Well, okay.
I've been waiting to ask
When
this question for so long.
Oh,
when
I've
you're
been
speaking,
writing in the chat. I
wait,
just
wait.
want to know women because the women are wanting men to take accountability. Just a top 5 things of what we want men to specifically take accountability for. What are the things because we're saying accountability, but we want change, right? So, what are at least minimum just 5 things we specifically need them to be accountable for at this point? If
Okay,
we want
I
to get
can
some sort of change going, right? We want to have that conversation.
answer that. So I think the first thing that men have to do is be able to take accountability for self. No more excuses, right? Then I need men to take accountability for each other the same way that they expect women to take accountability for each other, right? And that can look like I said, building community, right? Just like the gangs do it, the gangs will scoop these young men up off the streets, make them feel like they're safe, create a quote unquote, safe haven for them, right? And then have these young boys do nefarious deeds. I want men to do that in the opposite direction, right? Build community. Tell these young men, hey, you don't need to treat women like this. You don't even need to treat yourself like this, right? This is not okay, right? You shouldn't be unaliving each other. You shouldn't be putting your hands on women. Like build that kind of community, right? Take accountability not only for self but for each other, right? Then let's also take accountability for the fact that we for too long have allowed, I'm not a man, but y'all for too long have allowed each other to get away with shit and just giving each other excuse after excuse after excuse, right? Also, let's take accountability for the fact that you tell women it's about community when you operate as an individual, You don't operate in community, right? Because if we did, we would shame more men for the awful things that they've done, not only to women, but to each other, right? That's at least that's what I want.
But can I say something?
I
This
would like
sounds
wait,
like
wait, wait, wait. I would like Manija to respond because it was her question.
From what I heard, it sounds like community and self accountability. Those are two things that I've heard. I literally heard what you said, Ginger.
Community, self
Self
accountability, and then
accountability.
accountability for each other. Yes.
So, but isn't community accountability for each other? Because if
Not
they,
not always. Gangs are proof that it's not.
okay.
Because that's community. And them niggas don't
So,
hold each other accountable for nothing.
so we want to start, men, if you guys are listening, women want you guys to, from what Ginger says, no one else is saying anything because I hear everybody else saying, men, we want y'all to take accountability. But what are I'm just trying to hear the solution to the problem. If we want them to take accountability, because I think a lot of women, and I'm just going to be very transparent here, because I've done this myself, and I'm just going to be honest, because some people get up here and they're not being honest. We want them to take accountability for being bad people, right? Or they cheated on me, or they did this, or they did that. And it's like, okay, that's where you got to come in on your own and take accountability for yourself for dealing with somebody who's going to do that to you. That's why I think the men say women have to take accountability. And I'm not trying to switch the conversation to women, but I'm not hearing women say what you say, Ginger. I'm hearing other things being thrown out there. And it seems like it's more so what men are doing to women, in the sense of they're not being treated the way they want to personally be treated. So that's where they need to take accountability at. And it's not, I don't think that's right, because at that point, that's when we both need to take accountability. You're a shitty person and I'm stupid for dealing with you and your bad behavior. That's all it is. But nobody is really talking about saying what you just said. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing it's something totally different. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what I've been hearing. It's complaining about the shit that they do, the fucked up shit that they do. Y'all can roll your eyes if you want, but I really don't give a fuck. Because women are not taking accountability for our parts. Because you do deal with shitty ass people, shitty ass men, and you deal with it for a long time. I've done it. I've dealt with somebody for longer than I should have. But it is what it is. I got to take accountability on my part. Yes, he shouldn't have did what he did, but I still have to do my part to say I'm not going to deal with I'm not going to be stupid and deal with somebody who's doing that. So y'all got to be so fucking for real. Y'all don't want solutions. Y'all want to complain. Y'all just want to complain, and it's irritating me so bad, because you get to a point where you get to an age and you end up older, mad, and then you're teaching either you got a son or a daughter, and then now I have 2 sons. I don't want my son growing up and he got to deal with somebody's bitter mother because she's mad at niggas. And now the girl's got taken on her mom's bitter pain and all that shit. And now my son's trying to date and be nice to a girl, and he can't, just because, she's learned all this bad negative shit from her fucking mama. No, and I don't want my daughter having to deal with a nigga who ain't shit either. But it comes to a point where if we're raising the kids, I'm the mom and the dad's not here. I gotta teach you how to deal with people, and I gotta teach you how to be a better person. That's my part as the kid's mom, to teach you how to be a better. If your dad's not here, I'm gonna teach you how to be a better person. I'm not gonna sit here and just go on with the same shit I learned growing up. No, I'm gonna teach you how to vet better and deal and see how people, show you how people really are, and to choose better when you're dealing with people, because people are shitty as fuck. But y'all not really trying to have that conversation. Y'all just mad at these niggas for whatever they did to y'all, and that's really the fucking truth.
Can I chime in?
Who's next? Oh, you next?
Me.
Okay.
So I just want to say, I guess piggybacking off of what Ran with it said, something just witnessing, realistically, a woman cannot teach a man how to be a man. A woman can teach a man how to be a respectable man. She can teach a woman can't teach a man the necessary tools. And that's the reality. So you can raise a man to be something. They're going to still choose to be who they choose to be. So not every woman of a child who treats women a certain way, not all the time it's because of her. Maybe it's the behavior of the absentee father. But I would say if men could do anything to take issues, would you mind muting? If men could do anything to take accountability, coming from a woman who has had failed relationships and that's not bitter, and coming from a place of caring about those people, I would say what would make it better for them is to take accountability for their mental health. because I think that's something that's a big struggle amongst the community as a whole, is not really tending to the mental health. I think that will kind of open up the door to be able to then start worrying about finance, things like that, and to really give yourself an opportunity to learn and grow into who you are as a man, and not allow outside influences of friends and different things to shape who you are as a man. Like, and I think that becomes an issue too, where men have a lot of pride, and to take accountability, I think it would take you to have to accept that you're inadequate in some way. And that's a hard thing to say, especially if you feel like in some aspects it's not your fault that you're in that position. But that's where taking accountability comes in. And I think those steps will make it better, with men being able to deal with their mental health, being able to be in a position where financially they're stable, and then worrying about dating. And then from there, you should have become the type of person that's gained enough wisdom
Oh,
in
you cut
society
out
to
a
be an
little.
asset to society, to the community. What part did you not
That
hear?
comes
Where
from
did I
No,
from
no,
cut?
this childhood. They should be being taught to be a good person from childhood. That way, when they get older, they don't have to deal with the mental health stuff. That's what I'm saying. If you teach your kids to be good kids from being children, and they're being good people just in general, then they won't grow up to be fuck niggas and dumb bitches. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
Teach them
but
to
you
be
know,
good
once
people.
you get to a
wait,
certain
wait.
age, and that's accountability. Once you get to a certain age, it gets to a point where it's like, okay, now you're either gonna make it an excuse to be shit, or you gonna, like, pick yourself up and say, I went through some fucked up stuff, but let me find some resources to put myself in a better position so that I can have a chance at a life that's fulfilling for me. So yeah, you can. We all experience some fucked up things. It does not justify or give you a justification to go out and mistreat and cause fucked up scenarios and situations for other people. That's the reality of it. So I think to not coddle is very important, because men are coddled a lot by their mothers. So a lot of people like to say women don't teach their sons. Women coddle their sons because they're afraid of what society is going to do to their sons once they don't have that control anymore, because they see what it did to his father. So those are the things you really got to, like, be open to look at and pay attention to. And men really, with community, caring about the young men that you see doing wrong and telling them, don't worry about them being a knucklehead. Tell them what they need to hear so that they're not headed to hell or jail. Like, those are the ways that you hold yourself accountable and make it better than what it is, without pointing at women.
Okay.
So,
Wait.
okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let Fabby Dollar speak, and then Coach, and then Rich Auntie, and then Issues. Go ahead.
Okay, so well, I'm gonna kind of go back to what Manai just said just a little bit. I'm gonna give you just a little bit credence to the fact that first of all, anybody can be bitter. Anybody can, teach their child the wrong thing based off their own experiences, and now be perpetuating a negative story or stereotype about men or women. Great, I agree to that. And accountability is for everybody. The prompt just happens to be focused on men, but however, yes, accountability is for everybody, and not in the sense that, and I kind of don't like when people say like, oh, like, well, choose better, whatever the case, because then that just defaults the accountability back to women and women only. Because the truth is, everybody should be a good person. Everyone should be accountable for themselves, and that also looks like not continuing or not doing what somebody did to you to pay back whoever was before you or before them, if that makes sense. Because a lot of times men will say, oh, well, women, this, that, and the third, and that's why I'm not a present father. And then the women will say, well, I, this, that, and the third, because that man, whatever. And then it's just going to be a perpetual back and forth pointing to, and then nobody's holding each other accountable, right? But true accountability is start with yourself. And I'm going to do this not because of how it's going to impact whoever the case or how it's going to benefit me, but because I should. Because I should. And then if we can kind of keep that mentality and teach our children that, then everybody will be better as a society for each other, right? And then we can grow together. But if we're looking at who started certain issues or who began certain problems or why society has shifted in certain directions, it unfortunately did start with the men, yes. So accountability, yes, is for everybody, but let's start, just like what Ginger was saying, at the root of where everything started, and then we can start from there, right? But
Yeah.
as adults, we all have to at some point take accountability for ourselves and our choices, the people we are choosing, but we also have to recognize that some people do show up with their representatives. Some people will show up and like, hey, I'm this good person. Hey, look at me, like I'm whatever the case. And then you peel back the layers, or you spend years with them, or you have the children, or you whatever. And then you see, maybe this person wasn't that good of a person. And I'm seeking person, not men, not women, people, right? Because human nature inherently is selfish, right? Forget men and women. Human nature is inherently selfish, right? And we strolled and we see the comments of like different Instagram videos. It's so funny when something's like, whatever shitty situations that people are describing, and somebody will say something like, oh, every day we stray further and further away from God. It's a funny thing, but it's the truth. Every day we stray further and further away from God, and that's where our real problems are. Because when we talk about biblically, right? Okay, let's just start preaching real quick. I'm not gonna get too Christian, but let's real quick, right? It's men, love your wives as God loves the church, right? And women, submit to your husbands, but the husband must submit to God first. You feel me? There's a higher something that you are also submitting to in the first place that sets the tone for love, respect, and just general family, community, whatever. And we're straying from that. And now we're asking, where is the problems? Where are the problems coming from? That literally, nobody wants to be held accountable to not only themselves and each other, but God. So it really does become now lawlessness, and we're all just fending for ourselves or trying to make sense of what's going on. But because we have strayed from the blueprint of what we should have been in the first place, and this is where we're at now. So I'm gonna just say that.
Okay, Fabi, is it you, just let me just say this. I hear what y'all saying. These spaces, I think they're just a little bit toxic for me. The men and women spaces, it's just a little too much because as people, we are people, we do fucked up shit. It's not a blame game. And I feel like people who have kids, especially if you have kids, boys or girls, this type of stuff is damaging to them because it's just getting passed along whether y'all think so or not, because how we think is they're with us the majority of the time. How we think and the things we believe and say and do, they're gonna latch on to all of that. So y'all have to understand, y'all are literally just passing on this as women. Y'all saying men create most of the problems. You're telling your sons that you're literally trying to, but oh, my son's the exception because it's my son and not that's not, no, it's not true. You're teaching your kids this stuff. So just to, y'all know, y'all are being toxic individuals to your own children because y'all are letting them know that men create most of the problems. And then you're telling your daughters men are terrible, this and that. It's just bad, nasty behavior. All in all, it's damaging to everybody,
But
and it
did I
makes me
say
no
that though?
sense. No, I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking in general that
Okay.
this is bad because it's just getting passed on to the kids, and they're gonna keep spewing this nasty, hateful behavior, not just to they're gonna be telling it to their peers, their kids, their grandkids, everything. It's never gonna change because that's all we're talking about. Is it started with the men? They're terrible. This is what happened. But okay, where's the fucking solution? Let's
Okay,
find
but
it.
the solution.
Let's get a let's we've identified the problem. Now let's come up with a solution. The solution is
Okay.
not talking in circles about it and telling men that they started all the shit, the terrible shit, and they're just terrible human beings, and they keep doing it because now you're doing this to your sons, your grandchildren, your grandsons, your nephews. Okay, it's not cool.
Got it.
I,
So what
I
I would
wanna
say the
wait. I
Really got
wanna
to
solution is.
put in the
wait.
work
Give me
though.
a second. I want to preference by saying this. Like, cool. I know these the prompts are polarizing and they draw a lot of emotion, right? But even to the men, that because men, even the men are coming. I'm gonna share something with y'all. My biggest audience on these lives are men. Shocker, shocker. I know it's crazy, right? But a lot of the men that are coming back is because I'm here to address the problem in a way that I'm not interested in coddling men anymore. This is the truth. And then in the same breath, I offer men solution. Like, I have men up here that do mentorship programs that I connect them to. I have therapists up here that I connect men to. I tell men to build community. Like, yes, here is the problem, but I make sure I always offer the solution. I tell men all the time, build community, all the time, go to therapy, all the time, get some help, all the time, hold each other accountable. If you don't feel comfortable because you feel like women aren't doing a good enough job raising these boys, which is what they come up here and say, I tell men all the time, get together, go play basketball, go collect stamps, go, whatever it is that go play video games together. Find a man that you trust, a good man that you trust. Talk to him. Get some real help because it's proof they're not listening to us. They're not. Because if they were listening to us, we wouldn't have to talk like this. So I'm like, you know what? Talk to each other, right? Find a good man in your life and talk to each other. I tell men, hey, do Big Brother programs. Do something in your community. Like the gentleman Cash, he says that he goes to the PTA, he speaks to the youth. Yes, I want you to do all that as a man, and I also want you to educate yourself. I don't want you to just tell these men to be good men. Like, that's beautiful. But I need you to educate yourself on femicide. I need you to educate yourself on the mortality rate of women giving birth, especially Black ones in this country. Like, I want you to do all of that so that we can cultivate a better generation of men. And I also want Coach to speak, and then Issues, and then open panel. Oh, Rich Auntie, did I
Oh,
skip you?
It's okay.
Okay, yeah, Coach, and then Issues.
oh, thank you. I think these conversations are definitely important, and community is 100% necessary. I've worked for a number of public schools and private schools where our young men are lacking. I can say just from personal experience, there are a lot of these young men that are coming from single parent homes, and just having conversations with them about just boy stuff, turning into a man, how to treat a woman, some things that they can do in their community, and helping them understand that people are looking up to them. It helps them think bigger than just getting money. One of the schools was Eagle Academy from Young Men that I had put in the chat in New York City. They're all across the 5 boroughs, where they deal with not only teaching them how to tie a tie, but also looking into different careers and how to be someone that's part of a community. If we have more of these, then it can become a lot easier. Where yes, there does need to be safe spaces for our young men, our boys, etc., where they can do things like you said as a host, to collect stamps or go to the basketball court. And a lot of the communities that I have started with sports. So I'm constantly around people that deal with sports. We talk about community issues. We talk about how we can be better so that we can pass it on to the next generation. And I think as we can continue to do that, rather than, like the young lady said earlier, instead of just pointing the blame, we can look at ourselves, we can get with like-minded individuals, and then figure out how can we get to this problem
You
by
fucking bitch.
I apologize. Continue. We're just gonna ignore that.
I'm sorry. If we can all do that individually within ourselves, like most of us are saying, get with a like-minded community, and then move forward with whatever the issue is that we need to attack, then we can be a lot more successful than pointing the blame.
I agree. And also, I say this: misogyny is a double-edged sword that hurts all of us, right? And I say this on the live too. The same way that men can be misogynistic, so can women, right? So I advise even women to continue to find mentorship programs, to break that. Sometimes we are accidentally passing the misogyny to our son. We're happily, in fact, we're picking it up and we're giving it to them by accident, and we don't even know.
That's true.
Issues, you have the floor.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, can
oh,
I just wanted to make one more comment,
go
and
ahead.
I'll let everybody go. I saw that in the group that said that men have no male leaders. I think what's happening with that, and just in my personal experience, there are a lot of boys that are rejecting men that are coming to them and wanting to speak with them because of how they're programmed. So I believe that there are, but it just needs to be strategically with these kids, because their attention span is so short with social media. If you're not catching their attention within the first 10 to 30 seconds, they're already drowning you out, and they're just programmed to the nonsense that we see today.
Okay. Issues, you have the floor.
I thank you. I want to apologize for my background when I first came up. I didn't realize you brought me up and I was braiding my daughter's hair.
No, it's okay.
But so I want to say a couple of things, but I'm not going to do too much. First thing is accountability and community, like communal accountability is very, 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 very important. I think it's very toxic when we kind of set the standard as in order for us to get better is to choose better, because we're not actually addressing the root issue, which is the fact that there's so many people who aren't being better. Okay, because if we're promoting family and we're promoting that people get married and all these things, we have to have compatible people. So people need to, for one, get better. And then the other thing as well is that we can't just sit up here and say that, oh, these kids aren't raised right. When you turn 18, you are a baby again. You don't know as much as you think about the world. I don't care how much your parents told you. hearing somebody say something and actually going out and living and being able to discern in real time is a completely different skill. And you're going to continue to need mentorship as you get older. You'll probably never not need mentorship, right? Even in your 30s and so on. So, and then that mentorship should come with some accountability as well. You get to learn so much about life and people. It's certain situations that as a child you'll never be in. Even when you date as a teenager, you're not looking for the same things as you would be looking for and as an adult. You won't have the same perspectives. So it's impossible to say, hey, just teach your kids better. No, life is a journey. You can't just become a great person overnight. You have to go through life and become self-aware, right? Because you're not self-aware. You're not in enough situations. You have to become self-aware. Your brain has to expand. You'll make mistakes. You have to, sometimes you might sustain trauma from those things. You have to go back and edit those things. Life is a journey. You can't just say, oh, you just didn't raise your kids right. No, life is a journey. So we have to come back with community. We have to have strong self accountability. You have to be accountable for your own actions. And we also have to get in the habit of holding each other accountable for our actions. Just thinking that you're going to raise a kid to when they're 18 and if you do your job right, they'll just, life will be just this easy breezy thing. That's not realistic. And that's, kind of where I want to leave it.
Okay, we have an open panel, everybody, until I bring somebody new up. So
I had a couple of points that I heard that I wanted to, and I wrote them down. Okay. I don't want to be ADHD. I think that when it comes to this accountability thing, especially for men, I think there are sometimes two different conversations. Well, for me, it is always two different conversations when I come into certain panels or I talk to certain people. I think a lot of people want men to take accountability on an intimate compatibility, relationship, type status thing. I really don't care about that. And what I care about men being accountable for is on more of a global scale, particularly Black men, Black American men, when it comes like the things you said, like femicide, the way that we are portrayed uh, to other races of people, how we're not taken care of, how we're not protected as a people. And so when we have two different conversations about that, I think the dialogue is going to collide and you're going to feel like I'm feeling some type of way about men, period. Right. Because I have a son. Right. And this is what I have learned for sure from being on panels. Women who have younger sons, they always take offense to the way that I talk because you feel like your son is in that number. And I'm not saying anybody in particular. I'm just noticing something that I have noticed over the last couple of years because you don't want to feel like your son is in that number. I don't want to feel that way either. But guess what? It's not about my son as an individual and how I raised him, right? Because I think I did a pretty good job. He okay, yeah, right. But I still understand that he is a man. He is a man at the end of the day, and society is going to take over regardless of what I have taught him, what I try to do, what I say to him. So I might as well understand that and give that to him. And I honestly think he is a better person for it. Now, that's for other people to decide. I'll let other people decide that, but I think he's all right for now. Okay. Something else people said. Somebody else said something about people being sad and bitter. This is my philosophy on people who are sad and bitter. The people who are sad and bitter are the people who never take accountability and they just keep going and looking for love. They just keep
Mm.
looking for it. Those are the people who are not accountable because they don't do no work to figure out if it's you or them. They just keep looking for it and they do the shadow work and they get themselves together and they new life, new me, and they go back out there and do the same thing, find the same man or woman with a different face. But I digress. But I'm not bitter because I ain't got no skin in the game, right? I'm over here chilling, living my best life, got
Like you
candles lit,
say
got
me because
candles
I'm
lit,
the one that said
right?
those things that
I mean, I know
you just
I'm gonna
wrote
say
down
this.
on your little piece of
I know a
paper.
lot of women who are sitting around lighting candles,
Say
drinking
me.
tea and matcha and living their best lives. I'm in a circle of women like that right now. I can call all of them in here. We just be cackling and just having a girly pop time. Okay, the next thing, this it goes to the men coddle their sons, right? When you coddle your sons, you're not teaching them. what it is to what the world is going to teach them, because the world is fucked up. They're going to make him be a man, right? That's why they always say
Hmm.
as a man, because the world is going to teach him, nah, brother, you can't do that. You are a man. You are programmed to do this, right? And that's why a lot of programs make me very fearful. I took my son to a mentoring program. I ain't gonna say which one of the best ones in the country, one of the best known ones where they vet and all that stuff. Guess what? Him and his wife tried to holler at me. Uh-oh.
Wow.
And on top of that, a lot of times when people start programs, they start them for the wrong goddamn reasons. You'll bring a football team into an area where they need shoes and socks. Make it make sense, but I digress. I digress with that. And then on top of that, if a man is teaching a boy, what is he teaching them? Because a lot of times the cycle just continues because he just teach a lot of misogyny and a lot of bullshit. The cycle continues because he ain't teaching him nothing because he don't know nothing. I don't date men like that anymore, but I would never date a man knowing what I know now. I would never date a man who is misogynistic or has misogynistic characteristics or he doesn't know a thing about patriarchy, femicide, those type of things. But y'all can keep going. Because if you ask your man the right questions, I promise you, he gonna say something that's fucked up to you. I promise you. Because he ain't deconstructing nothing, but you want my man, my man, my man. And it goes back to the fact that women are not accountable for the fact that we have to dumb ourselves down and be quiet and put our fingers over our mouths because we know we don't want to have certain conversations with our men because if we did, we would see the ugly side of him too. So how do we do better? We have to talk about what is really the root of the problem, which is misogyny and the way that men think and the way that they have been programmed. Because guess what? It ain't just tearing up the households, it's tearing up the world. And we see that if you look outside your door and take off your rose colored glasses, the world is not in a good space. You might be driving your AMG, but you might not be tomorrow. I land my plane.
Okay, my divinity, you're the newest panel member. I'm gonna let you go and then I'm gonna open the panel.
Okay, so I've been listening for a couple hours, and I had some things to do, but I'm a little disgusted. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disgusted, and I'm gonna be very direct. The lady that's sitting right next to my boo, rich auntie, I listened to everything that you said. No,
My name is Manija.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but thank you. So I listened to everything that you said, right? And the crazy part, if you don't mind going on mute, because you have it's like an echo. The
Well, you're
crazy part,
directing me. You're
right?
talking to
So
me.
then when I finish, then you can go ahead and
No,
respond if you want to. That's fine.
no.
So when I listened to all the things that she said, what I noticed is that a lot of women, especially women with sons, they don't understand the nature of men. They don't understand the nature of a male in general. So this whole conversation around like what's happening in our community, it's not just happening in our community. It's happening in every single community because males exist in every single community, in every single race, in every single educational, socioeconomic place. They're just men. They're everywhere. The problem that we are having is that no matter how a woman comes to a man, there's always going to be a problem. Just like Rich Auntie said, if they're not deconstructing patriarchy, if they're not deconstructing the fact that they have issues with misogyny in their mindsets, and I'm gonna add another one that I always touch on: narcissistic traits, tendencies, and personality disorder. If men do not address those major three things and do a deep dive, and it starts when they're young, then there's gonna be a problem. So if I have a son as well, if I know that, because I not like Auntie said, I'm now aware of these issues now. My son is 16 though, but when I look back, even from the time my son was young, I saw these behaviors in my son. And a lot of us as women, if we're honest, that have sons, we will be able to say that we saw a lot of these things too, or you're just not aware of it. So I think that it's disingenuous to say that women need to choose better men because baby, the fact of the matter is all males, XY chromosomes, have the same issues across the board. Society does not make it any better because society society gives them a false role that they have to live up to, that on a biological level
My
they
God, the
can't
bomb
even.
shorty nigga.
Okay, on a biological level, these men cannot even stand up to what they're told they're supposed to be. I need that to be understood. The men have issues with their prefrontal cortex, with their development, and they did not have to be dropped on their heads as a baby. Males just mature slower than females. That's just what it is. And any man that has sense will tell you that, unless his ego is involved. And then that brings me to another issue, the ego. Anytime women meet a man, no matter what stage that woman is in her life, she has to first come up against an ego, and that's including when they're teenagers. And the foul part about this whole conversation is telling a woman to choose better when all men across the board have these issues is foul. Instead of telling us as women, you need to leave the first sign of abuse. Okay, as a woman, you should already have enough knowledge to know that abuse comes on subtly. They don't just come in the door one day and just knock you the hell out. It often starts with mind games, and then it progresses to certain things that they're saying. Then it progresses to threats. Then it's a progress. It's a snowball effect. And by the time you look up, you 5-10 years in a relationship, and now he beating your head between the washer and the damn dryer. And then what happens after that? You already know it takes how many times before a woman actually leaves for good. And let's just hope that she don't be put on a t-shirt before that happens. Because are we going to also act like the men are not dangerous? Are we also going to sit up here and act like women have not seen their own moms, sisters, themselves even in these relationships? And now all of a sudden, because you popped out a son, you feel like you have an ought with women who are telling the truth about men. I mean, about men. That's crazy to me. Because if you feel the way that you feel, and you feel like you don't want to see the bigger issue here, then the issue is women like you. The issue is women like you.
Okay, are you done?
I
Because like
could be.
I said earlier, y'all are hearing to just respond. I said exactly what you said. It starts when they're little. It starts in the home. And I never, ever, 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 ever. Watch out. Hold on. I never said that women need to pick better. I said women are only having the conversation about accountability when it comes to their personal relationships with the men that they deal with. And you just proved my point by saying women end up in abusive situations and it takes them so many years to leave. I can speak to that because I've dealt with that. I said women need to start taking accountability when it comes to those relationships specifically, because instead of leaving at the first sign, they stay and they endure it, and then they get mad for people for people saying, well, you stay. They stay for enduring it, okay, when they should have just left. That's literally what I said. I'm not telling you to take accountability. Excuse me, I'm not saying for women to. Did somebody send her to mute me? Nobody's blaming a victim. Did somebody send her to mute me? 'Cause I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
What it was. She sent the hand heart to
I
me.
think the hand heart was sent to somebody on the panel.
Okay, just making sure. But no one told. I never said for women to pick better, because you can't pick somebody you don't know who when you don't know who they are 100%. So that's not something I said. So you can retract that. That never came out of my mouth. I said when it comes to you guys wanting men to take accountability, be specific on what you want them to take accountability for. Because all I hear is accountability, 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 and there's all there. The root of the problem is this. The root of the problem is the man. The root of the problem is this. But there's no solution to it. No one said specifically what they want men in general to take accountability for, aside from Ginger.
I have
So I
solutions.
think that you guys want men to be that hold their feet to the fire, but even Rich Auntie said women need to take accountability. But in her little last statement she made, y'all, we got to stop blame game. Is all I'm saying. It needs to come to a point where there needs to be a solution for the entire situation. The entire
Ma'am,
situation.
I just
Everybody
gave
plays
you I just
a
gave you
part in this
three.
entire situation.
But I
It's
just
not
gave you
just
three.
about. It's not just about three. You said those were personal things. I'm talking about men overall in general. Those are
I
personal
just
things that
said
you dealt
that.
with
Three
I'm not even
things
saying
that
you
men,
dealt with in a
three
relationship.
things, ma'am, three things that men overall in general need to deal with that will literally put a stop to a lot of the things, because all of them are under the umbrella. Abuse is under narcissism,
People
manipulation,
abuse
lying,
people. Women
deceit.
unalive their babies
But I'm
all the
not talking
time.
about people, sweetheart. I'm talking
We're
about
all people. Men
males.
are people too.
But
People are
who,
people.
okay, so
That's the problem. That is the
out of the
problem.
two genders, who's more abusive in relationships?
The women are is equally as abusive in relationships as
Yeah,
men
it's
are. We're
Hell
men.
not
That's
gonna
no.
do
It's
that.
crazy.
men.
We're
That's a
not gonna
lie.
do that. People
How
abuse people.
Nah, that's a
Let's be
lie.
for real.
being disingenuous right now.
No, I'm not. Y'all wanna we
Yeah,
gotta stop the blame. People do the same thing that other
yeah.
people
No,
do.
they don't.
People
Not at
do.
the same
Yes,
rate,
they
ma'am.
do. It might not be
Even
at the
if
same rate, but
men
Rahul,
and
you
women
That's
are
the
remember.
both
most important
abusive,
part, ma'am. That's the most
it is
important
never
part.
really reported or respected if a
No, no,
man
no,
is
no, no.
reporting
Stop,
it that a
stop,
woman is
stop,
abusing
We
him.
just
stop.
saw a video. I just saw a video of a girl who just the Uber, the little DoorDash girl who
And
just
who
went
made
on.
that a
Hold on, let me
problem?
finish. No, don't
And
cut me
who
off.
made that a
Let me
problem?
finish.
Who made that a
She
problem?
literally no,
Who made it a
she
problem for
literally
men
said
to
a man
report? Who
had
made it a
sexually
problem for
assaulted
men to
her
report?
and he was laying on his couch. Men don't report things more than
Why
a lot of
not?
times more than
Why
not because
not,
they're not
ma'am?
going to be believed. Because they're not going to be believed because of
It's
people
not
like
because they
y'all.
don't
Why
want
y'all
to
going to
be,
try
they
and
won't
say
be
people like
believed.
me?
It's not
They
because they
don't be
won't be
believed. They
believed.
don't.
Who
You
said
go,
It's
that?
because they will be
and guess
embarrassed.
what? He's so fucking for real. Y'all bitches be sitting up here
I'm
capping
actually,
big
Who you
time, and it
calling
don't
a
make no
bitch?
sense.
Fuck
Y'all
you,
don't be. Y'all
bitch.
literally talking about I'm being
She
disingenuous.
is
No,
fucking
y'all.
ratchet
Y'all
as
never even
hell.
taking fucking
Ain't
accountability
today.
for shit.
guys, I'm gonna mute everybody. I would actually like to put a pin in this. We have two new panelists. Everybody be kind. Welcome, Adam and James. I'm going to let you guys go in the order that you came in. Adam, you can go first, and then James can go after, and then hopefully the conversation shifts a little bit.
Okay. Hey, yeah. Good afternoon. Good morning, y'all. I just hopped on here not too long ago, so I'm not even 100% into everything that was being said. But just to address the topic, I feel like, or I know from experience, really, that men in general have to be accountable. If we're not accountable to ourselves, not to say that other men don't hold other men accountable, but if you don't take accountability as a man, you basically don't end up nowhere in life type shit. And especially as a black man too. So as a woman, you could kind of fuck around and there could potentially always be some type of man out there that's going to basically rescue you, save you. But as a man, if you don't got your shit together by a certain age, which it do get easier the older you get, but still, if you don't have your shit together by a certain age, then ain't nothing really going on for you. So I think that to say that men don't require change or don't acknowledge requiring change is coming from a woman's perspective, or whoever wrote that have no idea to the struggles that men deal with. And to answer the question that someone said, oh, why don't men report shit? It's because we don't really get police involved in shit like that. Like, honestly, my BM, she used to hit me, but she never was beating on me type shit, but she'd get mad. And I just have to keep a level head. Like, for one, I'm not gonna really hit her back. I've never hit her back. I have had to hit a woman back before though. And I'm not somebody that just gets beat up by women. So I don't want it to sound like that, but just women get emotional and just wanna put their hands on people. So I think there's so many ways around it to really slice it. And I'm not gonna deny that women may not experience these things. But to the extent to what a man has to go through, y'all really got no idea. And I feel like that's the part that women don't even get to really hear men's experience because they so caught up in listening to what other women are saying, you know, that they really have no perspective to the actuality. So persona of no accountability from a man, I have no idea what that is or ever even heard of it. An actual change, I don't know a man that could just pop out the womb and not develop himself and really be desirable in life. Yeah, that's all I got to say right now.
Okay, James, you have the floor. And then open panel after James.
Um, um, hold on, I had something in my throat. No diddy. But I think, man, we do hold ourselves, and other people hold us to accountability all the time. I mean, shit.
They call us logical thinkers for a reason, you know. But um, I just want to hear y'all arguing and shit like that. That's why I really came here. Um, y'all could just mute me. So I just want to hear the little two girls up there arguing and shit. Well, two women.
So
No,
I'm not
I'm
gonna
gonna
argue.
no.
I'm not gonna argue, but what I will say is that I really do see the truth and the reality, and I'm a balanced person. If women are fucked up in any kind of way, I have absolutely no shame in admitting any of that. I never said women were perfect. I don't think that women are perfect. We have our ways as well. But what I am gonna say is, speaking for women as a collective group compared to men, we don't do nearly the things that men do. So I just want to say this. There is a term called reactive abuse that defines a woman's aggression, her aggressive response back to her abusive partner. It is a terrible term that has been weaponized by perpetrators of abuse to further blame women for their own abuse and position the abuser as the victim. This is a classic manipulative tactic to level the playing field, to level. I'm sorry if you don't mind. You start if you don't mind, because I was just speaking, and you're showing yourself. Host, can you mute her because she has a really bad signal.
Panel. It's an open panel. It's an open
We
panel.
can't even we can't even
It's an
hear
open panel.
anything that you're saying. We
It's an
can't hear
open
anything
panel.
that
I
you're
don't care. I
saying
really don't
because
care. I
oh
don't
okay.
care.
Well
I really
then
don't care. I
beware.
don't
This is
care.
a
I
Guys,
classic
don't care.
guys,
manipulative
I
tactic.
don't
guys,
care. I don't
please,
care. I don't really care. I really don't.
guys.
I really don't. Y'all be
Okay,
so mad for
guys,
what? What?
guys,
We know that you don't care, sweetheart. That's fine. But it's a manipulative tactic. And what you're doing right now
I'm
is you're
low.
acting
I'm
just
just
like a
like
man.
that. I'm just
You're
like
act
that.
you're acting
okay,
just like a
Please.
man.
guys,
Pay to
please,
drop me. Pay to drop me. Pay to drop me.
guys, oh,
Y'all get it popping in here today. Pay to drop me.
guys,
Go deep into your pockets, sisters.
Oh, it's not
guys.
really guys, host, because every time she starts going off, I just get quiet. I try not to even respond to her that way because I'm not going to disrespect another woman like that. But at the end of the day, though, I'm still going to be honest about the situation. Reactive abuse had to come out as a term because men were going around lying, saying that they're being abused by women, and that's the reason why they don't call the police. Because if they called the police, the bigger issue of what they did to cause the reaction will come into play. I know what's going on.
Can I chime in on this? I
You
want to
can, and
say
you can, and after you're done, I'm gonna let Kay Lee go because they're new. And then I think issues unmuted really, really quickly, and then open panel.
okay. So I want to say with what Ranwood was saying, I agree with some of the things that she was saying. I don't believe that men get abused more. I do believe that they report it less. I've personally witnessed women abuse men, and I'm talking about women that were not getting abused. I've personally witnessed women that I've said things to, but you can't really hold people accountable because people are going to live the life the way that they want to. I've witnessed women dog out good men, the men that that women say don't exist. I've witnessed those things. So I understand completely what Renwood is saying. And I know it makes it so frustrating to not be able to talk about both sides of the things because the prompt is about men. But I don't think anyone should think it negates that there are issues on both sides because I've witnessed it. I've seen myself do things where like I would have called the cops on me for doing that. Younger me, not me at this age now today. But I'm just saying to be fair, and I know it can be frustrating to see it that, there are other sides of the coin that aren't being discussed, but for the sake of the prompt is really what it's about. And I think if you keep that in mind, then it makes it easy to not get so irritated about certain things not being touched on and talked about, because there's no way no woman sitting here on this panel could say that there aren't women that have issues that contribute to the issues in the community. There's no way no one could honestly sit here and say that. So there's no point in getting angry about it because we all know the truth is that we both play parts. And that's all I wanted to
But
say.
we never. If you didn't hear me, I acknowledge that there are women who do these things. The point of what I'm saying is that it's overwhelmingly men. And even when you talk about those quote unquote good men that women have dogged out, y'all have no clue what women actually have, what they go through in those specific relationships with those specific men. The years of all the shit that they've had to deal with, the cheating, the abuse, the weaponized incompetence, the emotional abuse, because a man may think that he's a good man just because he ain't hit nobody, just because he ain't raped nobody. But at the same time, though, the weaponized incompetence,
Not taking accountability.
sir, it's not about not taking
I know a woman
Not,
who
accountability.
not
was
taking
very
accountability.
promiscuous that had a dude engaged to her that was
Right.
sleeping with other men. So
Right.
you
And
can't
so
tell
and
me I
so and
don't
so
know
here,
about the
but
relationship and
here's
what
the
they had
thing.
going
What you
on. Let's
don't know
be for
about, but what
real.
you don't know about, sweetheart, is psychology. So most of the time when a woman is hypersexual, TikTok friendly language, so you can protect the host live.
I'm well
Most
aware.
of most of
I'm
the
well
time,
aware.
then you should want to protect her live. Then most of the time, when women are hypersexual and they're doing things like that, it's because there's a deeper rooted issue. Y'all only want to see things on a surface level, and you don't want to
There
deal with
is,
the
but that's not
actual
a
issue.
justification to
It,
mistreat
it
people,
most
just like it's
definitely,
not one for men to
ma'am,
do
it
it.
is most definitely, but men still do it though, and they do it
That has
overwhelmingly.
nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying it does not justify because you're going through trauma to go and
Ma'am,
mistreat people.
ma'am,
I've been through some horrible
here's
things.
the
I
thing
don't go
though.
out and mistreat
What is
people.
here?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know. You come off too defensive. The thing was, what I
No,
said
I'm
was
not
the
coming off
basis of it,
defensive.
and that's the
I'm
reality of
coming off
it.
with actual facts, and I know that y'all don't like it because y'all don't look into issues on a deeper
That's a fact
level.
of what I said. You're
The
speaking
fact of the
generally. You
matter
cannot
is,
classify all men as abusers, rapists. You
but
can't.
ma'am, I just read an article today that said
That's
millions
an
of men,
article.
ma'am, millions of men in the UK, in the United States, and in Australia have secretly admitted in a confidentiality survey, they secretly admitted to wanting to essay children if they could get away with it. Now, millions of men are also fathers. But when we look at the actual statistics, what really lines up? Why does every single woman before they turn 18 have a story of SA, of being targeted
There are a
by
lot of
grown
men with
men when they're
stories that they
young?
don't talk about that
And
are being
why don't
violated
they
by the
talk about it?
same
Because
men you're
most of the
being
time,
violated
because the
by.
reason why they don't talk about it is because most of the time it's abuse from another man. Exactly. That's the reason
Right,
why they
I
don't
just
talk
said
about it.
that. I
Fuck, we
just
don't know
said that
what
they're
you
being
talking about.
violated by the same men we're being violated by.
Exactly.
It's
So
simple.
at the end of the day, ma'am, what
Nah,
I'm trying to this issue goes so deep. This whole entire issue goes so deep. And
And by
if
women too, to
y'all
be
don't
fair.
have the capacity to have the conversation, y'all really just should stay off the panels.
I have the capacity to have the
I don't think
conversation.
that you
Guys,
I
do.
don't
I
get
don't. Okay,
defensive.
guys.
I don't get offended because I don't take it personal. The main goal is to find solutions. So no one should be offended unless something is rubbing you
That's the
based on
point.
what's being said.
Solution.
So I care about this because I care about community. I don't say it because it sounds good to say. I care about us as a community. I want us to all do better. More fathers being involved, and more people definitely choosing better and looking at red flags and accepting that this is not the person for you. You might want that 10, you are eligible to get a 7, a 6, a 4. Accept that. Pick who is for you, and that would negate a lot of and take out a lot of the things that a lot of people deal with that they don't want to deal with. A lot of us play
You
a
still telling
role.
women to choose better. How do women choose better?
I'm saying, as a woman who has younger chose men and I knew that was not the go-to, I put myself in some situations. I'm not blaming myself as a victim of some experiences, but I see where I played a part in some of the things I experienced.
So
I'd be lying to say I
the
didn't play a
women? What
part.
about the women who the men they literally vetted those men? Those men had education. Those men had status.
I've experienced that.
But hold on once. Those men were great men on paper, right? And then it took them about 5 years, or after the first child was born, or after the marriage vows happened. So
That's how it can
how
happen. That's the reality. And the same for men
so
that
is
get
it?
with women that paint themselves
But
in a way
so you were
that's
both
not
ways
who they
banding.
are.
You were both ways banding it, huh?
I both ways. What? I can't hear you. What did you say?
You're a both ways bandinet.
Yep.
No, I'm a realist. I speak
No,
No.
on
you're a
both
both
sides of
ways
things. I'm
bandinet
not
Okay,
bitter
guys.
because
and
all
angry in
of
life.
the
You know
I'm not
what,
going to accuse.
all of
guys?
the
If I know
Everybody,
I'm a good
everybody,
person, how
everybody.
can I say there's no good men if I know I'm a good person?
She got a
That
good
would be
man. She
crazy.
got a
Guys,
good man,
guys, guys.
Savannah. That's all it
I'm
is.
actually ready to let Kaylee
No, it's
speak.
because you guys do come off a
You have a
little
good man,
toxic
Savannah.
at
I
times.
know you got a good man. It's okay.
You're
Have your
trying
good
to
man, ma'am.
impose. You're imposing your beliefs and thoughts onto
No,
me.
we're not.
That's
Guys,
what you're doing.
No,
guys,
you're not.
guys,
You're
You're listening and
imposing.
you're
guys,
getting
You're
offended.
imposing
guys,
that you don't want a
guys.
respectful conversation. You want to alter someone's
Everybody.
psyche and
No,
thought
you,
process. That's
Exactly.
what you
They
want.
want
You
you to
want
be
a group
mad
of
at men the same
angry
way they're.
teen woman man haters. That's what you.
Guys, please. I'm gonna let Kaylee jump in. Kaylee, the
What's
prompt.
going What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's going on? We doing how we doing?
This is crazy. Y'all off the chain on here.
I promise you, it's typically calmer.
Okay, so I'm reading the prompt, and y'all saying that we embrace accountability in theory, but how we react to it when it becomes personal, it changes. I'm gonna tell you why that's happening. Because we're responsible for what you or the kids do. Whatever y'all got going on, in the end, they're gonna blame the guy. I don't care what happens. That family's out there bad. Oh, where's the dad? That little boy went bad when he was 14. Where's the dad? She got pregnant when she was 15. Where's the dad? It's always his fault. So accountability to what he provide. If he's providing for you and you're not doing what you're supposed to do with what he's providing, you should take accountability to know that, okay, I dropped the ball. He gave me this and I dropped the ball. You can't get upset at someone because you didn't shoot a 3-point shot, or you didn't make a movie, or you're not a maybe your whatever dream that you were supposed to be having for yourself. It's not his job to just give you that dream because y'all together. You still are accountable for you being a good woman, period. You don't have to get mad at someone and then start just doing them any type of way because they're not doing something. You got to take accountability for that. It's unfair for you to just take the law into your own hand. And if you don't like that person and they're not doing what you want them to do, just go. You don't take accountability for even staying around and dealing with it. You can't. I just feel like it's unfair that you don't look at it as like cause and effect or effect and cause. You got to look at it. Where is it coming from? A circle. Where is the beginning of the circle? It's just a cycle, and nobody's blaming or pointing no fingers, but you got to start somewhere. So if he's abusive and he's not there in the beginning, and you stay there, take accountability for that at least. That you stayed. And now you don't get to drag him in the mud because he's not performing right. To me, I don't know about y'all, but that's how I feel.
Okay, I'm gonna let So What go and then Manija. And thank you
I
guys for the
wanted to.
gift. We Not
I
Free.
was
Thank you
supposed
so
to
much.
go after you.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Ugh, girl, I have brain
You
fog.
okay?
I'm gonna let
You
Issues
okay?
go and
Uh,
then So What and then Manija.
I wanted to say, even to what he just said, I think you were kind of speaking to, if I was tracking for the most part, to the financial aspect. And I feel like, I don't know if it's like a black community thing, but I don't think most women are like just make, I don't think that's the biggest issue. Is just, finances, because there's a lot of women that partner in our community that partner with their men to make sure the financial end is met. So I don't know about that, but I did want to speak to. It was a while back, and a lot of conversations have happened, but it was like a comment that was made about leaving at the first sign of abuse, and basically other people's personal experience with abuse, which I find very interesting, because the one thing about abuse and people who operate in dishonesty and with hidden motives and just straight up evil is that they don't play by the rules, right? They understand the social norms and the way we've been taught, and they bend those things to their advantage. And one thing that we're all taught, especially in relationships, is to have grace with people, right? We're taught to have grace. We're taught to be forgiving. We're taught to be tolerant, right? And the beginning of abuse does not start off so harshly. It starts off with, a little bit of, gaslighting here, where an incident happened and they say, oh, no, that's not what happened. Well, what I meant was, or I didn't really say that, little things like that. And, we also taught to, look within ourselves that, hey, sometimes maybe you can be wrong. Maybe sometimes, it isn't this or it isn't that. Sometimes it is miscommunication, and you're taught to work with a person, you know what I mean? And you're also taught that look at the bigger picture. Sometimes it's, look at the good, all of these other type of things. So that's how people end up in situations where eventually that line gets blurred. And a lot of younger women are experiencing getting into abusive relationships when they're young. And what abuse does is it tears down your own autonomy, your own, self-worth, all of these things. So as the time in that relationship keep going, it continues to break you down, break you down, break you down. So I mean, I'm just not understanding how we think that we can use regular societal rules, and somehow that's going to prevent, this kind of harm. That's not really how it works, or the first time. Because if we all went like the first time somebody showed a red flag, we run, we would never be with anybody, because we all have red flags. I don't care what nobody say. We all have red flags. We all have things that we have to work on. That's a part of the journey of life. But what's going to dictate that is somebody's ability to self-reflect, what's their motives, and those kind of things oftentimes take time, because a lot of times abusers, they know how to present themselves as good people, and of course that mask slips a little bit, but everybody has off days. So I mean, we have to be realistic when we're talking about holding yourself accountable, because accountability, yes, you can take accountability as in you're with your own healing and maybe looking at things that maybe you could have done to help yourself not be exploited. But when y'all use that accountability word, y'all be wanting people to take full responsibility for the situation happening. And sometimes that's just how it is. And then here, a lot of these people are in their 30s or in their late 20s or in their 40s. And, you talking to girls who's 19 with a 35-year-old, and he running circles around her. You know what I'm saying? So we just gotta be more realistic, I think.
Okay, Issues, thank you. After Issues was So What, and then Menija, and then My Divinity, you raised your hand in the comment section, I believe. So you will be after Menija, and then open panel.
Can someone go before me? I'm done.
Oh, not a problem. I'm gonna put Menija ahead of you, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I just wanted to say this. I think it's interesting how where the whole accountability conversation is going, but where everyone's bringing up the abuse and the narcissist and things like that, and it's not easy to leave after the first time. But as a grown adult person, you have the option to stay with somebody who is hurting you physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, if you want to or not. So that's a choice you're making to remain in that situation. And you guys say, well, we don't, leave at the first sign, and it's because we don't understand the dynamics of an abusive relationship. You know that something's not right, and you know that it doesn't feel good. So it doesn't make sense why you stay, and then you're up 5 and 6 7 years because I was taught to endure. Well, clearly what your mother wasn't teach you, and it's not correct and good. So you should have left. And this is coming from somebody who stayed in a situation for longer than I should have. And on the outside looking in, I was stupid, and I'm taking accountability for remaining in a situation that wasn't good for me or. You remove yourself when you know better. You know better. You know better. You do better. You know better, so you do better. And I think that's what's being lost on y'all. Y'all just want to say, oh, it's the man's fault. He shouldn't have been putting his hands on me. Yeah, right. He shouldn't have been doing that because he's a person. He shouldn't be doing that. You guys shouldn't be putting your hands on each other. But to sit here and not be accountable for you staying, because you are staying. You're making a conscious choice to stay in that situation, whether you believe it or not. You are consciously staying in that situation on purpose. And it's y'all, women just want to be victims so bad. You don't have to be a victim. You don't. You can make a choice to leave. You can make a choice to do better, to be better. You don't have to stay in a situation, especially when you know the dynamics. We're talking about red flags. You know it was a red flag when he was yelling at you or cussing at you. So why did you stay? Why did you not leave? Oh, you stayed because you wanted to, because that's what you wanted to do. Y'all got to be so fucking for real. It doesn't make sense. Them so bad, and then we want to get in these spaces and hate men so bad. Yes, men are terrible people, but women are terrible people too. The solution should be start, like I said from the beginning, teaching your kids to do better from a young age. Teach them to be good, decent. Then as they get older, continue to have these conversations with your daughters and your sons and teach them how to vet better. Y'all want to keep saying vet. Teach them how to vet better, and that they shouldn't be dealing with certain people. And if this is happening, oh, don't stay. If this is happening, leave. This is a red flag. Teach your kids. It starts with you, and y'all don't want to admit that. Y'all want to say they're going to get 18 and get into society and do what they want. No, maybe so. But if you're constantly in their ear talking to them, I'm sure more times than not, they're going to do better.
Okay, so what
Is
has
she
the
done or is
floor?
she finished?
No, so what has the floor? And then my divinity. And if I skipped somebody, please let me know, guys. But so far I think it's so what and then my divinity and then open panel.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? You have the floor.
Y'all brace. Y'all work with me. I'm elevated right now, so. But I'm gonna stick to the prompt. I don't know if it was this panel or another panel I was on, and the topic was accountability, and we had an extensive conversation with a couple men on the panel about it, and one of them literally asked us like, well, what does that look like? How do we hold our own men in our community accountable? Like, he genuinely didn't know.
It
And
was
so
this panel.
it was this one.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I remember that conversation, and I remember us taking our time to like educate them, show them like this is what it could look like in X, Y, and Z. And then in real time, they were given an opportunity to hold another man on the panel accountable. And instead of doing so, they kind of just went straight to his defense, justifying his poor behaviors towards women and all those things. So I feel like men, and then the last panel I was on was talking about how they lack community, which is true. I feel
That
like
was this one here too.
I said, please bear with me, bro. I am elevated right now. But yeah, so I just feel like, men should work on practicing holding their own people accountable, just like women should focus on holding other women in our community accountable. And I heard other people on the panel talking about, we want solutions, and that's really what it is. Like, after being on panels for so long, you kind of get tired of complaining and blaming each other. We need each other and we want solutions. And I feel like we're not going to get to that place if we don't become very intentional about breaking the cycle of, as far as how we raise the next generations to be. We have to look outside of what we've been conditioned to do, like what's considered normal, traditional, modern, and set our own standard, because we always set the standard for real. And if we don't set the standard for ourselves and act accordingly to what's in our nature, we're going to be hurt. So we're going to hurt ourselves some way, somehow. So, but yeah, men need to work on taking accountability, holding their own accountable. They need to be more intentional with how they raise their sons, because they don't really, they do a good job as far as like telling their daughters, the truth about men's nature, but they don't tell their sons, like, well, I guess they're no better, so they can't teach their sons to be better as far as like how he would go into the world and experiencing other women, like how he would go into the world and build relationships with women. So yeah, they should just work on that and practice for real. Like, get into the habit of doing it. Like, when your homeboys is cheating on his good girl, say something, shame him, start there. Like, and you can't hold people accountable if you a piece of shit yourself. So yeah, I'm gonna land my plane there.
All right. Thank you. So what? My divinity and then open panel. If I missed anyone, please let me know.
Well, I got to be honest with you. Even though this is very triggering, I really do want to, and I know it's probably not going to be received well, but I'm being very genuine about this. I just want to ask, I don't know how to pronounce her name, the lady next to Rich Auntie, are mentally, emotionally, like, are you okay? And I ask that because to call yourself stupid because you stayed, that's not right. And it's not right because you were probably at a young age. And when these things happen to you, those things were not your fault. You staying was not your fault. But I do understand that there is
I
a
never said
conditioning,
anything was my
a
fault.
level.
So And yes,
No,
I'm
no, but
okay.
you
I
you
take
called it, but
accountability for
you
what I
called
do.
yourself
It
you
was
called yourself
stupid to stay
stupid.
in a situation that I knew was actively not safe. It was stupid because I knew better, but I decided to stay from most women do. Rich Auntie keeps saying, you endure, you stay. Yeah, that's what's happening. Women stay in situations that we know are not okay or safe. That's stupid. That is dumb. That is
Would you mind
the
if
literally
I
what is the
but
definition of insanity. Staying
but would you
somewhere knowing
mind
it's
if
not going to
I
change, expecting a different solution. It's not going to change. You're staying for what? That's stupid.
right. And so do you know that when a woman does try to leave a dangerous situation that is abusive, that's the time where she's most likely to be unalived? So it's not necessarily stupid, it's survival. And that's why I wanted to check on you because even though we having this rough back
You
and
don't need to
forth,
check on me, sis. I'm good. I
okay.
don't need it.
That I just think it's sad because that's the reason why a lot of women
You're
end
trying to
up
be funny and I'm
being
not
unalived.
accepting
No,
it because
I'm
you don't
actually not
genuinely
trying to be
care. You
funny.
don't. You
I'm
don't.
wow, that's crazy. So to the rest of the women, I want y'all to understand that it's not because other people are listening to this. It's not stupid if you stay in this situation. Women have been, and this is why being a stay-at-home mom is very scary and why women are speaking out about it, because when you blindly trust somebody and you don't go to work and you don't get an education and you just simply and solely depend on a man, you get put into a situation where you now become a dependent. And once you become a dependent and things get bad, now you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You have no resources, you have no control over your life, you have no autonomy. And when that man decides that he's going to be terrible to you, you really have nowhere to run because a lot of the times, and men have admitted this, a lot of the times men will get you in a relationship and act like the Prince Charming just so they can turn around and isolate you from your family and continue that Prince Charming role until they get you where you have 1 to 2 or 3 kids, where now you don't want to leave your children because mothers are the real protectors. You don't want to leave your children because you know that it wouldn't be a safe environment. So there's a lot that is riding on women that choose to stay in relationships, especially when they have children. It's not stupid that you stay. It is survival. Because oftentimes, you know that saying when people say, I keep my friends close, but I keep my enemies closer. That's really what it's called. It's not called being stupid. That's what it's called. Because when you know that you're in a situation where if you try to leave, that's going to anger the person even more and that's going to put you at risk. That it's not I'm just keeping it real. It's not called being stupid. And as much as you may think that I'm being funny and I'm really not, it just having these conversations is triggering, and there is a part of me that wants to snap because I know the reality and I know that it's not being lived in by you or women who think like you. And it just I just see a lot of behind what's being said, and I also feel a lot of why you feel the way that you do. But I'm not going to get
So
into
your
that because that's not my
advice
business.
to young girls is to remain in an unsafe situation because it's easier to stay than to leave and get yourself
I didn't
into safety.
say, sweetheart, if
So
you
you're
heard what I
saying,
said, I didn't say that it was easier. I said that it
no,
was
that's what
safer
you're saying.
because
It's safer to stay in a
statistically, ma'am, do you not know that statistically it's proven that when a woman tries to leave, that is when she's in the most danger? So it is even in situations where a woman is being raped, if there is a threat to her actual life aside from the rape, they will advise you to lay there instead of trying to fight because you want to save your life. Yes, you're going to endure the trauma, but ultimately you want to make it out alive. Are you not aware of that?
there. I
It's
look.
breaking up.
You're
I don't know if it's doing that to anybody else.
I think somebody
me.
has their mic on and it's causing like a bit of an
Well, she
echo.
keeps having her mic on when I'm talking and her signal is bad.
My signal's not bad.
You do keep having the red bars just like 22. 22 has 2 bars, and when you talk sometimes you have 1 or 2 bars.
Oh, I haven't noticed. Okay.
Um, I
Can you hear now?
yeah, that's a little better.
Okay, my bad. I would never advise anybody to stay in a situation when it's because, like you said, it's not overnight. It's a progression of things that happen, right? They might say something to you, they might do something. It's a progression. So when you notice the first red flag, you should leave. You should, because it is stupid to stay, because you know it's going to get worse. Like you said, there's things, that statistics that prove, right, that more times than not, when a woman decides to leave, it's more unsafe. So we know these things, we're aware of it. When you're aware of these things and you know this person is not good and it hasn't even gotten to the physical point yet, you should leave. But people want to hold their man down so bad. That's my man, my man, my man. But your man is, like you said, knocking your head between the washing machine and the dryer. So now what? It didn't even have to get to that point because you were consciously aware that you should have left long ago. You just decided to stay. That makes no sense to
But
stay,
Exactly.
because it
listen,
didn't start with it didn't
but
start with physical abuse. It didn't.
right,
It
and I
started well
explained
before
that.
that. So you
But I
should have
explained that.
left.
But I explained that earlier when I first made the comment. I said that abuse starts subtly. It is a snowball effect, and like Rich Auntie was saying, the way that women, because see, let's not act like a thing is not a thing. We do know that we've been conditioned to see the best in men. We do know that we've been told that our men especially have gone through a lot of things, and so we should stand by our man. We do know that our men develop a little slower than us, so we have to give them time to catch up. These are all things that we're being told. And if we're not being directly told these things, it's indirectly. Not to mention the factor when you add in religion, to that, that's a whole nother ball game. So that's the reason why I said I deal with things from a certain level of all facets of the parts of the truth that exists. And it's very cut and dry, very black and white to say that on the first sign of abuse that you should leave, because in reality nobody actually really understands abuse or how it takes place until they've been in those situations. We are not taught in middle school or high school what abuse on an emotional, sexual, financial, physical, spiritual, we're not taught what those things look like. It's not until we actually get out here, because this is apparently earth school, but I call it an earth prison. We're not actually taught how those things look. Most women did not know what a narcissist was until we got into relationships with narcissists. And then once we got into those relationships, then we started to realize something is not right. Something is off. My body, your nervous system is a whole entire system that will pick up on energy 6 feet from your body. And it will
If
let
you
you
didn't
know
know
when
this,
there's
why
when
though?
there's
To
danger.
be honest,
Hold on,
why
hold
didn't
on,
you
hold
know
on,
this?
hold on once, hold on once. It will let you know when you're in danger. But we've also been taught that feeling of danger is butterflies. So
Exactly
at the
my
end,
point
so
as to why you should start. We know better now. We are
right,
My
that's what I'm
generation
saying.
knows
We know
better
better
now. So that's
now
my point,
because
is
we've
to
been
teach
through
our
all of
kids
these
better,
things.
because teach our kids it's okay to start telling them things at a not super young, but start working their mind up to understand these things. That's my point, because clearly nobody's mama taught them this. That's why people ended up in certain situations. And if your mama did, I'm not really sure how you ended up in it, because they didn't know better because of what their mama was showing them or
And the reason
experiencing.
why is because
So
abuse comes in all different ways and shapes and forms. The way that my mom was abused in front of me before is not the same that I was abused when I was abused by men. It's not the same way. And I feel like you feel like it's a cut and dry situation, and it's not like that, because if it really was like that,
the
it wouldn't
same
be
thing. I know.
possible.
I literally said earlier, abuse comes in many forms. I know this. So I said, as you know better now, and when you have children now, the best thing for you to do is to tell your children and show them differently. Don't stay in a situation where it's not
But
going to be safe and it'll never, and it's not.
even if you tell your children,
And especially if you have children, you're
even
telling
if
them
you
this is okay. I'm saying because I'm going to endure it for the sake of you. That's what our mothers and grandmothers did. They
did your mom
stayed
do
because
that?
you know what? I
Did
got it.
your
My
mom
mom
do
was never
that?
abused. She was never abused. No. That's what a lot of the older generation did, though. They stayed in situations. It's young, since they say it all the time up here. It's everybody, especially stay with the men, because it's better to stay. But that's not what you should be teaching your children. If you know better, that's what I'm saying. It is stupid to say, because if you know better and you know who's
But
being
that
emotionally,
that's what I'm
physically,
saying. It's
financially
almost like you
abusive,
have a
you should
lack of
walk away.
empathy.
Especially if you have children. You're not even letting me finish. If you have children, you should
Because
definitely
I
walk
heard you
away,
several times
because
and
you're
it still
showing your
doesn't make any
children that
sense.
this is okay. That I'm going
But
to
okay,
remain in this
so
situation because it's, oh, you're not even letting me finish. You're literally
because
you're
what you're
ready
saying
to
is
respond.
asinine,
You're ready. You're
man.
not even.
Because
No, it's
because
not.
here's the thing: if you have children with a man and you try to leave, he has rights. So now what?
When you, it doesn't look, it depends on the state you live in, but at the end of the
Right. So,
day,
but
if
it's
you're
still a
both on
factor,
the
and
birth
that's what you're
certificate
not
in
adding
more
in.
states than not,
It's
if
still a
you're both on the
factor,
birth,
and
no,
that's what
excuse
you're
me,
not
if you're
adding
both on
in.
the birth certificate, if you're both on the birth certificate in more states than not, and this is not in every state, on more states than not, there's no
That's why the signal keeps cutting off
court.
because you
Any
foolish.
parent can take the
You
child,
you
and the
you
other
foolish, and
parent,
that's why the
and the
signal keeps
other
on
parent.
cutting off. Because
Okay.
at the end of the day, go ahead, Rich Auntie. I'm sorry.
I need to cut you off. It's just, girl,
Y'all is yelling
girl,
here.
go.
Y'all cutting me
If
off.
you want to stay interested in peeing for the rest of your life, go get it. And any woman who thinks like you, go. All women are needed. All women are needed. Period. Go sacrifice yourself for the good of men. Period. Thank you. Shit.
What's the other
I mean,
thing?
we got a sister up here who is actually trying to show some empathy, and that is even cut off. Those type of people always are the ones who got issues with their mama. I swear to God, girl, go get you some dick for
Girl,
real.
you go get you some dick
Go get
with your
it. Get
old
it
ass. With your
all. Get it
old ass.
all. I
That's
don't
why
want
you're
it.
miserable
Yes, I'm
ass
old
bitch.
and I'm broke
That's
and
why
all the
you're
things that
miserable
you
ass
said.
fuck
Guys,
dick
I'm
sucker.
not
guys,
as good as the
guys. Let me say something. I'm
Work
not
out for
gonna. No,
you
no,
with
no.
the
I'm
nigga
gonna.
that you were with. Clear.
No, 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 no,
girl.
no,
Get you
no, no,
on
no,
the
no, no, no,
curve,
no,
like
no, no,
somebody
no, no, no,
said.
no, 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 no,
Complaining about niggas that never problem. That's why you're mad and you want to tell young girls to stay with niggas that they
Girl,
shouldn't
you
be.
can't.
That's your
You're
problem.
not
no,
gonna take care of your kids in your
no.
That is
twenties.
You know what?
so go
Niggas
talk to that
I
nigga.
crying.
Go
Go
y'all
get
talk
wanna.
them.
to
Hey,
that nigga that didn't want you and your kids. Go
hey,
talk to that
He
nigga.
started it.
hey, y'all. What the fuck, y'all? What the fuck is going on? And I'm trying, y'all. I promise y'all I'm fucking trying. I promise y'all. And let me tell you something, and let me make this very clear to everyone. The reason I create this space is to be a safe space for women, right? Yes, I want us to educate ourselves. I want the men to come. I want us to spread education, spread information. I don't want this. And if let me make something clear. If this keeps happening, y'all are gonna really make me really bug out. Please, just try really hard to keep it together. Try really hard. I get it, but really try. And also, whether you agree or you disagree with each other, try to hear each other out. Everybody. Thank you.
I think what needs to be addressed is the fact that she's a mod, and that's cool. But she's the one that's being very disrespectful. From the moment that I came off mute and addressed her, which she could have kindly just stayed on mute and waited, she
Taking
didn't.
that action.
And she was very, very disrespectful. And if you notice, I kept going on mute because I'm not going to disrespect the space and I'm not going to disrespect her. But if she's not able to control herself, then the problem is really her because she's the one that's being very, very disingenuous in the conversation, as well as being very disrespectful and talking over everybody, including you. That's who needs to be called out.
I'm not gonna lie, Minaja, you are bugging out just a little bit. Just
Yeah, why we gotta be
just a
bitches and
tinge.
stuff? Like,
Like
I don't
like
want to be no
and
bitch.
also let me just say this: men are like I don't want people to. Let me tell you, I never want this to be a space where somebody is scrolling and they see black women calling each other out their name. I don't ever want to see that. I don't even want to be associated with that.
Sisterhood that you want.
I, I'm
This
I'm I'm willing
sisterhood
to
that
about 30
this
round. Be
sister. Hold
quiet.
up. Let me say something, Ginger.
I'm
Wait,
willing
no,
to
no, 30
forgive.
rounds. Actually, just give, please, 1 second. I
Easy
promise.
count.
You're
You
gonna
haven't
have the
noticed
floor.
yet? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Miss Divinity. I'm not the one that put makeup on my face, so I'm not a clown. Um, first things first is right. This sisterhood that you speak of, right? It'll never be. It'll never happen. That shit is crazy. It's like me asking for a brotherhood with a bunch of brothers. Everybody's not going to get along. Everybody's going to have a difference of opinion. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like to throw that word pick me around like it's a slur. You know what I mean? That's not a slur. It's not a slur. Yeah. So I actually like that word pick me. You know what I mean? Because guess what? She want to be picked. There's nothing wrong with that. So I just wanted to say that. Divinity, Don't throw shots because I I keep clips. Get your mind right.
Sir, leave me alone, okay?
Okay.
Well, since he's being quiet, this is the reason why I'm gonna keep it real. This is the reason why I don't like to disrespect women, period, in real life or on this app, because you have males like 30 round who literally get off on women being disrespectful to each other. And even though I know that you may not want to do it now, you definitely owe us as women that you called out of our names, you called us bitches. You definitely owe us an apology because that was wrong. None of us called you out of your name. I may have disagreed with you, but I know how to speak to you with respect, and I know how to have a dialogue and a conversation without calling you out your name. That's not something that I want to do. That's not, I would never do that, because even though you don't agree with me, you still my sister. I still love you. I still have empathy for you. I don't like a lot of the stuff that you said, but I'm never going to call you out your name. It's never that serious for me. Ever.
Y'all, let's apologize for our wrongdoings.
Please.
Okay, can
We
I
can move
respond? Can I
forward with
respond?
this. We can move forward with this
Yes.
conversation. Bring
Wait,
it
wait.
back.
Let me just say this, because let me say this, Menaja. When the men come up here and they call women out their name, I force them to do it too. I, even if you don't want to do it
Okay, well,
for
here's
her,
the thing.
do it
I'm
for
not.
me.
Here's the thing. You said what?
Just do it for me. Apologize. We got heated, and that's
No,
it.
I'm not even gonna do it for you. Okay, I'm gonna do it for off the strength of I shouldn't have said you bitches, but that's how I felt, so that's what I said. I stand on everything I say. I'm not gonna. I don't. I'm not gonna tuck my tail
Oh
behind
my
behind nothing.
god.
So
Menaja, that's not an
yeah,
apology,
that's what I
girl.
said.
I
Huh?
like her.
No, you got.
I like her.
Of
You
course you
gotta let
do.
me you gotta let me get to my you gotta let me get it, because I'm a very real, I'm a real, very real person. I don't try to pretend and fake the funk and act like I'm this perfect human being, and my life ain't don't be fucked up
Oh,
and
you're
shit
just a
don't be
bitch.
happening.
You're a
I'm not
bitch.
no,
You're
yeah, I'm a
acting like a
fucking
No,
bitch.
you
no,
damn
no,
sure right,
no,
bitch. I'm a
no,
You can
no,
try
motherfucking
me
guys,
bitch.
because
I'm a
I'm
motherfucking
petty.
bitch.
let's
Yeah, I'm a motherfucking bitch.
You
This is
are.
why I can't
Let's
respect
be
no
I'm
honest though.
motherfucker.
petty.
Let's
And
just
then
let's go because we
y'all
don't
are
sit
no,
around and
this
be
is
y'all
why
are
I
gossiping
can't
here.
y'all
respect
are
these
Let's go.
that's
dragging it. Y'all are fucking dragging
you
it.
see how she did it?
Y'all
You
are
see
fucking
with all the
dragging
best
it.
ass?
No, I
Somebody she
don't
want
know.
attention.
No,
Somebody
no,
get the
no,
With all
no,
attention.
best
no,
ass.
no,
Bitch, your
no,
pussy got
no,
cobwebs on it. Go
no,
figure your
no,
shit out and get the fuck off
no,
TikTok.
no, no.
Come up here and
Don't
call me a bitch. Yeah, I'm a
no,
You
motherfucking
are
bitch.
no,
I am
one.
no,
that
You're
no,
acting like one.
no, no,
fucking Menage
no.
bitch. Yes, I'm that
You know
bitch.
what?
I'm her.
You know
Now
what?
what the fuck
You
you
know
gonna do
what? You
now,
know what?
broke
You know
auntie?
what? No, no,
I mean, I'm sorry,
no,
Ginger.
no,
Okay,
no, no.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
be
let me
quiet.
say this. Let me say this. I when the men come up here and they do this, I am quite literally disgusted to my core. So you could only fathom how I feel now that it's you ladies. I actually I don't think you guys can fathom how I feel. Stop, stop it, please, please. This is not. This is not it. This is not. This ain't it.
This is the thing, Ginger, and I, I'm the person who is very, and you can ask the people who are in the comments. I don't even like calling women pick-me's, right? I don't like that shit. I'm very, very careful about how that. But that's a fucking. But she is dangerous. Behavior like that is dangerous. Period. Point blank. You get to call me a bitch with no repercussion. You get to say that I'm bitter. You get to say what I'm doing is wrong. I mean, that shit is crazy. Just because I have an opinion, that shit is dangerous. That's what we're dealing with right now with Republicans and conservatives and all them folks who want to silence us for just saying what we want to say. And because you don't like how I say it, then you get to call me something. You
I
get to
get where
say,
she
you
was
get to
coming
do
from.
something to me. And this
I get her not. I get her meaning. I get when she says she meant when she said the B word, because that's how I am. When I
But you
say what
don't
I mean,
talk.
I mean
I
it. No, no,
understand
no,
that,
no.
right?
Let me
No,
say. When
I
she
wasn't even done
don't please don't
talking.
cut
I
me off.
wasn't
Please
done
don't cut me
talking.
off.
I wasn't done talking. You did come in the middle of my sentence. Say what?
We're doing it again. We're doing it again. I'm cutting in. which auntie, then so what, then 22, and then girl talk. Everyone
What?
says their no, no. Let me say this. Everyone says their piece. We're gonna lay this to rest. I will even change the motherfucking prompt so that we can just move past this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not big on calling people names, but you got that bitchy, reckless, chaotic behavior, then it is what it is. You know, just because I don't like half of the stuff that most people say, especially men, but I'll sit there and be quiet. I'll say something in the comments, but I'm not gonna say, fuck you, bitch. What the fuck is that? And then you want to have a conversation with me and I'm supposed to respect you? And then you're supposed to be the person who is actually controlling the room. I have got dropped from panel. That's why I don't go. I'm a moderator in a lot of rooms. You can ask the ladies that's in here. The reason why I don't go on panels is because I have a reckless ass mouth. Because sometimes I don't know how to control so I sit in the comments. If it's not a topic that I can handle, then I sit my ass in the comments, right? But you don't get to
Honestly,
call your guests fucking the people who are supporting you bitches. The fuck?
honestly, no more moderators for me.
I would suggest it
No more
for real. And remember,
moderators for
I even
me.
told you yesterday when people be saying, "Oh, let me be your mom." Nope.
No more moderators for me. I will be going in and I will be restructuring.
Yeah,
This
like I
is
don't.
too much.
Yeah, it's too much. And I
Especially
think that's yeah because and that's why you get caught because you don't run away to fucking customers. The fuck you don't run away to customers whether it's male or man or woman, right? You fucking up the money, sis.
okay, so what? Go ahead. Then 22. And then girl talk, you will begin the new conversation because I don't know
Um,
what's going on no more. And I'm
yeah,
gonna need to regain full control.
I didn't like how it went left. First of all, I didn't like how it was. We were kind of going away from the initial prompt where we were
Exactly.
supposed to
It
be talking
became
about
holding
men
men
being held
accountable
accountable.
to, I mean, the most, I don't even want to get into it.
But
I don't
also,
know how we did this to ourselves, guys. To
also,
ourselves.
also,
We did their job for them.
I
But see,
understand her
hold on,
not.
hold on one second. But
No, no,
I
I
just want
want
to say this.
wait, wait. I want to let
I just want to say this real
wait.
quick.
I need to let the so what go, then 22, then girl talk, and then divinity has the floor.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna try to just shorten what I was trying to say. Like I get where she was coming from as far as like not being sorry for what she said because that's how she genuinely felt. But at the same time, like we need to take accountability. Like the same way we on the prompt is holding men accountable, trying to have the topic of them taking accountability. That was a time for her to practice taking accountability. She knew that that was wrong. She knew that that was harmful, and then I just feel like when that man came on the panel and kind of like and stroked, like basically said like no, she's not wrong, basically enabling that toxic behavior, it kind of just got more extreme. Yeah, but I'm glad we're back. We're back to because
Please,
it was blowing my high a little bit. So
bro.
I'm glad we're back.
I don't know the lives y'all are used to, but I promise you this ain't it. I promise you it ain't. 22.
I just want to say, as someone in real life, I don't really have community with women, and it's an unfortunate situation because of things like this that can occur and can happen. And I do want to say, as somebody who I'm sure a lot of the women don't agree with because the pick me and things like that, which I don't see it that way, but it is what it is. I know who I am, and I stand in that. So I just want to say one of the things that I think is important if we genuinely care about each other and it's genuinely about us growing and learning and knowing is to meet people where they are. Like sometimes when you can't teach people and you see they're unteachable, or sometimes when you see somebody hasn't really made it to the space where they're ready to embrace what you're trying to bring to them, meet them where they at or leave them where they are. Because then it comes off condescending and offensive to people that are navigating just like you are in life that may have not reached where you've reached, may never get to the point you are.
may never experience what you have experienced to say it's truths. But the reality is you have to respect people and meet people where they are. And that is how you build community, not being critical and judgmental and harsh towards people and holding your opinion so tightly that you are getting so offended and defensive when
You faded out a little, 22.
how you build community, genuine care about people, because that's what's going to allow you to meet people where they are. And that's the reality. Like, to demean people because I may think a little different, all of a sudden I'm an idiot and that man gonna dog you and life is gonna be horrible for you. That's a horrible thing to say to somebody. Instead of saying, okay, well, I hope that that does happen for you, but just know that there's a chance that you could probably encounter a lot, and I'm rooting for you either way. Like, that's community, not tearing people down because they're not where you are in your thought process. And it's a strange way to think that that's okay to do because you feel like you're smarter. If you feel like you're smarter than then you should know, then everybody's not going to meet the same space at the same place at the same time. Then you should know that as an intelligent person. And I think that not being condescending when you're speaking to people and respecting where people are in their life and their journey would take out people being offended and feeling some type of way about what you're saying. Because Rich Auntie was being very condescending. I really appreciated how my divinity kind of tried to
You're cutting out again. I don't know.
clarify it, but I could see where whatever her name was getting upset because I guess I could. It's my connection. Can y'all hear
Yes,
me?
you're good now.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
You hear me, Ginger? Okay. I was saying I appreciated how my divinity tried to clarify the situation, even though I can see where the other girl came off from, because at first it did sound condescending to me, but when she kept talking, I was like, okay, she's coming from a sincere place, and even if it's an uncomfortable thing to feel, or you feel judged or critique, or even if it's not your whole situation and it makes you feel like, girl, what are you talking about? That's not my life. I got where she was coming from too, but I just want to say I appreciate that with divinity. I think that was a great representation of how it should be when you're trying to build community for real. And just being cautious and treating people with love, not coddling, but treating people with love, because you don't know the walks people been through. And then you will make a person shut down and not ever want to open up. Just want to say that. Feel how you want to feel about it, though. God bless y'all.
Okay. Girl talk, then my divinity, and then new prompt. Everybody take a deep breath. I'm going to take one myself. And just shake all that shit off. Shake it all off. All right.
Thanks for having me up. I am going to kind of keep it short, but I want to add a portion of. I just want to add to the conversation and something that I think is really important. I am an advocate of people reading a lot more because I feel like what happens in these conversations, and I say this with all due respect, people have the tendency to try to have conversations they don't have the bandwidth for, right? When we start talking about accountability, the first question people should be asking themselves is, what dynamic are we referencing? There are multiple versions of accountability, right? There's emotional accountability, there's behavior accountability, right? So when people come into spaces making blanket statements around dynamics you don't have the understanding of, you don't have any details of, immediately I know you don't even know what that word means, right? So I just encourage people to take the time to educate yourself on the prompt. Make sure you fully understand the words. Make sure you fully understand the questions that's being asked, and then try to hold a conversation, right? Because with all due respect, the most problematic part, I think, of what just happened was people using a word they clearly don't understand, right? To say something as wild as, a woman in an abusive relationship, her not leaving is her not taking accountability, is you just showing you don't understand the meaning of that word. So I just wanted to add that. And then I know you want to move on, so we can move on.
Okay, my divinity. And let me say this before my divinity goes. I purposefully switched this to talk about women because I'm about to prove a point to every motherfucking body, right? I promise you, we will not bring up men one time to prove this point. Go ahead, my divinity. And then Tina,
I would like you to kick this off, please.
I just got to be honest here because this is what I just tried to explain, reactive abuse. And when I came on here, when I was already on here for hours, but I specifically remember when she came off mute before her and Rich Auntie even had a conversation. Before she came off mute and explained how women need to take accountability and all of this stuff, she called women bitches in what she was saying. And I was like, ugh. And then I already knew because me and Rich Auntie was in the comments commenting. Like I saw a lot of women's comments with the stuff that she was saying. So we were already taken aback by the things that this woman was saying. Then she turned around and called us bitches, and nobody in the comments said nothing about that. But then when Rich Auntie responded because she was triggered, y'all started talking crazy to Rich Auntie saying that she stooped to her level. But that woman was very male identified. Y'all didn't have nothing to say when she called all of us bitches. I just didn't choose to address it because it's no point. That woman has some very deep-seated issues, and it seems like she's suppressed in some kind of way. And like I said, and I'm anybody who knows me knows I don't fake genuineness. I don't fake empathy. I don't fake compassion. But what I will be is very real, and I can meet you where you at because I don't have an ego in none of this shit. I have no reason to. I do care about her because underneath everything that she said, there is a little girl that's blaming herself for something, and I recognized it. Her anger, her aggression, them kids in the background yelling, her making the kids plates because I heard some things clicking. That woman has some issues. But when she called us bitches, and then Rich Auntie, because I'm always right for mine, and Rich Auntie responding to her, Rich Auntie was reacting. That's the same reactive abuse that men will try to say women are abusing them when we know that's not the truth. That's one example that I wanted to give. That's that. The other thing is, this is for her and for 22 because both of them were kind of agreeing. 22 agreed with her as well. As women, I think that we need to really understand the absolute truth about what we're dealing with here, because you have male identified women who are sick of men who can tell certain truths.
Well, let me say this: 22 did
Uh-huh.
not agree on everything.
She
Now,
didn't agree on everything, but she agreed on
right?
some because she literally said those words after she came off mute responding to what she said, because I was listening to her very carefully too. And I know she didn't agree with everything, but she agreed with some things. Hear me clear. And all I'm saying is we have to be very careful, because if you know psychology, and even if you don't, then you should look it up. Because there's no reason why a woman who's been abused herself will be calling herself stupid and not even understanding that the time that you are in a relationship when you're being abused, it doesn't happen. Like I said, you don't just meet this person, you go on a date, y'all good for 3 months, and then he pop you upside the head. That's not how this always works. This stuff, men understand that they have to really get your guard down, but they also have to sink their vampire teeth in there some kind of way, and it's one of three ways: marriage, a baby, or after y'all move in together. Once they got you tied to them in some kind of way, that's when they strike. And by that time, it's a lot of shit that you're gonna have to do to try to get out of that. And to be honest, like she said, when she brought up the whole point about why would you stay? That's stupid. And the first sign of abuse, you need to leave. But what if the first sign of abuse is after marriage 5 years later after 2 kids? That man has rights. There's a woman that I know right now on this app that she's been telling me since last year that she wants to leave, but she has an autistic child. The man was in the military. He has connections, and anytime she tries to leave him, the child is what will always have to bring her back, because that man has rights to that child. You cannot just leave somebody like that, especially if their name is on the birth certificate. And this is how I know that men are smart and they know what they're doing when they're being absent. But when you're in a relationship with them and they want to control you, who's the first person they go after? They go after the children to get you right back with them. So for her to say what she said, that woman is speaking from a very, very, very hurt place.
and she's very, very dangerous. And that's all I wanted to come back and say. I wanted to come back and just bring the point that that was reactive abuse that y'all saw with Rich Auntie. The same way that men try to lie and say, oh, women abuse us too. No, they don't. Because y'all know that all it takes is for you to put your hand around her throat, and it's all over. But the women are getting stronger and they're fighting back because they're being fought against. And y'all are calling that women being abusive. No, her being male identified was exactly what men do to women. She's just a woman doing it to another woman. And like I said, I was looking at the comments. I didn't say nothing, but I didn't see not one of y'all say nothing about that woman calling all of us bitchs. But as soon as Rich Auntie, soon as she fired back, now everybody want to jump on Rich Auntie. That's exactly how it happens in abusive relationships. That woman will be getting abused by that man all of that time. Nobody will see it. Nobody will believe it. But then as soon as she strikes back, now all of a sudden she's wrong. She dogged him out. Now y'all want to say all of this crazy shit. But this woman been telling y'all that this man was abusive. This woman has been going around with black eyes and putting extra makeup on. But y'all don't see that. It's only when the women do things that is really paid attention to, because on a social constructive level, that's not how women are quote unquote supposed to act. But at one point, women are gonna get tired. And I think we need to go back to getting the herbs and taking these motherfuckers out. That's my TED Talk. Thank you, host.
Not a problem. Tina, please help me bring. Tina, let me tell you something.
Fred.
I have been fighting for my life since yesterday, okay? And I thought I was
No.
gonna come back today and it was gonna be cute like it usually is. I don't know what the fuck
And y'all in
is.
here wilding. Okay, well, I don't have any idea what
Tina,
I don't
kick us
have any
off.
idea what happened. I know that
We're gonna just end it right
I
here.
know that Rich Auntie usually has good sense. So, all I will say, I will speak to the prompt. I do want to real quick, Ginger, I'm sorry. I had said something in the comments about 22. I don't know if you're still here, but I had said, I think people misunderstand the concept of community on the internet. And what I meant by that, just to expand really like briefly, is that people want to try to hold people accountable on the internet with motherfuckers you don't know. There's a level of trust that y'all don't have with each other, right? Like let's keep it a buck. A lot of y'all are not in community with each other, even though you're in each other's space. And so you have to be mindful of how people are going to receive or not receive what you have to say. And that's what I meant by that. So I just wanted to expand 22, but that's what I meant. Okay. When it comes to this topic, are women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? Here's the thing. I think that, and I know you want us to talk about it not in the context of men, just in general, right? Because I'm happy to do that.
Correct. I got a point to prove. I got a point to prove.
Okay, so I will say this. I think that, I don't perceive women as cold, number one, but I'm biased toward women. I will own that every single day of the fucking week, okay? I don't give a fuck. I am biased toward women. But I will say this about whether or not women are learning boundaries. I think that we often talk about women and womanhood in the context of whiteness. And y'all know that if you've ever listened to me on Ginger's panel, I talk about it a lot. And so I think that if we talk about it in the context of whiteness, then we understand that whiteness precipitates and necessitates and asks from all of us to be nice, right? And niceness is a performance, right? It means that you act a certain type of way, even if that's not real. And I think that women are moving further away from that as we are beginning to deconstruct our understandings of how our womanhood actually wants to show up and needs to show up, right? We don't live in a culture right now, if you're talking about women in the United States, right? We don't live in a culture right now that allows us to even operate, not that I would ever advocate for it, but in niceness, right? That's not safe. And so I agree with you, Black Lollipop. We need to be kind. That is something that I am an advocate of, because kindness is not just a performance. Kindness takes in data. It takes in information, right? So like whatever happened earlier, right? I'm gonna always lead with kindness, but kindness says if you talking to me crazy, I might now, because I have more data, respond to you differently. I might talk to you differently. I might engage with you differently because now I have more information about you, right? And so I think that women are learning to, and I'll speak about Black women explicitly, right? Because I can't speak about all women because I don't know. They
struggles or their journeys, right? But I will say that I think that Black women, I think that any woman that's not a white woman is already subverting what the larger culture says womanhood is supposed to look like, aka we already in some ways divest from this idea of being nice. And so I think that, we are seeing more women, and maybe more white girls too, beginning to really embrace that, we need to understand that boundaries are not about being cruel. Boundaries are about protecting ourselves, about keeping ourselves safe. Like We Not Free just said, nice will get you caught up, right? And we know that, let me get off the soapbox, but we know that niceness also, I'm not gonna lie and pretend like we don't know that women also use certain things in order to diffuse and to keep themselves safe, et cetera, right? We laugh in situations that we don't actually think are funny. We smile when we don't fucking want to, right? Because you have to in some ways in order to stay safe. I'm not talking about those like outlier moments, y'all. I'm just talking about in general. I do think that women are moving into a space where we are better understanding that, like, listen, boundaries also keep me safe, right? And there's a way for me to move through the world in my womanhood, in my femininity, without having to perform in a way that sometimes may make me unsafe by being nice. And so if that's perceived as coldness by people, so be it. I disagree with that part of it though, but I'll end it there.
Okay, thank you. After Tina is going to be Cupcake, then Kaylee, then 30 Rounds, then Coach, then So What, then Girl Talk, then EB.
Why
We're
you
just going to work our way back up.
why you skipping me though?
I didn't. I said we're going to work our way up.
One second, child.
Hello?
Yes,
I'm
so
ready.
Cupcake is going, and after Cupcake, Kaylee. And after Kaylee, 30 Rounds, and so on and so forth.
My bad, y'all. I'm actually I having some business, but real quick, right? Are women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? I think it's a little bit of both because they go hand in hand. The way the world perceives boundaries, when you start setting boundaries, is coldness, right? And then you also, in a way, because women have so much empathy, we have so much compassion, and we actually care about how other people feel, right? We have to, there's a part of us that we have to kind of tone down just a little bit in order to set boundaries that protect us. We live in a world that teaches women to not listen to their intuition, to ignore their nervous system, right, when it rattles and shakes and stuff like that. They get and because of that, women, girls, when we start from little girls, we're instantly conditioned to let go of our boundaries and that our boundaries don't matter. So when we get grown and we have kids and stuff like that, we have so many people that we have to please, right? We become people pleasers until it hurts us, and it hurts us, or it makes us extremely um insecure. I got you, but I'm gonna end right there because I gotta go. I'm still here though.
Okay, Kaylee, you have the floor. And thank you, Cupcake, for your insight.
Uh, so I got a question for the women, all of y'all really. Like, if the fate of this topic was in y'all hands today, would would the responses, what do you think are your responses, and how would they make things better? Because I'm hearing everybody's response, and they're good responses, but it's only like what, 6 people on here, 8 people or something. So I think y'all should be, more. Uh, I don't know. It's to be accountable. I don't know what your mom did that you haven't forgiven. It's somebody in your life you ain't forgave. If you gotta forgive yourself, I don't know what it is that makes you want to position yourself to just never look like, oh, I messed up. Oh, I gotta fix it.
What was the question?
I asked the question. I asked, what do you think your responses would do for this topic? What do you think? I mean, the
Topic,
way you,
it's not the same topic. You talking
I
about
heard
the last
they
prompt.
switched it. They switched the topic. I heard it switch. They
Okay.
talking about. They're only talking about women right now.
Okay. All
So
right.
if you're talking about whatever you're saying, how much impact do you think it have on the other woman that's hearing you say it on this live? Let's put it like that. If you're saying something, and like the other girl was saying, she's literally trying to show you, okay, we've been tripping, but for some reason, everybody painted her as tripping. Like she got a good man. She's not with us. I don't understand. I'm trying to see. So how
I
much
don't
impact?
understand what your question is, and I want you to not beat around the bush. I really, and I'm not trying to be rude. Just get to the point so that we can all answer it.
The point is this: you see, if you're sitting here listening to her say something that's you're not in agreement with, and you know she tripping, why don't you at least have accountability for her? Why are you supporting what she's saying when you
Who
know she's tripping?
supporting who and what they're saying? I don't like to play mental
The
gymnastics
girl,
with
the girl,
anybody.
the girl earlier that was telling y'all, man, you bitter, y'all need to, y'all, it's both sides. There's some right in what she's saying, but y'all literally just because the conversation or this panel or the question doesn't have nothing to do with that, you don't want to hear nothing she got to say, and that
Sir,
is women.
sir,
Women
I
stand up
let no
on what
no.
they gonna stand up on, and they don't want to hear nothing else. They find a place where they can stand and be powerful. And whatever question you ask that should support what she's doing, she don't want to answer that. She
I
don't want to
hate
talk
when
about that. She
I
only
hate
want to
when
stay in this
people
one
I
lane. She only
hate
want
when
to do one thing, and she never.
I hate when people ask questions in bad faith. And let me tell you why. We all, the people in the comments and the people on the panel, sat here for over 30 minutes. And regardless of their opposing opinion, I let these women go back and forth, toe to toe, right? And I even corrected both of them. I said, I don't want nobody scrolling through my shit and hearing women disrespecting each other. I said that. You are choosing to not listen to me. I told them, you do not get to call each other bitches. I told them that. I say when men come up here and they disrespect women, I demand an apology. So I demand an apology from you guys as well. I said, you cannot fathom how I feel when I see women going back and forth. What you are either choosing to be obtuse or you are trying to meet the worst side of me. Because this is the most bad faith question I have quite literally ever heard. Regardless of how I felt about what these women were saying, I said, I said nothing. And when they got disrespectful, right, because I'm holding these women accountable, I told them, not here, not on this panel. You do not get to talk to each other like that. That's disrespectful. I do not let that happen. As the host, and as a woman, as a black woman, sat here and held every single black woman accountable. In fact, as you can see, they're not even up here because of that. So I would like to say, what the monkey fuck are you talking about?
You got a dumb ass fucking
Exactly. You're
platform.
not talking about a fucking thing,
You
nigga.
got a
You not
dumb.
you ooga. I hate you ooga booga dumbass motherfucking niggas that swear you're proving a motherfucking point. Y'all don't be proving dog shit. Y'all just be cherry picking an argument to stroke your weak ass motherfucking egos. Suck it. Suck it. So just like I held them women
Ginger,
accountable, you too. Toodles, bitch.
Ginger. Men pay to get yelled at. Don't yell at that man for free,
You
sis.
know what? You absolutely right. There's a man that will pay me good money to degrade him, not for free. You right.
Good,
30
Never ever.
rounds.
real good money, sis.
30 rounds. Don't say no dumb shit. You have the floor.
I'm gonna say what I want to say.
Don't say
Shit,
no
and
dumb
get
shit.
what? And I ain't gonna pay your ass to yell at me. I
And
get it for
you
free.
just gonna go.
Let me finish my conversation.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Damn. Like I'm not finna scold women. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to get up here and scold y'all like that. But I do want to say, right? Women call each other bitches all the time, so I don't understand the big deal of that. Anyways, women are becoming colder or just learning boundaries. Um, when has a woman not been cold? I'm just gonna tell you my experience with dealing with women. Yeah, my mama loved me, but she don't gotta like me. You know what I'm saying? She only love me because I'm her son. You know what I'm saying? But she don't like me. Women has always been cold. I got my first whooping by a woman. You know what I'm saying? I got my first everything by a damn woman. You know what I'm saying? Women have always been these villains. You know what I'm saying? In stories. You know what I'm saying? Like literally in their even in their own stories when it comes to like the Snow Whites and these little fairy tale stories and shit like that. Women have always been bullies. Like they have always been cold. You know, they bully each other. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is real. This shit been going on since the beginning of time. So I don't really take nothing that a lot of these women say serious because like you're talking about we're becoming colder. Y'all ain't cold. Y'all always been cold. I want y'all to recognize that about yourselves. When you don't like something, you're gonna say you don't like it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of y'all like to mask it as being assertive and being dominant and gaining your female feminine energy, dominant, masculine, feminine energy, all that bullshit. Look, you motherfuckers is just crazy. And I'm standing on this shit. I'm not nobody's changing my mind on it. You know what I'm saying? Because I literally lived, seen it, dealing with women my entire life. And you motherfuckers are some bullies. Straight up and down.
Issues, you have the floor.
Okay, so I wanted to respond to oh boy, but he left, and then I guess so when the problem with what the conversation now, I understand that people have their own personal experience with I guess women. I don't date women, so I can't really speak to that. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is this: if you're talking to somebody, and say for instance, you bring up an issue to someone, and they come back and say, well, you do it too, or this and that, or hey, and then you point the finger somewhere else. That's pretty much what the conversation was. That's what was happening with the young lady earlier. So it's not necessarily like she was just out of context for one. Because if we're having a conversation about something and you start pointing it into another direction instead of actually handling the issue at hand, we'll never get anywhere. That's in any conversation. You know what I mean? So that right there, yeah. But and then with 30 round, do you sound like a black person? And let's not act like whoopings aren't cultural. Okay, so even if you
Sound like a
had
black person. What? I am a
you
nigga. I'm a
sound like you're
nigga. What you
black.
talking about?
Okay. Okay, well then I'm not wrong. So what's
Of
what's your
course.
point?
I'm blacker than black. I'm
Oh,
I'm I'm a down
okay,
south
great.
conservative nigga.
Okay.
And I'm
Oh
telling you,
God.
Okay. So, and as I was saying,
telling
so
you.
whoopings are cultural. It's not a thing where it's like, oh, women just going around whooping everybody. Because your daddy would have, well, I don't know what your daddy would have did. My daddy whooped me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And then your grandma might have whooped you. Your auntie might have whooped you. The lady up the street might have whooped you. So it's a cultural thing. And yes, it's something that we're unlearning. We're not saying that it's acceptable. But even as women, we're taught, especially with boys, like, if you have an uncle or brother, oh, you better whoop them. If you don't whoop them, da da da. So it's not necessarily like that's coming from a villain thing. That is literally a part of our culture. We could say unfortunately, or
Nah,
unfortunately, I don't even
really.
want to debate that. I mean, you black, so you already know that's undebatable. Especially if you're from the South. Come on, don't even do it. And then as far as the prompt is concerned, I feel like women are learning boundaries. I feel like the world is getting colder in general, though. But I feel like as far as women in general, we are learning boundaries. We are learning that it's not okay to self-sacrifice, right? I grew up thinking that women, I see my mama work herself into the ground. You know what I'm saying? I see my mama work herself into the ground. And that was considered noble. It's okay to it's considered noble to have 2, 3 jobs just to be able to get by and da 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 da. It's considered noble. The more you give and you are so selfless, oh, you're such a good woman, da da da. As we're getting older, we're starting to learn more boundaries, and we're starting to learn what it looks like to love ourselves and what it's not to overgive. And to think that Black women have always been cold, at least in my experience, Black women are the quickest to open their homes. We're the quickest to open our homes. We're the quickest to feed somebody. We're the quickest to try to help. Usually it's the men in your life that'll be like, you doing too much. Don't do that. Why you doing this for them? Why you doing this for that? women, we do give so effortlessly, and we're taught that that's a good thing. And I mean, maybe to some degree it is, but we do need those boundaries, and I think we're starting to learn them. And that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. So what? You're next.
Can I ask a question right quick?
I would
No, you
prefer
can't.
that
Can you
you
wait till I'm
didn't. Not
done?
yet. Not yet.
All right, when
So,
that open panel, I
are
ask.
women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? I feel like it's a mixture of both. I feel like women were learning that we don't always have to have like the nice mask on all the time. We're learning when it's necessary for survival and when it's just doing too damn much, honestly. So yeah, I think it's a mixture of both. As we get older and we experience different relationships and we learn ourselves more, we naturally will start to create boundaries once we learn to respect ourselves. Like, and then we don't get to that point without learning to respect yourself. Like, you can know, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this for so long. But if you don't learn to also respect yourself, you will never get to the point where you're setting these boundaries, communicating these boundaries, because you can't set a boundary without communicating them and, you know, standing on it. Yeah, so that's my answer to the prompt. And to go back to the B word, as far as like women are always calling each other that all the time. That's our word. That's our word. Just like how the N word is our word. We know what it means when we say it to each other.
The N word is not your
We
word.
know what it means when we say bitch. And when we're like bitch, we know the difference. So that's why we got on her ass a little bit, because we know what she meant when she said it. Well, not we. I was zoned out, but that's why they were on her ass. Yeah, that's our word. And I'm laying my plane there.
Thank you. Girl talk and then EB, please.
I think context matters, right? I think if we are having this conversation from just the guise of what is happening in the world, I think that would be a different conversation. But I think if we are speaking in terms of how women are now operating when it comes to romantic relationships, I don't believe women are getting colder. I think women are just learning what's true, right? Women are conditioned at very young ages to be goofies for men, right? But now that what's true being typically in most relationship dynamics, if you ask for nothing, you get nothing. And so if you aren't accustomed in seeing women operate that way, then yeah, it's going to come across women being cold. But the reality is, if women were cold straight across the board, most men would never get access to women. So we know, like, for the most part, women aren't showing up cold. Women are just standing in boundaries, right? Women are starting to understand you do not automatically get intimacy. You don't automatically get my vulnerability, right? You are not owed my kindness, right? So if you are someone, man or woman, that has always felt like you were entitled to those things, then it's going to look like, oh, women are, they mean as hell now. Right? But the reality is, it's not that women are just being mean and women are just being cold. Women are understanding universal truths. And which is why I talk to women about the importance of, in my opinion, neutral courtesy. Neutral courtesy, in my opinion, is better than being kind to anyone. Kindness requires, typically on some level, right? If we're speaking the type of kindness that people are commonly expect for women, it requires some level of emotional vulnerability, right? And again, I do not believe everybody is deserving of that. I think that's something you earn from people, right? But I do believe it is better to show up showcasing neutral courtesy, right? Thank you. Excuse me. Oh, do you know? Oh, yeah, sure. Like, I think that's a better position, that women should be in versus people encouraging women to be kind, because kindness and niceness is often what gets women hurt. right, is often what gets women played, right? But again, I think we can have this conversation from an array of different, baselines. But if we're just speaking in terms of like romantic relationships, and I've been hearing men say that as well. Y'all mean as hell now, but it's like, no, women aren't cold. Women aren't mean. Women are just learning what's true, right? They're learning to value themselves. They're learning to have standards. They're learning to stand in boundaries. And, when you are conditioned to believe that you're entitled to those things, you're entitled to a woman's niceness, you're entitled to a woman being kind, you're entitled to a woman performing for you, then yeah, it's going to feel like, oh, women are being mean and women are being cold.
Okay. It's gonna be EB and then Bro, because he's the newest member, and then open panel.
Hello, everyone. Um,
Hello.
to respond, I see it's been a hostile type of panel. Cool beans. I like these type of panels. Now, to respond to the whole B word, yeah, us women, we know the difference in between like how we say it to each other. Like sometimes that's just how we greet each other. It's the loving type of energy that we give it, but we can tell when it's coming from a different place, and then that's when you can tell the conversation shifts. So we know we can tell the tone and the voice and all of that extra stuff. Like we don't take it too deep, but it's a difference from when a man say it, because of course a man's coming from an aggressive place, or anytime anybody's coming from an aggressive place, you can tell the tone of voice. So then, like I said, the conversation shifts. When it comes to women becoming colder or just learning to set boundaries, I believe it's just us setting boundaries. If women just sat back and was cool with everything and didn't say much and just allow people to walk all over us, wouldn't nobody be complaining. Everybody would just be sitting back, cool. Everybody's quiet. And then next thing you know, oh, we didn't found our peace, because that's what they looking for. When they say, oh, we looking for peace, or we just want whatever it is that they say, especially for men, it's coming from a place of them just not wanting us to say much, or just us allowing them to move how they want to move and us not say anything incomplete. But because we have gotten to that place where we're tired, we're mentally drained, and we're being tired of being looked at as if we're just people that you can just walk all over like a doormat. And because people are getting tired of that, especially women, now you're saying we're the bullies and we're cold and we're aggressive. And we're not aggressive. We carry a strong level of passion behind the things that we care about. And a lot of y'all don't understand that, but you don't get to go around and say, oh, we're being bullies and we're cold just because we're demanding that respect. If that's just something that you don't want to deal with, then just simply don't be around us. But we shouldn't have to water down how we feel, or you know watch our words mindfully just so everybody else around us can be comfortable. It's a difference from being real versus just literally being a doormat. That's literally the difference, and y'all want women to just sit back and be okay with everything, and that's not what we're gonna do. So it's okay to set boundaries, it's okay to have standards, it's okay to demand that self-respect, because at the end of the day, that's what the whole world should want. And it shouldn't be a bad thing just because a woman is asking that. And that's just how I feel about it.
Okay, I agree. So I'm gonna let Bro go, and then Rocky, and then open panel until I let someone new up.
Bro, this a long ass. Come on now.
Do you want to go?
Be
I'm not
patient.
holding you hostage.
Patience is a virtue, my friend. So I don't believe that women are becoming colder. I do believe that they are learning boundaries, and at the same time, I do believe some women are numb as well. But as far as women becoming colder, no, I haven't experienced that. I haven't seen that. I haven't heard of it. Just women who are learning their boundaries or women who are numb. That's about it.
Okay, Rocky, you have the floor, and then it's open panel.
Um, I gotta agree with bro, honestly, because I I was told from a couple of females from my family side to look at it from a different perspective, um, and I did, and the more and more I see, like when certain when most men don't get their way, it's all right. Well, f you then, bitch, and all that other shit, and I'll be like, bro. you was just chasing her, and all of a sudden she all that. Like, so honestly, I don't. It's a 50-50 thing because it's like I understand why women are being cold towards men now, and then it's also like it's also kind of messing it up for the good guys because it's like when a good guy comes into a woman's life, she has to have her guard up because it's like to him it's like, well, dang, she being cold towards me. What I do, but it's like imagine all the stuff that she went through before meeting you. Yeah, she shouldn't assume, she shouldn't automatically assume that you're just like every other man, but it kind of put up walls for women and men, that's just like, well, I've been through so much before. I'm not about to sit here and go through the same stuff again. Even if I am giving somebody new a chance, that guard or that thought in the back of her head or his head will always play in a factor.
Okay, it's open. It's open panel. I'm gonna start with 30 rounds. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got some badass motherfuckers in your chat. You know what I'm saying?
Who said females?
Brody, Rocky did. And you got some badass women in your chat though, for real. I'm looking at these viewers. Now I gotta watch what I say. But
Should have
Ladies,
been watching what you had to say
ladies,
from the
nah.
beginning.
bubble thumbs down for 30 rounds. If he slides in that shit, block him.
Right.
See, I don't slide in D. See, that's the
Hold up, hold
problem.
up, hold up,
This
hold
ain't
up,
no
real quick,
dating site.
real
It
quick. I'm
ain't.
not
This
allowed
ain't
to
no
say
dating
female.
site. See, I hold up, Rocket. Let me open up the panel. I'm gonna let you. Yeah,
No, I just had a quick question. I just had a quick question. I'm not allowed to say female.
they don't like that.
Let's
Women don't like
say
that, bro.
women.
You is. They just don't like it.
Yeah, women don't like that. But listen, right? I don't slide in DMs on TikTok because this is not a dating site. But my actual DMs, my Snapchat, yeah,
No,
I
no,
might
no,
pop
no,
in there
no, no. Come on.
because that's why I
You
post my
wanted to
real life
speak
at.
so bad. Let this not be what you
But I
wanted
get
to say.
paid from posting on my Snapchat though. So I
Is
mean,
this,
like,
is this what you came? Is this what you was thirsty to say? It can't be.
no. I
Then
just
say
wanted
it.
to say, hold on, let me finish. I wanted to say, you said women becoming colder. Yeah, I want to continue on that note. Women, y'all trying to fake the funk and act like y'all not each other's villains in your own stories, right? You know what I'm saying? You women, I've seen it in class. You know what I'm saying? Y'all talk about each other clothes, hair, and all of that shit. Y'all talk about men. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I've
But y'all
seen.
men do the same thing. So what
Not
would be
not
the
really.
difference?
Men uplifted one another
If y'all gonna
for the
say
most part.
But
if
I'm
y'all gonna say
curious.
we the
I'm
villain in each
curious,
other's story,
30.
then we can say the men too, because y'all do the same thing that y'all claim the women don't do. That's why a lot of women say y'all sassy, even
Actually,
though that's
But
not a search
30,
word
but
to
30
no,
use.
y'all
But
said
use
come
that
on
as a
now,
30
slur.
said
y'all
that
do the
his
same
dad was in
thing.
his life.
That
30
word
said his dad
sassy
was
is
in
a
his life.
slur.
So I'm curious. I'm curious, 30, why your father did not protect you from your mother
I
then.
didn't hear
If
you,
men
man.
uplift him, you said your dad was in your life in the comments when someone asked. So I'm curious,
Yeah.
why did your father not protect you if your mother was your first bully? If she was the person that mistreated you first, why did your
Let me
dad not
explain.
protect you?
Hold up. Let me answer that for you. I'm glad you asked me that. Well, actually, what happened was it wasn't me. It was my brother that made him step in because my brother got a whooping so hard that he actually his head hit the glass. I don't know. This was like early 2000s, late 90s. Y'all remember those tables with the gold, with the black and gold, and they had the glass on top. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah, my brother actually his head hit the table. My mama whooped his ass so hard, his head hit the table, and it busted his head, and we had to go to the hospital behind that shit.
I
And
thought you
so,
said I thought you said your father did that.
no, I never. What?
You just
You
okay.
lost in the sauce, bro.
Either
So
way, let me slide in here real quick. Nobody address women as females. That's disrespectful, and that goes to 30 rounds and Rocky because that's what the people are saying in the comments. Like, let's refrain from that.
Can I just tell y'all real quick
let me
the reason
finish
why women
talking.
hold on 30, the reason why women don't like being called females, because Rocky, I feel like you asked in good faith, is because it's reductive, right? Female just denotes sex, and so it reduces you just to your sexual characteristics and organs. So we prefer women because it's more humanizing. That's why.
I
No,
understand.
okay.
I didn't mean it in that tone of like.
I know, that's why I'm just telling you, because I feel
I
like
know
you
you
asked
ain't
in good
mean it either,
faith.
Rocky, because it flowed off your tongue quite naturally. So I know you ain't mean it like in a vindictive way. But I was just letting you know that women don't like that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying, bro. But
Understandable.
I'm gonna say this, right? His head hit the table, right? Now we were kids, right? Now my mama didn't know her strength, right? So she used to, you know what I'm saying, do his end. And so my daddy had to actually step in and be like, hey, look, you can't do that shit to them boys. You can't whoop on them boys like that. So I end up being prescribed to Adderall because I was, I had ADHD. So uh as I got older and I got like literally from like middle school to high school, I started to calm down because I started running streets. I started to smoke weed. I started to hang out with my niggas. I started to, you know, do just be outside, right? And so she didn't really have to worry about me because from that point on, I have older cousins and family in the streets, and that shit raised me. So she didn't. But I'm just telling you, at the time, as a child, my stepfather, my father, aka my stepfather, because that's not my real daddy. You know what I'm saying? My real daddy been locked up in prison,
Say
but
bye.
huh? So he raised me since I was 5, and he had to actually step in and say, hey, look, you can't be doing them like that. Now I'm a grown man. I'm older. I love my mama. You know what I'm saying? I know my mama did everything because she just couldn't understand why I was so damn bad at the time in elementary school, why I was getting suspended, why I was fighting. She couldn't understand it until she got introduced to a doctor named Dr. Barrier, and I ended up getting on Ritalin and Adderall, and that shit calmed me down. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying that as a person who lived this motherfucking life, that I being on Adderall in class and being quiet, I'm looking at everybody else and the women acting up, the girls acting up. And you know what I'm saying? It's like I've seen them bully people. I've seen them bully each other. I've seen shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen all of that shit. And my mom actually was the first woman to whoop my ass. And my grandma too. Get what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by that.
So your assumptions as far as women being bullies and cold hearted is based on what you went through as a kid. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you feel
Okay.
like
That's life experience. That's life experience.
do you feel like you would have had a
Hmm.
better experience childhood, I guess, if your dad was the disciplinary figure instead of your mom?
No, because I believe
He would have excused it.
I no, this is what I believe. I believe you can only discipline black boys so much. I believe I hold up.
Do you
Let
feel
me
like
say this. Let me say
do
this.
you
I
feel
believe
like it
let
should
me say
be
this,
Wait.
please,
Let him
please.
men?
answer. Let him
Let
answer.
please. I feel like you can only discipline black boys so much because at a certain age, a certain
I still want you to
testosterone.
answer my question though before you just
Jesus.
go somewhere
Go
else.
ahead. Go ahead.
Do it.
The question I asked you, um do you feel like you would have had a better childhood if your dad was the disciplinary figure instead of your mom?
I just told you no, it don't matter. It don't matter.
Okay.
That's what I'm answering. Black boys, it really don't matter if you discipline us or not because we grow up early.
Here's the question. The,
So,
the real question is if your father had been the disciplinarian, would you now still believe that men are bullies to people? Because y'all talk a lot about men having aggression and this being the way you express yourself,
mhm.
et cetera, et cetera. Would you have normalized that if it had been your father instead of your mother? Do you have a predisposed belief as to how your mother should have related to you? And so the fact that she didn't, that means that now women are bullies?
In a way, I get what you mean. But no, no, no.
Do you think as an individual you unconsciously make the decision to justify your father's lack and shame your mother?
I don't think that's the case. I think that people get in the move and groove. Like later on down the year, my mama actually apologized to me. She was like, "Man, look, I ain't gonna lie. I used to whoop y'all ass." She's like, "But y'all was so damn bad though."
It wasn't her job.
You know what I'm saying?
You do understand that though. It
No,
shouldn't
well,
have
wait
been
a
her
minute. It
job.
is her job.
No,
She
it
brought me
shouldn't
into
have
this
been
world. Hold
her
up, wait a
job.
minute. You're not gonna answer the question. Do not have this argument in bad faith with me, please.
It's
Listen.
not an argument.
Well, don't have this debate and whatever. Don't have this
It's not a
questionnaire.
debate.
Well, don't
Okay.
have this questionnaire in bad faith.
Okay. Okay.
No one
How about
asked
that?
me a
Whoa, 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 whoa,
question.
whoa, 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 whoa. We're
Wow.
not gonna do what happened last time.
I can't even get
Ask
my
the
damn answers
question,
out, bro. Before
answer
she
the
asks another
question.
question.
Right, give me a second. Ask the question, answer the question. Ask the question,
it's please, we gotta communicate, y'all. Like this is how it got trippy last time. Like, come, go ahead. Who was
Okay, so I do have
talking?
a question. Do you feel that your mom, I mean, not even a question, I have more so of a statement. It's almost as if like your mom really didn't have a choice but to be the parent to discipline you guys just because of the fact your dad didn't do that on his own.
Mm-hmm.
And
I,
so maybe your mom took the time to realize now, like, okay, yeah, she did used to whoop y'all ass, but maybe that was the only way she felt to get you guys attention. Not saying it's okay, not justifying it, because I don't just beat on my kids, but it's just to say, like, when you have that one parent who's only stepping up to plate to discipline, maybe that caused some type of resentment
well,
on
you're
your
not listening to
end.
what I'm
But I
saying.
mean,
You're not hold up. You're not listening to what I'm saying because
no, I
it's
heard you loud and
no,
clear.
no.
That's what
You can't
I'm trying
possibly
to
hear me
understand
because
it.
I did not just say my mom. She just asked me the most shit I seen with my mom, grandmamas, aunties. Cause what I'm saying, everybody whooped their ass. Don't discount none of them. So I'm letting you know that from what I seen growing up, how I seen mostly
Right,
women.
but I
Every
was
time I go into,
responding
let
to
me
your
finish,
I was
let me
responding to
finish, let
your
me finish, let me
household,
finish,
not in family wise. I was responding to your household
Can
because
we
you
ma'am.
also
mentioned
not
your
sit
mom and your
this too
dad. So
much?
Well,
that's
let's
how
Can
well
we
you
not
let's
like
let's
make
move
this the
on. Let's
Honestly,
move
entire
on. Fuck it.
conversation
honestly,
Don't
too?
nobody
honestly,
want to talk.
honestly,
Y'all, I'm the only one talking. So don't nobody
honestly,
else want to talk. Let's move the fuck on.
Yeah, let's
one
move
is
on from
actually
him.
correct. My
I mean,
divinity.
shit, I'm just now joining the conversation for real. I was just trying to, get in the groove,
My
see what's going on. I mean, shit, he was
my
the
I
only
question
one.
is, hold up.
wait, wait,
My
wait, wait,
question
wait,
is
wait,
this.
wait, wait, wait.
It's like
Everybody wait.
oh, it's small.
Everybody wait. My divinity, you're new to this prompt. You're gonna go, and then we're gonna reopen the piano and try really hard, guys. Like back and forth exchange. I don't care about none of that. Like, but when like 3, 4, 5 of you are talking, I promise you, if I can't hear you and it sounds chaotic to me, it sounds chaotic to everybody else.
I,
Y'all just want to combat the fact that I keep on saying that women have always been cold.
I could have sworn I wanted divinity to speak, and we were gonna stop talking about this.
Okay.
Thank you, my divinity. You have the floor.
Okay. So I got a phone call, but I came in on like a little bit at the end of what 30 round was saying. And I think that he is absolutely right. Black boys do have issues with like behavioral and emotional issues. And a lot of it comes from not only their environment, but when you look at their dads, their dads oftentimes, whether they're around them or not, will influence them on a psychic level as well as on a genetic level. They really do. This is something that's been studied because there is a link between fully grown black men having high rates of narcissistic personality disorder and black boys having higher rates of conduct disorder than any other race of boys. And that is really sad. And even though it's not received well when I talk about this issue, it is a pervasive issue that is among our community. And no matter what the moms do, the boys will still rebel against the moms. And the boys can't quite put their finger on what's happening with them. And so the only thing that they know to do is blame the mom. Once they're blaming the mom because they have an idealized, romanticized version of the parent that's not there, which would be the dad, and they take that out on the mom. And then this is kind of where my theory, this is kind of where misogyny sets in with young boys at young ages, because they're already being socialized a certain way, consciously as well as subconsciously, and even on an unconscious level, to think that they are supposed to be providers, leaders, protectors. And then if there's no man in the home or a stable guy in the home, the mom is going to tell him, you're a king, you're the man of the house, and things like that. And so there's so many different factors coming at them on top of what's already genetic, on top of what's already a biological deficit within them. So I think that what he's saying is he's telling the absolute truth. Whether his real dad was there or not, whether the stepdad was there, whether no matter what the mom did, he was still going to be the way that he is, because there is an innate issue that I don't know why it's so pervasive in our men and our boys, but it's there, and it is a very, very, very serious problem. And like I said, there's a link
with conduct disorder, because at first it starts with oppositional defiant disorder, and that's what you diagnose a child with when they are having these kinds of behaviors before the age of 10. Once they turn 10, then they get diagnosed with conduct disorder between 10 and 13, which is when they start to get in trouble with the law, breaking rules. Now, by the time they turn 18, if they are still in the system in some kind of way, whether it's prison, whether it's group homes, whatever, then depending on the crimes that they commit, they will get psychological evaluations, and they will be, unless they're super manipulative and they know how to like get over on the person that's giving them the test, they will be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. It's an actual real thing. And so that's kind of what I'm kind of trying to help us as people like really understand about what's wrong, because I've heard several women say, well, what's the solution, what's the solution, even though we don't want to just be like, yeah, it's just all men. I know some of us hate to hear that, but the honest truth is, if our black boys, because that's who we're in proximity to and that's who we generally date, if our black boys are growing up with oppositional defiant disorder, diagnosed and undiagnosed, conduct disorder, diagnosed and undiagnosed, getting records for criminal behavior before the age of 18 and then it getting expunged and the issues not really being addressed because there are really no real resources in the community for these issues, these boys grow up and get into relationships with us with these behaviors unchecked. We don't know nothing about it, and this is how a lot of things end up being wrong. The issue really does start with them and their behaviors, the way that they think. And I feel like 30 Round is a actual testament to everything that I just said, because he basically said it wouldn't matter who was around. That's just how they would be.
Can I just say real quick that I want to caution us, and I know that like I don't think anybody's talking in bad faith, but like about pathologizing little black boys, I have the same concerns about the way we pathologize black women. I need us to understand that ODD has very loose diagnostic criteria, and so I just want us to be mindful of that as we're having this discussion.
Okay, it's an open panel, guys. I'm gonna preference this. Let's all try really hard to just, I know we're passionate, but chill out.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm not at all, because I do know that there is a such thing as pathologizing, especially our children. But I think what really has to be understood is, just like with men in our community, there are statistical facts that back these things up. So if it was a thing where they were constantly being diagnosed, but there were no behaviors, that would be a little bit different. But there are actually a lot of behaviors that these boys are displaying, that these children in general are displaying. Look at those children in Ohio that just beat and assaulted that 5-year-old girl. Look at the little boy that unalived his mom over a virtual headset. Look at these children, the young ages that they are, and they're having these issues. Look at the juvenile detention center. A lot of those times when my son himself, being transparent, had to go in there, my son had to be on house arrest because there was no room for him. If it was really just a pathological a thing of them pathologizing our boys, then why is there actually issues with like the Kia boys in the Midwest? Why is there issues with the children toting firearms around in the community? I seen on Facebook a couple months ago teenagers walking around with with firearms longer than my damn arm. Like it's one thing if they are being pathologized, but it's another thing if it's actually happening. What I feel like is happening is they're just diagnosing the children with ADHD instead of actually catering the classrooms and the curriculums to the boys based on their makeup. Wanting them to sit, wanting children in general, boys or girls, to sit down for long periods of time and listen to an adult speak. I'm sure sometimes when I speak for a long time, like right now, and I'm gonna wrap it up, adults can get their attention span is not that good, but you want a child to sit down and be still and learn and listen, and it's boring. That's not a good setting. So I think that there are some issues with being pathologized, but there's also a lot of truth to it. And I think that if we really recognize what's really happening and not just think, oh, the system is just trying to tear us down, what if that was true? Like I said, the juvenile detention centers would not be full.
I'm gonna say, I just gonna respond real quick. I don't disagree with what a lot of what you're saying. I know that you were on the panel earlier, and you were like, some people want to have conversations that they don't have the capacity for, and that's why I really caution the conversation in this space. Because as a therapist, as a clinician, I know that some people don't have the intellectual range to have this conversation in the nuanced way that we need to. Right? When we're talking about ODD explicitly, one of the diagnostic criteria is that you simply disagree with an adult. No qualifiers on that. So just them disagreeing with an adult that's telling them to do something they shouldn't actually be fucking doing can technically be meeting that criteria. And so I just want to make I just don't know that I trust everybody on this panel to have this conversation in a way about little black boys in a way that doesn't become destructive when they don't actually have enough information to be having it. That's my whole point.
I want to chime in really
Oh,
quickly.
that was Girl Talk that said it. My
Yeah,
bad.
that was me. I want to chime in and say this, and I think this is a really important thing that everyone must remember. Multiple things can be true at the same time, right? So that means, especially in this baseline of the conversation, like the baseline is, it is very possible, right? We have seen data where, our boys are, being given the wrong diagnosis, right? But we also have seen data that is directly aligned with what divinity is saying. So multiple things can be true at the same time. I also want to make sure that we don't undervalue people's experience, right? So when I talk about people not having the capacity, not having the education, I'm simply asking people to just learn more, right? So, I think people's experiences, what people see, is valid, just as valid as data and education and information, right? So I just want to make sure, that we don't create a space. And respectfully, I'm not trying to take over for the host, but I just want to make sure, we don't create a space where people feel like what they know or what they've seen isn't of value solely because like some of us may have degrees, in certain areas. Like what you've seen is of value as well, right? I just ask people to expand on what you've seen, to gain better understanding of what you've seen so that you don't make what you've seen a black and white thing, because multiple things can be true at the same time. Both of what you guys, based on what I know, and I'm a highly educated woman as well, is true, right? It's just different dynamics. How it shows up just looks different, right? In certain scenarios, it just shows up differently. But what you guys are saying, both of you guys are saying, is absolutely true.
I honestly, I took it like I'm the person that Tina was talking about. I don't have the range for this. Okay, I'm open to learn and stuff, but I was gonna sit it. I was gonna sit it out.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think, and that's what I'm saying. Like I don't even think it's that's why I wanted to clarify that, right? Because we all have life experience. Your life experience is just as valid as mine, right? Your perception of life is just as valid as mine, right? Like I would never say, oh, well, girl, nah, because you don't have my degree, you don't know. I would never say that to anyone. I'm not going to devalue your life experience, right? So again, I just ask people to like, don't take my word for it. Don't take, Tina's word for it. Don't take Divinity's word for it. Go read up on it on yourself. Go look at the data. Both of them are giving you data. Like, don't just take their word for it. Take the time to educate yourself, right? Both sides of the coins. Like, go so you can expand on it, so you can have a greater understanding of what both of them are talking about. You know what I mean? That's
I
all.
do, and I will actually. This is gonna be the thing I look into today after all this. Does anybody else want to join? It is open panel. Anybody can just.
Did anybody call me? I'm sorry, I was moisturizing my face and
No,
brushing my
nobody
teeth.
called you.
No.
But I wanted to say I
Getting
definitely
ready to go to
agree
this
with Girl
tailgate
Talk. I
party, and I'm
definitely
not
agree with
finished
Girl
the
Talk.
open panel.
Everybody
I want to
deserves
finish
to
the
speak on their
conversation in open
truth, to
panel.
speak on their experiences. So I
That's
definitely agree with Girl Talk. I think,
I
this
thought
would
it was
be a
open
good
panel.
time to learn about it is open panel, but nobody called you, boo. You asked a question and I answered it for you. Nobody called you while you was putting lotion on your face. So
No,
like
no,
I
no. I'm
said, yeah, I just
moisturizing my
wanted
face.
to agree.
Moisturizing.
Okay, and okay, what's the difference?
I
Same
don't put
shit.
lotion on my face.
Okay, 30
Just
rounds.
let her
Damn, do you
talk,
want some
bro.
attention? What's going on? Like,
You just you
what's
don't
the
put
I,
problem?
motion on
I
your
just
face.
wanted, I just wanted to open the panel. I
You
wanted to open
just
the panel.
The
you
panel is
just
open and we're talking, but you begging
Okay.
for a spot. Like, we're nobody's
did
about
you
to give you
just
the
say
floor.
you
If you want to
don't
talk,
put
then talk.
lotion on your face?
Fuck.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's weird.
No,
What
you
do you
don't
mean?
supposed to
How
put
is that
lotion on your
weird?
face. You don't supposed to put lotion on your face.
I
Bro,
don't
you're supposed
understand.
to
I
put
don't.
You don't
moisturizing
supposed to put
lotion
lotion.
on your
Oh
face,
hell
dude.
no. What are we doing, y'all?
You
I
supposed to
don't know.
You
moisturize
We
your
supposed
keep
to
face.
put lotion.
30
we
round
keep
trying to
losing the plot.
derail. He
Yes,
trying to
we keep
derail.
losing the plot.
She was talking, and then he just came out of nowhere saying that.
Right.
Yeah, 30 rounds looking for that female. My bad. He's looking for some
Right.
woman attention. Yeah, that's what it is. He
That's
needs
No,
crazy.
that
you
right
But
you
wait,
you
now.
wait.
can't
So
like
y'all
you
gonna
can't put
skip
lotion on
past
your
the
face,
part
bro.
that this dude
You
don't
put lotion on your
moisturize
face, you
his
break out.
face?
That's fine.
Bro,
EB, you were talking.
let
I
EB
don't know
was
if
her
it's black.
talk.
See,
talking.
I'm black.
EB
I
was
Yeah,
don't.
I
I don't
was
know.
talking.
talking,
EB
but
was
the only thing
talking.
I wanted to finish saying was that I definitely agree with girl talk. At the end of the day, everybody's experiences do matter. Like I think that's the main reason why we do have these panels. That way people can feel free to speak and shit like that. So it's like maybe some people may not know everything that the next person may know, but this is a good time to learn new things. Like it's an open discussion. We shouldn't shut each other down just because we may not be aware of certain things.
The honest truth is, y'all, the reason why, because I respect the degrees. I don't have one, but I do
Facts,
have.
facts.
I did go to school for psychology. I didn't finish, but I was an absolute great student, 3.8. But the thing is, I had my own issues that caused me to not be able to finish, but I do plan on going back. But because I have a son that deals with these issues, and I'm constantly in meetings and phone calls and all kind of things like that, there is a level of unawareness that the people who are actually in the field of psychology in the United States of America, they're not aware of the severity of conduct disorder. And the reason why is because there's a part of conduct disorder called callous and unemotional traits that is very, very dangerous. And another thing is when these children are diagnosed with these issues, they're not told the absolute truth about what these issues really are. And a child that is diagnosed with such a serious mental health diagnosis is actually a danger to other children as well as to adults because of the level that their minds are on. And so, even me talking to therapists and psychiatrists myself, because I'm an advocate in the mental health field, I always tell people I've trained the people at the colleges, the students. I've also trained people who graduated from police academies. So I'm very, very well versed. I just don't have a degree. But when I talk to therapists and psychiatrists, and I talk to them about oppositional defiant disorder and conduct disorder, and how it links to psychopathy and how the United States is not honest about that. That's the one thing that I always know that therapists and psychiatrists don't actually want to address because in the United States they don't want to uncover the truth about what callous and unemotional traits in underage children or underage people really is. And one second, Jada. And so if we're not that's why sometimes it's hard for me to have conversations because even though I went to school, I have the privilege of being able to learn outside of the box of a curriculum versus the people that go to school. They're told that they have to teach these, that they have to know these certain things, and that's pretty much it. And that's no shade. I'm just being very honest because when I was in school, they weren't being honest about a lot of this stuff. So when I do speak to therapists and psychiatrists on the level that they're at without a degree, they always want me to come in and teach and they validate everything that I'm saying because again, there are certain things that they're just not being taught, and that's the reason why there is a disconnect with the children who have these issues and the society. If callous and emotional traits exist in a child, but you don't tell that parent that that child is a danger, then that they're going to grow up and continue to commit these crimes. Plus, there's no services in the community anywhere for these children. It is managing their symptoms. It's not even teaching them how to cope. It's not telling them the truth about what they're dealing with. And then they grow up and no offense, but they grow up and they be the men like 30 round, the men that are problematic that are on these.
Sorry.
I'm just keeping it real. They grow up and they are just like these men that are functioning in society that we keep running into as women, not realizing what we're dealing with.
It's a pervasive issue that nobody wants to talk about. But what I can say is I thank him for being honest, because a lot of people are not. He said he was just a bad kid. But then look at his
He
behavior and how
wasn't
he
bad. He was just he was undiagnosed. And that's I think my concern is when we get into conversations, and I'm sorry. I think maybe I'm being perceived as, and so correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like maybe I'm being perceived as saying I just disagree, and like what you're saying is invalid, and that's not at all my intention. I just get concerned about, like, you have the information, right? Girl Talk has the information. There are a few people in this room that have the information, but I get concerned when we're having conversations and we start saying biologically, genetically, in a room full of people that maybe don't have that information, how we then start tap dancing and moving into potential eugenics, and how that becomes just disempowering to Black people, right? And while I think that that's not your intention at all, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I do want to consider the audience in the conversation that we're having as well, right? Because 30 wasn't bad. He was undiagnosed. He needed medication management. He needed support. He wasn't a bad child. He had behaviors that people were perceiving as bad because what he really needed was support.
I still don't think that's the moment to like de-escalate the conversation. Like just because someone may not have the the information just as much as the next person, that's still a moment to learn. I mean, we all here listen to each other. It's an over discussion. It's just a moment to be able to maybe learn or pick up on some things that you were not aware of.
I think we're all, well, not all, because I'm
Can I
not
respond?
technically a part of the
But the
conversation, but I
thing,
think
I can
y'all
never
are heading in the
respond.
right direction, though. I think y'all are working together to, dissect
Right.
this and break it down.
Right.
just trying to offer nuance into the conversation. I'm not saying we can't have it. I'm just saying we need to be mindful of how we have it, right? And I appreciate the people that want to learn. And I know that that is not always how these panels function. And I have no idea who's scrolling past this panel and what they're listening to. And I see Dark Feminine in the chat saying men in general, not just Black, but we are talking explicitly about Black boys and men. So that's where I say, okay, let's be careful about how we're having this conversation. Let's make sure we're offering in the nuance and all this complicated stuff as well, that it's not just so reductive. I can teach you it in a TikTok live in 10 minutes.
But you know what? When we talk about Black men and their mental health, it is important to highlight that. Some people don't like it or don't appreciate it, but it's important to highlight that a little bit more just because of the fact it's not talked about enough and because people don't shine enough attention on it. Just like 30 Round said, he thought he was just a bad kid. And like y'all noticed, it wasn't the fact that he was a bad kid, but he needed that extra support. And so sometimes it's important to talk about those things because a lot of people, when they start to hear us say, oh, the Black man or the Black woman, sometimes they get a little tense because it's like, okay, but it's not just Black men, it's not just Black women. We know that, but it's not talked about enough. So that's our job to do so.
I think from what because I'm listening quietly, I think we're all essentially saying the same thing.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, even Tina and Divinity, right? And Girl Talk, and even we're all saying the same thing. But what I think Tina is saying is she doesn't. She we I I don't want to accidentally create a space where like somebody is scrolling by and then they hear
Hmm.
this and then they misinterpret something that somebody is saying because they don't have the nuance. I think that's what everyone is like. I don't want nobody to scroll by and misinterpret anything, and I think that's what everybody is saying. So I feel like if if the people who have the information would like to share it, absolutely, I'm all for it. But I think what she's saying is she doesn't want somebody to chime in and say something ignorant uh, with a little bit of information they might have overheard.
But can I
Because listen,
say
y'all know I be on Black men's ass, right? And I am still protective of us as a community. So I don't want to empower someone with a little piece of information to then be like, yep, we knew them niggas was predisposed to acting like that. They just roughneck ass niggas that ain't got no good act right because genetically and biologically, that's just how the fuck they like. I don't want to empower someone because they're getting a sliver of this conversation, is what I'm saying as we're having it.
I appreciate that. And also I
I
want to
feel
say
you on
this.
that. Hold on once, because
Oh
I
my.
feel you on that. But I'm not protective because nobody's protective of us as women. I'm not protective at
Hmm.
all. And so when it comes to them, Black men and their issues, and I love them, I have love for them. I'm not protective at all. I have to be very honest about that. But the other thing is too, there's so much information out there. And when I spoke about genetic factors, I do research and I have a lot of books, medical books about male biology, as well as about not books about the genetic part. I've looked up studies about it, but these things, the studies about conduct disorder and narcissism, which is pervasive issues that men in general deal with, but our men, specifically black men, deal with at higher rates. There is a link to the father. That is not a lie. That is not misinformation. That's absolutely what the truth is. Because, like I said, if you look at the child and the child does not have to be around the dad, and then you look at the dad, the behaviors are typically the same. This is the reason why, and I do understand, because I teach this stuff in my life. I know everybody's not always in my lives, but I teach this stuff in my life, and I bring the absolute facts. I read the books. Anybody who knows me knows that I do this. So the thing is, I don't do it in a conventional way. I don't sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna keep out certain things about it. I'm gonna get to the absolute root of the issue and not just talk about the symptoms, because I don't have a thing where I want to protect black men. That's not something that I have. I don't. Because we spent way too many years as women trying to protect a group of people that are actively, purposely, and willfully making sure that they don't protect us. I will never sit on the app and try to and say out of my mouth as a black woman that in protection of black men when they are on apps, when they have podcasts, when they're on TV, on the radio, telling the world they don't care about us. I'm done with that. I had empathy and sympathy for them years ago, but when I got on this app and realized and I saw in real life how these men are taking us out, there's no reason why black women should be being unalived by the men who have given them grace, who has shown them mercy, who have fed them, who have nursed them, who have done helped them with job applications. Yes, some of us are terrible, but collectively though, we have not done anything to warrant the things that black men have done to us. So for that reason, I started to study them to try to figure out what's really the issue here. And along with patriarchy, black men really seriously have some issues that really, and it's not even just on a psychological level, it's on a spiritual level. And that's what I dig into. I don't just dig into the psyche, the soul, which is what psychology really needs to get back to. Because if we're going to be honest, psychology likes to deal with basically neurobiology. They like to medicate the brain, the mind, but it's the science of the soul, which is dealing with energy. And that's what psychology is really not dealing with. And that's why sometimes I battle with psychology field, because they're not telling the truth about a lot of things and they're putting blankets on things. And that's what I like to uncover.
Hey,
So
can I?
that's why I'm saying
Can
what
I
I'm
speak?
saying. Go
Can I
ahead.
speak? Can I speak, please? Damn.
Yeah, go
All
ahead,
right.
because you're the reason why we got here.
Yeah.
You how we got here.
Y'all,
And I'm
everybody,
gonna
like every
stop
time I
letting
go in,
you.
I'm trying to like playing double
Oh
dutch,
Lord.
jump rope. They're like playing jump rope in this motherfucker. I'm trying to go in.
Okay,
Somebody
well
else jump
hop
in this
in like
motherfucker.
double dutch. Hop the
I
fuck
don't, I
in.
don't do no double
As a
dutching.
man, you ignorant as hell, bro.
Hey, bro,
I
shut up.
swear.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the
Honestly,
fuck up.
and well, hold up.
What's your
I'm not
cash app, host?
bitter.
Because I'm not finna do this simping pandering shit. You can drop his ass. He gonna be on that dumb shit.
I
No,
said,
But
no, no.
look,
I'm gonna drop you.
this the thing. This the thing about it, right? Right. I'm
Jesus
not a
mercy.
problematic person. All right. Because first things first is I have my own home. I have 2 cars. I have 2 jobs. I've been doing this shit for I'm 32, 33 now. I've been doing this shit by myself for 10 to 15 years. I'm not a problematic person. I'm not out here robbing. I'm not out here forcing myself on women. I'm not out here doing nothing crazy. I've been in several relationships. Hell, I just got my ex back. I'm not a problematic person. You guys are just mad because of my opinion. And because of my opinion, you automatically think that I'm a problematic person, and that's just not the case. All right? That's just not the case. Right? I am career orientated. Oriented. I'm a I'm a great person. I have a friend. I have friends. You know what I'm saying? I've been in organizations. I'm not a bad person. I just don't like a lot of shit that I've been seeing. Right? That's not my fault. And if I tell you that women are cold and you've always been cold, it's obviously because I've been around women my entire life. Right? So we're not finna just, move the goalposts and try to make it seem like you're giving me some type of psychological evaluation, because I've been there, done that. I've been in them doctor offices, you know what I'm saying, as a young kid, getting them prescriptions of Ritalin and Adderall. So I know you don't know about staying up to 4-5 in the morning on a motherfucking Thursday night because you done popped the Adderall at 2:30 p.m. And now here it is, you 3-4 in the morning, you still up watching HBO, and you got to go to school the next day at 6:30. Nobody knows that life. I do. And I'm telling you, that was the worst thing that happened to me. Right? So I just want everybody to watch what they say.
Okay, I'm gonna give Rocky the floor because Rocky was trying to get in.
Um. Okay. Oh wow. So I've heard some interesting things, and oh my god, that's crazy. I didn't. Give me a second. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'll come back to you. Did anybody else want to say something before I open the panel back up?
I just want to say real quick, 30 rounds. It's okay for you to speak on your past experiences and stuff like that. And best believe you're not the only person that has been through this whole ADHD process or experience as far as having to stay up night and be on Adderall, Adderall and stuff like that. Like there's so many other adults that has been through that as well as kids. So it's like we understand that completely, and we're not sit up here like directly calling you problematic, but the way you carry in the conversation, it gives off as if you are problematic. So it's just like we understand you went through these situations, but those were just the women that was in your life. Like you haven't met every single woman out there in the world. So to sit up here and just say like, oh, women are cold, women are bullies, but you're in a relationship, it's just obviously they're not that cold and they're not
Yeah, I can
bullies
acknowledge.
in the way
I
that you're
can.
trying to make it seem because you're in a
I can.
relationship. So it's
No,
just
I can
like
acknowledge. Hold on. Wait
in
a minute.
some
Wait a
point in
minute. Wait a minute.
time,
Wait a minute.
you
I can
see the
acknowledge,
greater good.
Her
So
finish.
ma'am.
right, I let you talk and I let you get
Okay.
out,
All
what
right,
you
young
wanted to
lady.
say. But my thing is like my name is Evie. Don't call me young lady. But my thing is you only went through those past experiences as a kid. So it's just like you got to be willing to be open enough to see everything before you just go out and try to label everybody as just being cold and being bullies. Because like you just said, you in a relationship, you got your ex back. So obviously something is going good for you to want to be with a woman. So that's my whole point.
I can't say
Don't put
females.
us all in the
I
same
can't say.
bubble.
I can't say young lady. I can't say females. Damn. All right. Anyway.
I know what else you can do, Kyle.
But what I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, right? That is true. I agree with you. But I know from the standpoint, right? I'm seeing it nowadays too. I'm seeing it on TikTok. I'm seeing it on social media, right? It's not just some previous shit. I know that women don't get along with each other. I know women hate each other. I know. Recently in Dallas, a girl just pew pewed a lady that was trying to dodge a fight with her. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't. It ain't no sisterhood out here. Y'all some fucking savages.
But 30 rounds, you acting like that doesn't happen within the gender of men. Like it's very reductive.
Exactly. You keep
I don't
only putting that on
understand
the
that.
women. We
And you
see
keep
men on the news 24/7 pew pewing each other. So what are you
exactly
saying? It
Man, y'all
happens
got
in
it.
all genders.
like
Stop.
when we
No,
when
no,
we
no,
talk
no, no.
about
Stop
family
labeling
annihilators,
everything on just
it's
women. It's
men.
not just a gender thing. It's a people thing. It's a person thing. It's
But
not
this,
just
this
a
is,
fucking gender. Like
but
it
this
don't
is
make
what I
sense.
love. This is why I love Previn Carrion, because Previn Carrion is a psychoanalyst from the UK, and he said that misogyny should be classified as a literal mental health disorder in men, because you went from talking about women, you went from you. It's like your experience with women is one thing, and then you pivot, and then you talk about women on women, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
it just seems very strange to me. If you have not been in therapy recently, I think that you should air your grievances with the therapist and tell them how you feel, because the
I'm
way that you're
a therapist.
hold on, sweetheart, because the way that you're coming off is as if you have a need for women on a sexual emotional labor level, but you actually hate women. And even though we know as women that we have issues within ourselves with each other, what you will never see is us pew-pewing women every single day on the streets. You'll never see that. Yeah, there are some women who do dangerous things to women.
Okay.
And a lot of those women are male identified because you have to also factor in that women are conditioned to compete for men. You have to also factor in that women are just conditioned to compete with other women in general. So I think that if you're gonna look at the issue, look at it from the whole and not from your small misogynistic Horton hears a who little p of a viewpoint. That's just kind of how I feel.
So I'm misogynistic for acknowledging that women commit violence amongst one another,
Look,
but you're
man.
not misandrous.
You're
But you're not a
misogynistic because you're
misandrous. Hold
pointing
up.
that out about
But you're
women,
not
but
a
you're not pointing that
misandrous.
same
Look,
thing out
To,
about
hold
men.
on,
That's why.
but you're not
hold
a
on.
no, wait.
Let a
Jesus,
man talk to him. Let a
you're
man.
not a man. I'm
You got all
talking.
these women
Let
talking
your
to you.
man is
Let
fucking
a
talking.
man talk to him.
Like you
Look,
wild. You ain't even got a
golly
profile pic.
God, it
How can we
jumps
even consider
out of
you a
you
man, bro?
guys. The
Calm down.
misogyny.
You ain't got a fucking profile pic.
Bruh,
Calm down, collect yourself, and
The
say
calm
fuck?
say
down,
These
Look, you
niggas
know
sir.
what?
think
You know what?
your
You know what?
insecurity is right there.
Everybody. If the men, if you two want to talk to each other, you got it.
I don't
Everybody
want to
mute
talk
I
to
just
up.
him.
want let
I'm
me
trying to
talk to
talk.
him as a man,
He
man. No
won't
Okay,
man.
fucking. I
whatever.
don't want to talk to this nigga.
You don't want to talk to him,
I,
but you want to keep going back and forth with the women.
I
You
don't want to
proving
go
our
back and
point.
forth with a
You
woman.
proving
I
our
want to
point,
make my
boo. You
motherfucking
proving
point
our
clear.
point.
If I
You
can't get
want to
my
go
point
back and
across,
forth with the women, but you don't want to talk to a man
because
that
if
said,
I
"Let me
talk to
talk
this
to him."
nigga, because if I talk to this nigga, it's gonna get deep though, and I don't want to. I
It
don't
shouldn't
want to
have
have
to
to
go
blow
there if
up
you
on this
willing to
nigga.
listen.
It's gonna.
You
I
you
don't want to
just
listen to
you
this
just
nigga.
sat here and let the
I don't
women
want to
talk and
listen
It's
to
go
this
gonna
in
go
nigga.
on you. You
where?
can't let
Where
him
is
I
do the
this
don't want
gonna
to
same.
listen to
go?
this
You
nigga,
can't
bro.
let him do the same.
Where does he
That's
think it's
on
gonna
you.
go?
Can we let bro talk real quick?
Y'all ain't
Let
even
him make
talking.
his
Y'all niggas
point.
been sitting
Be
up here
Let him
quiet.
make
Be
his point
quiet.
spectating and
first. But I
shit.
want to
Y'all
talk
been
to
up here
him. Man
spectating.
to
Got
man. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope, 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 nope. Nobody on mute.
weak
Thank
ass
you.
shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'm going to let 30 rounds speak. Let them just finish. Then I'm going to let bro speak because you wanted something to say. You're going to have the floor. And then I'm going to reopen the panel.
Hating ass niggas, man. But all I'm saying is this, right? At the end of the day, she can sit up here and say, oh yeah, you're misogynistic because of your point of view. But she's not a misandrist because of her point of view on men and black boys that she's raising herself. So I'm not about to sit up here and let y'all derail the conversation. I'm not about to let y'all niggas attack me, because that's all you niggas want to do is ride the wave of these women and come up here and say some weird shit to me. And the minute you get on that shit, nigga, it's up. It's stuck. So don't even go there with me.
Did what I
Don't
say
even go
hit a
there with me.
nerve in you?
You sound
30
like a
round
child.
was a nerve. Hold on, Miss Rocky. Was a nerve hit in you 30 round? Because if it was, it's okay.
No nerve was hit. I must be hitting the nerves because when I say something, y'all try to minimize it and try to make it seem like my opinion doesn't matter, but yours matters. And
I
that's
think
the
your
problem.
opinion does matter.
That's the problem.
I don't think that your opinion doesn't matter. I think that your opinion does matter. And the thing is though, there's a lot of deflection in your speech when you talk. You get so offended that your ego starts to speak for you, and then you start to lose control on an emotional level. That's all.
I just want to highlight something because I realize that lack of self awareness is a really big issue, right? So if hearing baseline facts about what is common, and what I mean by common, meaning there's a significant higher probability of men doing XYZ. If you hearing a woman mention those things, that hearing that triggers you, you got a problem, respectfully, right? There's something going on inside that ain't normal. And I say that with all due respect. And I feel like everyone's trying to kind of, you know, dance around that, but it is not your opinion, sir. It is your behavior, right? It is how you're responding to information. No one, no one is responding the way that you are to you sharing your perception of women. Nobody. But yet, anytime someone gives really high probability truths about what is commonly happening with men, you get extremely defensive. That is not normal behavior, period. And so again, it's not your opinion, it is your reaction to information that people are calling out. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because sometimes lack of self-awareness is what's driving so many issues that people are facing. I'm not going to tell you what you need to do. I'm not going to tell you how to fix it. I'm not going to do that because I don't work for free, but I am going to call that out because I think it's important for you to recognize no one is challenging your personal position, your personal opinion, especially when I literally was one of the main people saying, I believe people's perception of the world is valid, right? But somehow you didn't hear none of that. Why? Because just like Miss Divinity said, you're triggered. When you hear certain information, it deeply triggers you. That is not a normal response. Healed people don't behave that way. I just wanted to add that. But also, I just wanted to say I had a great time. Thanks for having me on the panel. I'm definitely going to follow you, and you guys enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you, Girl Talk.
yeah,
Um,
I want to
30.
let Bro. I want to let
Oh,
Bro
sorry.
speak because I said he could be next. Girl Talk, I'll drop you, and then we'll reopen the panel.
Okay. I'm just gonna, say something to man, because he got a lot of perspective from the women. I don't think he hearing them though, so maybe he'll hear a man, maybe. So, regardless of all these past experience you've had with women, understand that your hello.
You got to get off there now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you good, bro.
They are important. They do. Oh my god, my internet. Is my internet working for y'all? Can
Yeah,
y'all
yeah.
hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
You good?
All right, cool. Like I said, understood that your past experience with women are valid. They are important. Your opinions do matter, correct? But you can't just base your perspective on everything else around you. You need to study your laws of attraction. You need to, I don't know if you're religious, but if you are, you need to give your burdens to God. I know y'all say go get a therapist, but God's one of the best therapists if you believe God, that is, at least. So if you believe God, seek God, give him your burdens. Pray on a woman, pray on what he needs to teach you so you understand.
You went teacup.
What's the last thing y'all heard?
Pray on
You
your
said
burden.
you said
Oh,
pray to God so that way hoping that he can seek you through
Yeah,
it.
pray to God. Ask God how to pray. Ask God what to pray for. So you have an understanding on what you need, what you're lacking, and how you need to work on that. So when the right woman comes to you, you're already the man she needs you to be. You understand? You can't just base your experience off every woman you dealt with, because not all women are the same. Study your laws of attraction, reflect on yourself, and I promise you, everything comes back more positively.
Also, there is no such thing as misandry. Okay? For everything that y'all do and everything that anybody does, everything has its cause and effect. So and I hate to do this because I just can't stand the fact that the empathy is high. I try to really have real conversations with y'all. Hey, Tony, but it's very hard because I really want y'all to get it, but the ego is always there. Misogyny is the hatred and the disdain of women, and it causes you all to feel like you are superior to women. It causes you all to feel like you have to put women in their place. It causes you all to feel like Women don't have the right at all to stand in their own autonomy and be who they are without a man coming along to knock her down. And not only that, but then y'all unalive women, you feel so entitled to women's bodies. It's really honestly terrible. And so because cause and effect, because of the things that you all have been doing to us as women for so many years, they've come up with a term. A misogynist came up with a term called misandry to give a name to women expressing how they simply feel about the treatment that they've been getting from men. And it's very, very sad. It's very sad that grown men cannot fathom, because y'all supposed to be leaders. Y'all are supposed to be more logical. So this is something that y'all should understand. You do things to us as a group, and as a group, we wake up one day and we respond. We respond, and then you all feel like it's not fair. But not only do you all feel like it's not fair, you don't stop the behaviors. You actually double down on them. You don't ever want to address misogyny, but you always want to address misandry, which doesn't even exist. If you all stop the things that you were doing, then we would have no reason to express the way that we feel. We would have no reason to express any of these grievances. But you all don't stop. Like I said, you double down. So I think it has to, and this is the reason why I talk and I teach about narcissism so much, because when another issue in the community, the traits and the disorder, if you all are not willing, or not even just willing, if you all are unable to see the error in your ways, because one trait of narcissism is that they can't handle criticism. So anytime there's a conversation going on, where women are speaking about their experiences, the abuse and the treatment, men who have these traits in very high numbers, they can't hear it, because the criticism causes them to immediately become affected. Their body. I've heard men tell me that they feel it in their body. Their body starts to ache when they become held accountable, when they have to become responsible. So when your body starts to ache and your mind starts to go crazy, when women are telling their experiences or trying to hold you accountable and you see that as criticism, and it is, but you can't handle it, that's when the gaslighting and the deflection and the blame shifting, that's when all that stuff comes into play. And we tell y'all this over and over and over, and y'all refuse to get it. So then you deflect and you say, oh, it's misandry. That's not what it is. That's just women telling the absolute truth that you all simply don't want to get. And even with me explaining this, even with me spelling it out for you, you're still going to come off mute and you're still going to do the same thing. And then you wonder why we keep having these panels, and you wonder why we have the issues we have in our community. I keep telling y'all, and I'm going to keep on saying it. It's not us, even though we fucked up too. It's not us, it's y'all. Because if we have two groups of people, and I'm gonna land with this, if we have two groups of people and one of them is already afflicted with narcissism and misogyny, and the other one, women, are not nearly as much as y'all are, because our narcissism comes from trauma. When we get diagnosed with that shit, it comes from trauma. And I'm even talking to my therapist about even getting that worked out to try to figure out how I can change that, because women are being misdiagnosed with something that's not natural for them to have. Hello? So, two groups of people are supposed to be trying to come together, and we can't, because one group is already afflicted. So you can't even come into a relationship genuine. You can't even come into a relationship open. You can't even come into a relationship willing to just have empathy. You don't fucking have it. Like Dr. John.
You know
Go
what?
ahead though.
You know what's a little sad about this though?
Wait. Let me say something. Bro, you're going to speak. And then after bro speaks, the greatest. And then after the greatest, Dr. John. Please, in that order.
Right. Thank you. You know what's sad about that though? We're all adults here. You know, I'm 29. I'm almost 30. And it's the fact that even as adults, we still have to have these conversations. as adults, some people, well, most people still need to learn these things. And it's crazy to me because this is something we should be already on top of before any of us should hit the age that we are right now. These things should be understood, and the fact that it isn't, and we're still having these conversations at the age we are all in right now, and some people still don't get it, is a big major red flag to me in our society, and it makes me wonder why.
Okay. The greatest, you have the floor.
Okay. What's up, Ginger?
What's up?
I just want to go to the topic. This has been crazy and all over the place. Are women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? I'm gonna have to agree with it. I believe women are just learning boundaries. I personally don't think or have like necessarily experienced like the whole quote of women being cold or being bullies or being mean or any of that shit. I totally disagree with that, but I think that women are just learning boundaries, learning that pretty much. But yeah. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. You're saying that women are not becoming colder, they're learning boundaries. Okay. Dr. John, you just went teacup, but I know you can hear me. Not today.
Hey, how you doing, Ginger? Good afternoon.
Let's see how good it is. Let's see.
Ça passe.
No, I'm not doing this with you today. Go ahead, answer the prompt.
Okay, so are women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? I don't think women are becoming colder or learning boundaries. I think the modern era women are influenced by what they see on social media, and they're not taking accountability for any of their actions or the way they present themselves because they feel like they're quote unquote liberated or free or whatever you want to call it. I'm outside, girl, all that good shit. I honestly think the worst thing that could have happened to our generation were people like Sexy Red and Cardi B popping up pregnant. Because women look at that shit and believe, oh, they genuinely believe that can be them. Men, on the other hand, men don't look at social media and get influenced. Yeah, we may
I'm
copy.
sorry to interrupt, but
Not
did
true.
you
That's
answer the
not true.
prompt?
That's not true. That's not true.
Interrupt
Men
that man.
absolutely
Let
do
that
the
man
same thing
talk.
if that's what you want
Nah,
to
Listen,
nah.
say.
so
Let
is
that
everybody
man
gonna
talk.
cut me off?
Let that man talk.
Let me say this.
Stop with that whole ass shit.
No, 30 rounds. You need to relax
30, shut
yourself.
up. And he's
You need
talking
to
bullshit.
relax yourself.
That was related to
Let
the
me
topic. It was all
no
related to the
no
topic.
no no guys, I'm gonna let John have the mic again. I want y'all to take everything this man says with a grain of salt. Everything. Just and don't let him emotionally ensnare you. Let him just get it
Talking
out.
to. I'm just answering the prompt.
Right, of course you are. Please hurry up.
It's crazy. Okay. So anyway, yeah, man. Going back to the prompt again, there is no being cold. There is no boundaries. These women aren't influenced by any of that shit. They're influenced strictly on what they see on these damn apps like Instagram and all that social media shit and celebrities. The moment the algorithm changes for them to be warm and open and be less, even more less boundaries or whatever, then they'll be doing that shit too. They're not being led or looking for a direction of real men anymore, and they're not receptive to any accountability or change. It's all just bullshit. But I'll let my play right there.
I'm glad.
Hey, is this an open panel now? Can I talk?
So,
All right, thank you. Because I've been quiet. I let everybody say what they want to
you
say.
have not been
I want to go
quiet.
after Ginger.
I let
You
everybody
haven't.
You have
take
not
their
been
little shots
quiet.
at me. I've been washing clothes, ironing. I'm finna go to a tailgating party. Like I'm not a problematic person. You know what I'm saying? I'm not up here tripping.
Hey,
But
Trying to convince.
I'm
I,
going to a tailgate in Charlotte
hey,
right
hey,
now.
straight up,
Keep
bro,
saying I'm a
dog. Hey,
problematic
be safe
problem
out there,
proves
brother.
that you are.
You see, that's how black men talk to one another. Hey, bro, be safe out
So
there,
you
brother.
said
Have a
you
good day,
said
all
so.
right?
Bro,
Oh
you
man,
sound
I'm
But
dumb,
look,
Ginger.
but
bro.
look.
You
Ginger ain't
sound
no
dumb.
problematic person. What that don't have nothing to do with
So you're
nothing. What are you
saying that
Yeah,
talking
but
black
about?
anyway,
wait. I have a question. So you're saying that the only way that black men can support each other is by letting you guys essentially condoning your bad behavior. That's the only way y'all can stick up for each
That's
other.
the only way
no,
I've seen them have
nobody's
community.
condoning any bad
Community.
behavior. Nobody's condoning that behavior.
You
Wait,
are
wait, wait,
definitely
panel.
condoning what that
Wasn't
dude
didn't
said.
we
Is
see
that
it? Didn't we see in 4K one time, like on a live panel? Didn't there was a panel we had about
Yeah.
accountability. There was men up there willing to
Yes,
learn
we did.
what it took to hold men accountable, and
Yep.
then when it was time to hold that a nigga accountable, all they did was justify his actions. They became his a cape. They came in the coddle. They did everything but hold him accountable.
Are you
They
Shit.
even
don't have
old
no
enough?
What are you
Are you
community.
talking
They
even
about?
don't
old
have no
enough
What are you
to?
talking about?
community until it's
Y'all
time
wasn't
to
here for that.
reinforce their
Is
toxic
she even
behavior.
old enough to be on this panel?
Yeah, she sounds
Yes.
like she about 17, 18. Girl, get out of
Right.
here.
Like, is she like?
Well,
I've been in one
let me
relationship
All
my
right,
whole
let me
life.
wait,
She said,
Because she checking you.
fucking chill.
wait. So basically, what I just heard is because it is true because Bro was here and he just confirmed that that was true. So the first thing that you two decided to do was to attack her age. Y'all are real.
you can't attack age.
Y'all are
Oh,
You
real
can't attack age,
No,
shit.
they
bro.
didn't try to attack my age.
You
They're trying to
can't
get
attack
information
Her
out
age,
of me
frontal
because they
Ginger.
low
lobe,
key
her
want to
frontal
holler
lobe
at
is
me.
not
That's what it
developed.
is.
Her
They
frontal
want me
lobe
to
is
be
not developed.
17 and 16.
Ginger,
However,
Ginger,
they're
you
they're
can't
Right.
attack
sexualizing me
age.
right now.
But
Nobody's
this the
They
doing
want
that.
thing.
me to
This
be
the
that
thing.
young.
This the thing. This the thing. I feel like at the end of the day, all you men, especially the ones that's up here on this panel right now, the main two talking. The only reason why y'all join these panels is because y'all want to feel like y'all holding women accountable. That's literally y'all goal every day.
Hey,
Y'all
Yes.
Ginger, it's a
focus.
money
Let
gun,
me
right?
finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. At
It's
the
a
end of
money
the
gun,
day,
right?
all y'all do is get up on these panels and try to degrade and disrespect women. And then the moment you hear a woman try to correct something that y'all done did or said, then that's when you want to attack something else that ain't even none of your concern nor your business.
Well,
Like
how
that
about
shit
you
is
correct something
ridiculous.
we said
So
then?
because she said something that y'all didn't like, y'all want to ask how old she is.
No,
Obviously, she
just
old
the
enough
way
to be
she.
up on the panel.
No, no,
So don't
no.
be worried about that.
The way
No,
she
that's why you
speaks,
ask. That's
the
why you
way she
ask though.
speaks, it sounds like
So
a
what?
immature
No,
I'm high
you
as
child.
fuck
no,
right
you
now.
go
I'm high
no
as
no no
fuck
no
right
no no no
now.
no 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 no
Look
no
at
no
that.
no. Y'all worried about her tone of
Even the
voice. You
whole,
worried
she
about how
speaks sounds
high
like
pitched
an
her
immature
voice is.
child.
So
even her
and I'm
screaming,
not
she's
an
hot. Even her
exactly,
screaming, she's saying,
exactly.
Can I
even her
can I
screaming,
can I
saying
hold
she's
him
high as
accountable
an
And
real
we
immature
could
quick?
child.
say the same about you just because of
Can
how
I
you
hold
came
him
up off here
accountable?
talking.
Go ahead,
Let
Go
me
ahead,
hold him
bro.
bro.
accountable.
Go ahead,
Go
bro.
ahead,
Because
Let me
bro.
that's
hold
what
both
they
of them
need. Obviously,
accountable.
they need another man.
Because she didn't say anything immature. She didn't say anything childish. She didn't say anything worth reprimanding. She spoke on a personal live that we had a few days ago about accountability and holding men accountable that you wasn't here for, and you had the audacity to call her out for her age when nothing she even said was remotely childish. And
Hey, bro.
you sir have
You're
been showing
deflecting.
you have been showing a lack of respect, a lack of patience, and you, sir, are showing
What are you talking
more.
about?
Is it
You are
because
I'm the
being
I'm
only.
playing with
childish.
slime? Is it
I'm the
because
You
I'm
only
are
playing
one
being
that
with
got
paint?
childish.
interrupted. I'm the
John,
only one
John,
that got
John, don't take.
interrupted.
Hey, John, don't take the nigga serious. He ain't even got
They
20
try
seconds.
to take the fact that
He
she's
ain't even got
No,
soft
30
20 seconds.
toned
rounds.
because
He
Y'all,
she
you
has
can't
literally
a
be taking
soft
him
interrupted me.
pitched
I
serious.
let him
voice
talk the
that
whole
she's
time.
You
immature. Y'all
cannot take somebody
lame.
without a
That's
profile picture
corny.
serious, bro.
That's
It
You
is
know
corny.
true.
That's
what? You know
corny.
You
what? You
need
know
to. You should
what? You know
apologize.
what? You
Both
know
of you
what?
should
You know what?
apologize
You
to
know
that
what?
woman. Both of y'all should
Bro,
apologize
bro,
to
you're
that
not
woman.
gonna get no pussy being a white knight, bro. Stop
I
that.
have a
He
I have
might.
a
He might
woman.
get some. Now what?
Wait. I
Ooh,
have a
talk that
woman,
shit.
sir. I'm not on here
See
looking
how
for
immature she
anything
is?
because I have a relationship, sir. I'm not on here looking for
With the
nothing.
dude,
But you
with
see
the
how
dude.
but hold on once, John. You see how men live from the lower part of their bodies. You
And
literally
I
feel like
hope you
respecting a
enjoyed. I hope
hold
you
on once.
enjoyed your two
Oh, I'm sorry.
seconds. I hope you
They
enjoyed your 2 seconds, John.
they literally feel like be respecting a woman means that you're trying to get pussy, which says what? That's because the subconscious is always going to speak. That's what I pay
Mm-hmm.
attention to. The subconscious is always going to speak. And so every single time a man speaks, I speak men. I just want everybody to know that I speak men. And the
Can't
fact
speak
that,
as
first
man.
of all, let me validate what she said. They were trying to he was trying to low key hit on her by saying that she sounds like a child. And before he even said that, I said in the comments, he likes children. I know a man that really likes underage children, which most of them do. I
I
know a
wouldn't go
man that
that
likes
far.
underage children.
Come on.
Preach.
Come on.
That's the
Let, let,
hold
let's
on,
not take it
hold
that
on,
far.
hold on.
Come
No,
you
we gonna take
reaching.
it that far.
You reaching. You reaching.
Anytime I'm hold on once, hold on
That's
once.
your perverted mind.
Anytime I'm
Why is your
involved in a
mind going
Guys,
so
conversation,
perverse?
anytime I'm involved in a conversation, I'm going to tell the truth. Sagittarius all day, 13 signs,
guys,
not tropical. I'm gonna always tell the truth.
I really do not want to get my life flagged,
Well,
y'all.
you tell them
Right,
to use
It
right.
TikTok
just
friendly language
happens.
Well,
because
hold
I
on,
didn't use
Oh
no
Ginger.
language that was not
my
TikTok friendly
Ginger,
language.
She
People
automatically
have
I
the
TikTok
understand
friendly
voice.
when
everybody.
you
words,
talk
y'all.
to her.
Ginger,
Panel,
I
TikTok friendly
understand.
words.
Honestly, y'all,
Yeah,
I've been
Ginger.
reported before. I don't want to. I
Right, I
want us to
see.
be respectful. I want us to listen to each other speak. Please, guys.
Ginger.
If I can have the floor because I wasn't done,
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
then
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
be
Have the
quiet.
floor.
Let's keep the
Um,
terminology TikTok safe.
This is a
yeah.
lot, guys. I don't even know what we're talking about no more at this point.
But
I do though. I do because I saw exactly what happened. And this is the reason why I don't understand why I can't say I don't understand because I get it. Everybody is just not as inquisitive as I am. And I'm not trying to make it about me. But what I'm saying is I really do see and hear what men mean when they say certain things. She knew that he was attracted to her. She knew that
Mm-hmm.
by him identifying her voice as a child, she knew what was up. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know
That's
if
why she
y'all don't
called it
see that.
out.
Exactly. I don't
Yep.
know if y'all don't see that kind of stuff, but women can see that kind of stuff. We hear it. Now some hold on once, bro. Some women don't get it. When he identified her voice as a child, that let me know something. That's number 1. Number 2, there is something wrong. There is something seriously wrong with the state of men because for him to tell bro you ain't gonna get no pussy by telling us as men to respect her, that lets you know that men respecting women is performative. Everything is always in reverse when it comes to men, or it's
Yes,
upside down.
performance. Yeah, I
So
agree.
anytime I get it, I'm happy that you do. So anytime a man says something to a man that is being respectful, or to a man that's trying to hold another man accountable, because we just seen in real time that men will not let other men hold them accountable. Okay.
Right.
So when that man said, you ain't gonna get no pussy by being what? Respectful to a woman, which should tell all of us something. Because when one man speaks, I hear all of them. I speak man and I also speak nigga. I hear
And
exactly
don't
what they are
forget, my
saying.
bad boo to interrupt you, but don't
Uh-huh.
forget how he also said that bro and Rocky were simping and pandering because they were checking him about his behavior. Speak on that part as well.
Yeah, I definitely said that.
I mean,
Those words
but
Yeah,
came
that's
out of my
facts.
mouth.
I know you did, boo. That's why I
Those
here's the
said
words
it.
thing
came out of
though.
my mouth.
But
They
here's
definitely
the
did.
thing though, 30 round.
Thank you.
I don't
Thank you
know
for
why.
acknowledging
Ass nigga.
But
Mm-hmm.
see, I
Yep.
told you
it.
before though, 30 round. I told you before that you only like women's bodies. You don't actually like women. And you prove it every single time. Y'all keep thinking, and see, this is why I have the lives that I have. I don't want it. I need women, especially BLK women. If our men have the highest rates of narcissism, I need y'all to understand that these dudes do not like you. And Tina, this is the reason why I said I'm not protective of them, because they have an insidious agenda. And if you don't think it's all of them, I don't know which one it is. And I have no way to figure out which one is not. So I'm going to treat all of them the same, just like I would all lions, because all of them have the same characteristics. Now, what they're going to do, though, is come at you from different angles. If you are a grown ass man and you say that you not gonna get no pussy for being respectful to a woman, then you're basically letting us know that anytime you are being respectful to a woman, you're being respectful in order for you to get something in return. And that's the reason why we get called bitchs and bitch
Mm-hmm.
you ugly when we refuse their advances. I need y'all to see through this shit. It's 2025. This is some shit that we should already be knowing. We should not have no sympathy for them and want to save them and have grace for them. Because, baby, I'm
Right.
telling you right now that if you was left in a room with them, they would have none for you. None.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear because about that statement about being protective. Let me be clear that I'm always going to be protective of my community, right? And as a black woman, that means I'm protective of women, but that means I'm also protective of blackness, right? Not everybody in this live is a black person, and some conversations are in-home conversations. So when I made that statement earlier, it's because not everybody in this motherfucker is in our house. And not everybody in this motherfucker needs to be hearing all of the things that we're discussing, especially, again, if they don't have the range and they can't understand the nuance. So I hear you, but don't. Everybody that's in this room that has heard me before knows good and goddamn well I am never on some cake for a man shit. ever, never on that. But I'm absolutely going to protect my community from conversations of people that might be racist or bigoted coming in here and then feeling empowered by things that they hear from us to then be problematic to my community. Period. Full stop.
Thank you. And I also want to say this because I wanted to talk. And also, like, you're right, Tina, because bro, we don't know if bro's black or white. He doesn't have a profile pic.
You don't know
So
that.
like,
Oh, what does
we
that
got
have to
people
do
like
with
him
How
anything?
are you
that's
on bro so
infiltrating,
many?
His
that's
profile
infiltrating
pic was his
conversations,
youngest
that's
thing.
Can
I
I
was
infiltrating
trying
also
to
just
conversations.
say,
piggyback off
can
what
I
she
also
said
just
to
say,
justify what
So
you're
for
doing.
I
real,
agree
for
I'm
with
trying
real,
to
you.
for
I
piggyback
real.
agree
off what
with
she's
you.
Can I
doing to
also just
justify your
say
And I,
that,
shit. Don't
like,
do that.
that Ginger
Don't do
Why
asked
that.
everybody
us
want
to
to interrupt
discuss
me?
this prompt. Ginger asked us to discuss this prompt without censoring men. And
Yep.
just going to be honest. I feel like 30 rounds, you have come in here intentionally or otherwise. It may just be your maleness showing up, right? And this entire conversation has now become centered around him. And that to me is the insidiousness of patriarchy and maleness, right? Because now why has this entire conversation devolved into understanding
Because
30
y'all
rounds?
allowed
Yes, it
it.
has expanded beyond that, but like I don't understand how he became the center.
Because y'all
It
allowed
doesn't
it.
either,
30
bro.
round is just like Saw. He's just like Cartel. He's just like Charles Brooks. He's just like all of these dudes, which is why all of them niggas are blocked. So if y'all allowed that and allowed them in our conversations, of course we're gonna respond to it.
Dang, 30.
Mm-hmm.
30
Y'all
rounds
the
is
one, the
crazy.
host is the one that's
I
allowing
would
it.
have.
The
But the
insidious.
I
thing
would
I
is,
have.
would
the
call
thing
it
is, the
insidious,
thing
bro.
Oh,
is,
he
I will
left,
say
y'all.
that 30,
That's it.
I will say that 30 rounds absolutely said what he said. And then one of the women in the comment was like, I actually like the fact that y'all just ignored what he said and kept talking because not everybody needs to be acknowledged.
Yeah.
No shade to 30 round, right? But he definitely tried to make himself the center and then was successful.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
what
ain't gonna
about
lie.
Philly?
What that other guy just said, that was weird. I like what? Like
I don't know what's
what if
going
somebody
on
said that to
anymore.
your
I don't
daughter?
even care for it.
All right. For anyone who did not answer, oh, Cupcake, you are new. Please answer the prompt. Please.
What's up, Cupcake?
Hi. Yeah, I had to drop earlier because I was outside. I'm home now though. But so yes, back to the prompt. I'm gonna re-answer. Hi Divinity. Hello, my loves. Are women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? So, just like I said earlier, boundaries require coldness, right? And I know that we like to separate the two, but just think about it for a second, right? We are taught as little girls all the way up into grown women and policed as grown women, right? That if we set boundaries and we stop the bad thing that we don't like that is happening to us or other women, then now all of a sudden we're being mean. We are we don't care about how other people feel. Da 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 da. Right? We are always taught to always constantly be with compassion, have empathy for others. Taking into account how other people feel, even at the detriment of how we feel. Right? We are taught to ignore our central nervous system. We're taught to ignore our intuition. And as a result, we grow up with a lack of boundaries and we grow up to be people pleasers. We grow up to censor everyone except ourselves, especially as Black women, right? And so when we learn how to stop people pleasing and we learn how to set those boundaries around our life and how we want to be treated and talked to and so on and so forth, there's a sense of feeling bad because we still feel empathy for people, right? Like we still want to help, but I can't help you right now because I got to help myself first. It's a boundary that's set. So in order to be able to actually set that boundary and keep it in place, there's a bit of that compassion and empathy that has to dial down. It has to turn cold. You have to stop giving a fuck, right? You have to stop caring. And I mean, to be honest, I don't see nothing wrong with it, honestly, because when you do place those boundaries as a woman, you see how people treat you, right? You see the amount of friends that you lose, the amount of people that stop liking you for who they thought you were, a people pleaser. You feel me? So yeah, that's my little spiel.
Okay. I'm gonna say this again. Now that 30 rounds is gone, I no more centering men in our conversation.
Okay.
Issues about women.
Okay.
All right.
I also wanted to add real quick. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I also wanted to add real quick that if you want the conversation to actually be centered around women, I don't think men should be in the conversation at all. But that's just my opinion. You know, that's all.
I
Ayo.
agree, Cupcake.
I disagree.
Dang, I might have
Cause
to.
y'all lead with
Because
a
I don't.
man's perspective of
I
women.
don't think we need it.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we
No, they
don't.
don't
No,
need
we
our
don't.
But
No
perspective.
then why
shade.
would you ask the
As a
You know
man,
what,
they
question?
don't need our
Ginger? You know
perspective.
what, Ginger? You know what, Ginger? I agree because at the end of the day, in some type of way, if you allow a man to get up on this panel,
He gonna
you
somehow make
already
it
know
about
what they're gonna.
him.
They're gonna make
Have
it.
I done
They're
that?
gonna make it about them.
Have
No,
I
you
done that?
haven't. So I would say you two would
I
probably
say
be the
you're
only
kind of doing it
exception. I
right
would say
now.
you three. My bad. I would say you three would be the only exception, just because every time you allow a man to get on a panel, regardless of what we're discussing, they're going to come at a woman in a negative type of light. So then we're back up on the whole we got to defend ourselves situation. Nah, we're not doing that today.
And I mean, I get that probably Rocky Bro and the Great probably haven't did that. However, it's the same way as of it. That's patriarchy speaking. Because why do we need a man's point of view on us?
Okay, that's the whole point, right? So, like,
Right,
bro,
we
you have
don't.
not done it. You have not done it up until this point, right? But even asking, well, you need a man's perspective, but for what? Why? Why do I need a man's perspective? Why do you feel like your perspective is inherently valuable?
And also, let me just say,
Why do you believe that?
a lot of my lives is me asking questions about men. So that's why y'all be up here a majority of the time together.
Uh-huh.
And this is my panel. This is the first time I'm directing the question to the women.
Mm-hmm.
So I
I
these
wanna
I
ask the women questions.
This ain't
these
the line for that, bro. Don't do
do
that.
you mind
What do you
ask?
mean this ain't the
Wait,
Unless
wait,
line?
wait,
Ginger
wait,
This
wait,
is
lets
wait,
him.
about
wait.
Unless
women.
Ginger lets
Like
him.
you
Wait,
going
wait, wait.
bad.
This is
Let me
about
just say
women. So
this.
why can't I ask women
Let
questions?
me just say this. If it comes from a genuine place, then can you ask those questions from the comments and then we will answer?
Listen, if I'm going in the comments respectfully though, I'm out of here. Not
That's
because I don't
okay.
like it. It's just because I'm the person that rather I like to be up in panels.
Okay, well then you know what? I will see you on the next panel when the topic is about men.
All right. Well,
Okay.
y'all have a good one then.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your contributions.
Can I respond to the one man in the comments that asked? So when the conversation is centered around men, do women not comment? The only reason I would say no is because Ginger is a woman hosting a space for women, and women also it's always appropriate for women to be talking to other women if they desire to,
Yeah.
right? So even if we're
True.
talking amongst ourselves about y'all, that's not an inappropriate conversation,
And
right? And there's a power dynamic at play that you also have to acknowledge, right? The same way Black people always know how to maneuver around white people because you're taught that from a very early age. We probably know more about white people than they know about themselves, if we're honest, right? We, as women, being the oppressed group in the gender dynamic, know a lot about men. So we are qualified to have that conversation.
yeah. And also, let me preface by saying this. I am a Black woman. I intended this space to be a safe space for Black women. I don't know how all you niggas found me. I don't know how that shit happened, but that was never my intent. I'm glad that y'all are here. Some of you, the ones that are genuinely here to learn, understand, and grow. I love that y'all are here. Yeah, the greatest. I love when the greatest is here. He does mentorship programs. He reaches out to the youth. I love that shit. But this was intended to be for us, ladies. You guys have the floor.
I who building the house? Okay.
My bad, y'all. My daughter over here sharpening her color pencils and shit. My bad, y'all. That was the sharpener.
That's funny.
It ain't no drill and shit. We ain't building no houses.
Rich
nah, I
Auntie,
just
Cupcake. After you're done, I want Rich Auntie to answer because she didn't get to answer this prompt.
oh, okay. I'm gonna have to drop in a minute in a few again anyway. So but I do think that, us as women and especially black women, we most certainly have to get so much better with our boundaries, and we have to be unapologetic about it. Like, it is not a crime and it does nobody any harm um to censor yourself at any time, for anything, for any reason, like, at all.
Period. Ladies, bro asked a question. He said one of my questions are women having appropriate amounts of boundaries or too many?
Enough.
Ooh.
Right, not enough, to be honest.
I don't think there's a such thing as too many boundaries.
Right.
Because if we think about all that we have endured or allowed to be okay just for the sake of others' opinions and feelings and stuff like that, yeah, I don't think there's a such thing as too many boundaries. I feel like if anything, we could probably have more boundaries. Just because I'm pretty sure there are some things where we let slide just because we don't want to feel like we're doing too much. But that's just because we're too busy worrying about what the next person is going to think or feel and not what is best for us in that moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's always changing. Like a 15-year-old version of me at the time probably felt like I had the right amount of boundaries. But, as you get older, you learn yourself more, you learn how to respect yourself more, show up for yourself more, and thus creating more boundaries.
I answered him in the comments, but my answer was it depends on that woman and her surroundings, because me setting boundaries, I might not have to set the same boundaries as the woman next to me because my
Right.
surroundings and what I'm going through are different. So it all depends on what that woman is going through in her life and who she has around her on what boundaries she has to set. And if she sets too many boundaries, then maybe it's because it's a reaction to what she's already been through.
Okay, another question. Can you ladies describe your most important boundaries aside from the bare minimum?
Um,
Anybody want to
I
answer?
can say my
that's a
biggest
good question.
boundary is if you can't respect me for who I am right now as a person, then you should probably, I'm not trying to make you fit in so you can leave me alone, and I will leave you alone quickly. If you let me know that there's something that needs to change about me, then I'm okay with leaving you alone. I really am, because I don't really want to change anything about me right now.
Hmm. All right, that's fair. EB.
My, oh,
I would say for me, I think one of my biggest boundary is to show me the same type of respect that you would want me to show you in return. Because so many people come into a situation and feel like they can just treat people however they want to and say whatever they want. And they think they don't do anything wrong. And they feel like everything is just peaches and cream, but it's just people have to understand like there's a certain type of way that you have to be willing to treat people like treat people how you want to be treated. And I don't treat disrespect too loosely. And so that be my thing is basically treat me how you want me to treat you. If you want me to be kind and respectful and give you grace and show you mercy and all this extraness, I need that in return. Don't come in draining me and then just expect to just take, but not give.
I like that. So what? Let me hear it. And then beautiful.
I guess my biggest personal boundary falls in the category of communication. I tell everybody that I feel like has a good sense of me that I don't deal with someone having an issue or a problem with me and then going so long not addressing it, but instead building a case with other people around me because that's just my personal boundary because it's always made a unsafe space for me But I know my character, and my character is I want to talk about things. Like if I consider you a friend, whether we disagree or not, I want to talk things through. Like I'm not, if I consider you a friend, I'm not doing anything intentionally to hurt you. People that I don't fuck with know that. So it's like I'm not the nice, nasty, fake type of person. Like, so I want to keep those type of people around me that are, that will have the same type of standard, I guess, when it comes to how they communicate with people that they claim to care about and love. I don't do people being super destructive, trying to destroy someone's character off of a misunderstanding. You didn't even go to that person to see why they did what they did. Instead, you just went completely left. I don't deal with people like that.
I agree. I'm gonna let Beautiful go, and then Evie. I'm gonna ask you the question. You can respond after she goes. Bro asked, "Is respect not the bare minimum?"
It is.
Okay, so my most important boundary that I'm learning now is, based on going back to what Cupcake was saying, how we're raised to, put everybody else first and put ourselves last. So my most important boundary that I'm learning is to put myself first and to stop being such a people pleaser and accepting things that I know I shouldn't be accepting in the first place.
You don't want to be on camera, Bubby.
Okay. So Evie, bro's question to what you responded was, "Is respect not the bare minimum?"
I had to scroll back up because when you very first asked that question, I had missed that part. So I do agree, respect is the bare minimum, but I missed that part because I was over here talking to my daughter as you was talking, so I didn't hear that.
Oh, not a problem. Do you want to give a new answer?
Let me think about that, and then we can recircle back.
Okay,
I
not a
can go
problem.
ahead and answer the prompt if you want me to.
Yes, please.
Okay. Are women becoming colder or just learning boundaries? Mm. I think women are as you get I think as you get older or you get wiser, I would say wiser. You learn what boundaries are because you don't really know what they are at first. A couple of people have said before, including Cupcake, she said that we have been conditioned to not have boundaries at all, right? We're supposed to be giving and caring and loving and open, and then we get our heart broken by somebody. It doesn't necessarily have to be by an intimate partner. It can be by our mothers, strangers, whatever. And then we learn from those situations, right? And we form boundaries. And I think as you get wiser or older, those boundaries become tighter and tighter. They're supposed to, because it's a part of preservation. It's not even one of those things, you know what, I'm just gonna live my best life. It's a necessity to live, to have boundaries, because people will try to use, particularly women, up. That's why they say a lot of times people will say, and I'm not gonna say just men, people will say, we live in a matriarchy, right? Um, that women in the BLK community specifically, no, we don't. We just been slaving over here. We've been trying to hold it together. That's not a matriarchy. That's just trying to hold together something. And because we don't have those boundaries, a lot of time our women unalive very early. They unalive from heart disease. They have what they call quote unquote nervous breakdowns, which is just a part of your autoimmune issues that come up. All of these things happen because we carry all of these things because we don't have any boundaries, because we are supposed to be those people who give. And just like somebody said, I don't know if it was so what, but I'm learning, or I don't know if it's so what or beautiful. It's a absolutely not. And it doesn't matter who it is, because I like living. I like being able to be self-aware. I like being able to make decisions based on how I feel versus how I make other people's people feel. And it is not an easy journey because it is difficult to say no to people when you have been conditioned to say yes. It is difficult for some people. You know what I'm saying? Not all women, because some women be like, hell no, from the beginning.
I
You know,
like to
they
say
just
no.
but I'm not. I'm not that person. I was conditioned to be open and loving and caring, and that got me into a lot of situations that were not good for me. I ain't gonna say they were bad. They were just weren't as good as they could have been for me, right? And I,
Yeah.
the longer you live, the more you want your life, the sweeter your life to be, because that's the whole point is to live a good long life, right? And not just a long life. So yeah, I think boundaries are important, and the older you get, the tighter they should be. Eileen.
I agree. I'll even respond, especially as a parentified child, right? Sometimes, well, not sometimes, growing up, I was taught that boundaries, saying no, whatever, right, was like a form of betrayal essentially to my family and my community, right? And I think that that's a horrible thing to put on a little girl's shoulders, right? Me simply saying no, me simply saying, hey, this is not okay, regardless of my age, cannot, I don't understand how that is now weaponized against me, right? Because essentially, I don't believe that women are put on the planet to serve all of humanity, even at the expense of themselves. But that's the message that we push to little girls. And that's ridiculous.
It is, and it's damaging. It takes away from your quality of life, right? I don't know. I think when I was younger, I was an escapist. My family dynamic was kind of a little iffy. You know what I'm saying? But my older sister was parentified, and we don't talk to this day because of that. That shit hurt her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I had to look at the fact that I looked at my older sister because my mother passed away as my mother. It was a hard burden because my sister didn't have any boundaries. Anything I wanted, because I was spoiled, I could ask my sister for it and she'd give it to me. And that shit blew up in my face. I was like, why is my sister not let me because she didn't have no boundaries. And now we'll talk again. But right now, we're not talking because she's feeling all of those things that she had to do as a child. And she felt like she was taking that into adulthood. I have one sister that is unwell. She was taking care of her. She was taking care of me, my sister, my niece, my son. She felt like a mother. She's like 45, 49 years old. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a lot. And if you don't close those boundaries off quicker, what I learned from this experience with my sister is you have to sharpen those boundaries. You know what I'm saying? You have to sharpen them because they can
It's
cost you.
definitely a practice. Yes.
No,
Yeah,
I completely agree. And culture plays another like deep rooted layer that we don't talk about. God forbid we get into religion, but like even culturally, like for me, like growing up, like it was almost like because I was born a woman, I owed my family essentially my humanity. Like I owed them everything that was me, and they had to be my identity. And it took me, especially as someone who was raised by a single father, sometimes I felt like his mother, right? It was crazy. Like it took me until I was full grown to be like, you know what? This ain't got nothing to do with me. You know what? This is not, I can't do this. This is not the load for me. Like it takes adulthood to learn like, hey, like I am not the third parent. I am the first child. Full stop.
that's deep. I guess what I would tell, because I'm 45 now, I feel old. I still feel young, but I feel old at the same time. I don't know. It's some crazy shit. But if I know then what I know now, I would say those times where I felt like saying no, I would have said no. Because I knew I had the intuition for myself. And it's not even about relationship. It could just be work situations, whatever. But it was something that intuition is typically in your gut. And when you're supposed to say no and you say yes, it's gut wrenching because you hurt part of yourself. Because you know that you want to say, this is not something that I want to do. And you do it anyway because you want to make other people happy. That need for external validation is so real and so hard up. And yeah, I would just say no. Just practice
I
saying
feel
it
like
more. Yeah.
we need to bring back the power that is our intuition. We need to, cause I feel like the power that from our intuition has kind of been taken away. We've been conditioned to not trust it or that it's not trustworthy.
I
Um
agree.
when I think back on all the times I had that feeling and I didn't go with it, I it didn't work out for me. Like I was always getting hurt. I was always feeling like I did a disservice to myself. So I feel like as women, because I don't think men are going to want to even acknowledge that we well not all of them, but I feel like most of them aren't going to want to acknowledge that we have this natural superpower. But I feel like as women, we should make it more of a, we should basically make it more of a big deal for the next generation of girls growing up that they should lean into trusting that feeling because it's not there for no reason.
Correct. And you shouldn't let anybody, not even your own family, guilt you into that. Like, even now, so basically, I come from Haiti. My parents didn't speak English, right? So that was another layer. Like, I was a child handling finances, talking to whoever for them. Like, it was ridiculous, right? And then after I set those clear boundaries, and this is no dig to my parents, I think they did the best with what they had, unfortunately. Um, it has now transferred over to my sister because she's the second youngest, and now that I have my own family and I'm doing all this, but I tell my sister all the time, like, you have to say no because for as long as you say yes, they think that it's okay.
Hmm.
Hmm. They
Hmm.
will take advantage of you. You gotta speak up. You
And
gotta speak your truth.
that feeling is enough. It doesn't have to be why are you saying no? And you have to have this long,
Hmm.
extensive excuse for why you said no. That feeling alone should be enough.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go back to a conversation that me and my sister had because I was having some issues, maybe like 5 years ago. And it was like one of the first times that she actually told me no. And I think that she was looking for me to get upset. And maybe I didn't speak to her for a day or so. But then I came back and I was like, you know what? I can respect the fact because I have self-awareness. I can respect the fact that you told me no. And I'm not mad at you for that. You had every right to do, but for some reason, we feel like we're going to disappoint the people. She felt like she was going to disappoint me in some kind of way. She felt like I was mad, but I just had to take it in. You know what I'm saying? That somebody was telling me no when I wanted something when she was used to telling me yes. And that felt good for her, right? Because she was able to release that. And it was good for me because I was able to say, okay, I can be a little bit more self aware of how I've been treating my sister. You know what I'm
I can
saying?
relate to that for sure. I can relate to that because I had to, take my sister in when my mom passed back in 2017. And me and my sister are 10 years apart. And then me and my brother, we are 6 years apart. So it's just like, it got to a place where I was feeling, guilty because of our situation. And so I was just allowing her to, have her free will and, be a teenager, but not do too much because, still at the end of the day, I'm your guardian. But it got to a point where I did have to start telling her no. And then even, as she got into her 20s and stuff, and I got used to telling her no even more, she'd be looking for the explanation. And I'd be having to explain to her, like, I don't have to explain anything. Like, my yes is my yes and my no is my no. If I feel the need to explain, then I will do so, but I don't have to do that just for your comfortability. Like, you just have to be willing to take it and let it be that. But I don't have to go into depth as into why I feel the way I feel.
No, I completely agree. Like, just too many times the world has told us that we need to give
Hmm.
an explanation for not wanting to bend to somebody else's will. And you don't. You simply don't. And I just feel like for too long we've made it normal to
in our community, I feel like for too long we've made it okay to unload our burdens onto our daughters, right? Like even my best friend, who's also like the first daughter, right? She essentially raised herself and all three of her siblings on just off the muscle, and she came from a two-parent household, and she was doing it, and to this day she does not want children at all because she feels like she has already been a parent, not just to herself but to her own parents and to her siblings. She does not want to do it anymore, and I think that also plays into why we are seeing even less and less women having children, because we have been offloading the responsibility onto our little girls, and they're realizing, hey, I've already raised a batch of kids before I was even legal. I was raising my parents' kids. Why
True.
would I want more?
Like, damn, we need a break.
Yep. I
That's
mean,
definitely
I
true.
wasn't.
That's
I want to
definitely
say
true.
personally, I was parentified, but not the same way I know my oldest, because I'm the first girl, but I'm not the oldest in the family. So I know my brother was parentified because the stories I've heard from my cousins and whatnot about how he was being treated, and but I know that I was for sure parentified as well, because at it got to a point where I'm the youngest, and my older brother, there's three of us. My older brother has a disability, so in a sense, and we're close to age. So growing up, naturally, I had a responsibility over him. Like it just happened, and then it felt like I had, a responsibility over all my siblings, because it got to a point where my oldest brother, my mom was trying to give him the responsibility of, taking care of us, but he was leaving. He was gone. Like he once he got old enough to just run the streets, that's what he did. And so if that responsibility fell on me, but I guess it wasn't as stressful as I hear from a lot of people, because, me and my brother were close in age, like we played together. It was still like what the fuck, but it wasn't like as bad as everybody else's experience that I've heard so far.
No, no, but I wanna validate that experience because I relate to that. Like two of my younger brothers are on the spectrum, and first of all, when my parents had children, this is how they decided to have them. They had the first, and this is like a Haitian thing. They have the first batch, yeah, because they're waiting for that girl, right? And then after they have that first batch and they quote unquote raise them, even though they let the girl do it, then they have their second batch of kids. So the girls can really raise their kids for them. And that's essentially what happened. And I don't think they were doing it maliciously, but that's culturally what has been accepted. So imagine me and my sister, we're not even double digits yet, and we're taking care of ourselves, we're taking care of each other, and now we're taking care of a baby on the spectrum, right? Because our parents have to work. They have to pay these bills. They have to, and they unintentionally do us a disservice.
Yeah. That's I think that's the what I'm coming into grips with now is just the circus of it all. Like we create these families and we work and we do all these things and we don't even know what it's really all for. You know what I'm saying? And because
Yes.
we're women, we get lost. I remember this woman talking the other day. She said that she felt like, and she was just being honest. She felt like she had been in a coma for 15 years. She had 4 kids back to back.
I bet.
She felt like she was not even present. She said for 15 years, she said, to be honest with you, and these are things the women can't say because Aisha Curry got in trouble for what the things that she said, right? But women can't say these things out loud, but she felt like she was in a coma. And I can relate. If you are raising children, if you are really doing it, that's why I don't really listen to men when they talk about raising kids. If you are doing it, you know that you have to be almost 5 different people in order to do it properly, right? You got to be so many different things. And not on top of that, young women are also trying to figure out themselves while raising kids. That's some crazy shit.
Facts.
Well, for starters, it would be a good starting point for men to just change the narrative as far as what it looks like to be a grown ass man and father. Like, you have to be present. You have to raise your sons with intention, not just leave them. No
Yeah.
parent abandoning their kids helps the child. Like, even if you're going back and forth with the other parent, you just straight up neglecting your child is going to directly hurt them some way somehow.
And
Even
I
if you
That's
stay
that's
together
why
with
I
that
get
parent,
so
you can still neglect your child in that relationship.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's why I get so frustrated when people be so quick to get on these panels and dog the single moms out. Like,
Yeah.
and just be having such a negative mindset of how the shit really go. And then it don't even be realistic because it's like at the end of the day, no woman in this world wakes up and just decides to be a single mom.
Thank
Besides the ones that has,
you.
you know what I'm saying? Besides the ones that has really been through hell and, decided to go that route medically to, have a baby on her own. And I don't judge nobody who decides to do that. Your journey is your journey, but at the end of the day, life happens, and it's not to say that it's anybody's fault. To be honest, like we got to be able to say, like, at the end of the day, it takes two to tango, but you do have to be able to say, like, these men do walk away just because of the fact, like, they didn't got tired, or this is just not what they looking for, or they don't want the responsibility, whatever the case may be. And so to say that it's just constantly always a woman's fault, it just doesn't make sense. Like, and nobody really sits back and think about all that single moms really have to go through, whether if it's, them being the nurse because they got to be the nurse when the kid is sick, they got to be the teacher, helping with their homework and, study and all of that, on top of working 10, 12-hour shifts at a day. Then you have the ones that's going to school. Like, it's just so much to say that single moms have to really worry about within 24 hours in a day. Not to mention the ones that has more than one kid. And it's not to say like some of them ain't no telling what their journey was, but so many people look down on these single moms. It's like, we got to stop doing that because people
Yeah.
go through so much and we just don't know. Like, we don't know.
Can I
And
tell you why
these
people
moms,
go?
these single parents are superheroes. Like,
Yeah.
our kids look at us as if we really are Superman. Like, they think we can do 24,000 things all at one time. So yeah, when you hear that we frustrated and we tired, God damn it, we mean that shit.
Okay.
But
And
it's
I
not
think
to say that, like, come on now.
and I think that argument is in bad faith, period, right? Because it doesn't make sense. You indoctrinate women to be mothers, then you show up, you impregnate her, and then you shame
Hmm.
her for being a mother. What are
Yes.
we talking about?
And then you project your guiltiness, you project your own failures onto the single mom because you know you have not done your part,
Right.
or because you've gone
Think
through a
about it
certain type
though.
of experience. So now it's all the single
It
moms.
has to
No,
be
it's
someone else's
you.
fault why
It's
they couldn't
you.
just take the
Like,
responsibility.
what?
You got to
It's
think
Right.
so
It
about
doesn't
sad.
make any sense.
you got to think about why people do that, right? Because life is about hierarchy. And what's more defenseless than a woman with a child without protection? You are at the
Right.
lowest of the lowest of the low as far as protection if you don't have it from anybody. So it's really only a tactic to get access to you. It's nothing more than that. They make you feel because you have to understand how people feel. It's a hierarchy thing. A woman who is married, right, who got a man, is high on the hierarchy versus a woman who is a single mother. That's why women
Mm-hmm.
can say, "Oh, I'm married, so I'm better than you. I got a man, I'm better than you. You a single mother, I'm better than you." And a man looks at it in a way, "Oh, you are vulnerable, so I can have access to you because you don't want to be considered a single mother. You want to have a lot of single. This is one of the things I tell younger women. If they are younger and they have a young child, you should be sitting your ass at home and not be thinking about a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
You should not. And I know that's a hard concept to take in, but men do not look at single mothers in a good light. Period. Point blank.
They don't.
Because
They don't. They
society
don't.
people period don't look at single mothers in a good light because there is that hierarchy. So a lot of times a lot of men will prey on your vulnerability when it comes to you having a child because they know that you want somebody in that child's life. And then when they get with you, like Ginger said, they gonna use it against you because you can never be right in the situation. You'll never be right. Because then if you mess up with that man, or if that man does something predatory, then you should have chose better. You see what I'm saying?
And that's exactly what they say. That's exactly what they say.
Exactly. So
Every
you
single
can't you
time.
can't win in that situation. So what I would tell a lot of women is what makes the difference between a mother who is going to struggle and a single mother who thrives is resources. If you got money, if you got education, if you have people around you who will help you, then it is a totally different situation when you have to run to work and leave your kid in the house by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
It's not a brag or a boast. I got money. I was able to, for the most part, even though I had my own issues, I was able to be at home and watch my child develop. Most women who are single do not have that advantage. But guess what? I did some shit earlier on in my life that gave me that capability. Now, it's not a flex, but if I didn't have that, then my story probably would have been totally different because women also who are single also have to provide for that child and nurture that child. That is a
Mm-hmm.
double, that's 10 roles. It sounds like two, but it's 10. You know what I'm saying? So money is what makes the difference. Money and the ability to be self-aware makes two totally different types of single mothers because a lot of single mothers continue on trying to be in relationships with men. And like I said, it's a circle. How do men feel about single mothers? They ain't looking to take care of their kids. They ain't looking to take care of their own kids. Why they want to take care of somebody else's? And that's not from my mouth. That's from the mouth of men. We hear it all the
That's
time on
why
these panels.
men who go out their way to say that they are looking for single mothers, jail,
Bona sickos.
jail.
They looking to eat up some fruit snacks and probably some other
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
And
Yeah.
I can contest to what she was saying, like on speaking on the way that people view single mothers, white men especially, because I remember when I had first had my first child, and I am a single mom, so I can speak on it. And I was in a grocery store, and the man, he spoke to me. You know, he greeted me, he said hello, whatever, and he was like, he was cheerful in the beginning. And then he asked that magical question, "Oh, are you married?" And I was like, "No, it's just me and my kids." And like his whole demeanor changed, and it was like he suddenly just looked disgusted. And I was like, "Damn!" Like that kind of hurt my feelings. But man, they really do think of us as the lowest of the low. So
They really do. And it's sad to say it, but I mean that's the reality. And that's why I done took my stuff back. Because it's just like
Yep, but
it ain't
Period.
no
Take
rush
my
into
stuff
it.
back.
I'm not focused on that. I got two small ones, 6 and 3. That's
Period.
where my focus is at.
Look,
Period. Take my stuff
this is what
back.
I'm doing. I'm not as, and I told myself this, like, as soon as a man, as soon as I decide to have a baby, that's it. I'm out. I ain't messing with no other. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to open. And my mom was the same way. And now that I'm older, I understand because when I was younger, I didn't understand why. Like, why won't you just get another man? Get another man. We want a man in the house, like a dad. But I understand that I'm older. Like a lot of these men are predatory, and
yeah, and you know what? Oh, I'm
I don't
sorry.
want to
Go ahead.
open. I don't. If I have a child and it doesn't work out with the man or whatever, I know for a fact they gonna take some responsibility because I'm not gonna get to that point where I'm actually having the child and I don't know that for a fact. But if it comes to a point where our personal relationship doesn't work and I'm single, I'm not bringing another man into that space. Um, I know myself enough to know that I could still be happy without bringing another man in that space, because I know for a fact if I'm having, I don't want to say for a fact, but I strongly feel, because I strongly feel if I'm having a child, that the father is still going to be a father, whether we are together or not.
Yeah. So this is my thought process, and I can appreciate what you're saying, because you, like you said, we're talking about boundaries here. If you're gonna be having a kid, you need to be having a kid with the best of the best of the best. That's where the boundaries come in. I didn't do that, because I didn't have no boundaries when I was 20 something years old. I was just out here trying to figure it out because didn't nobody teach me shit. You know what I'm saying?
Preach.
But my boundaries came the more I was like, you know what, this doesn't feel right for me. I have a kid here, and I feel that if I continue to allow this behavior to go on, it's not going to be good for him or me, right?
Yes.
And that's where it starts. And it's not perfect, and it don't mean that you won't feel alone. I love men, okay? I'm a heterosexual woman, okay? I'm 45 years old. I have not dated since I was 41. I can put a picture up here for y'all. I run. I'm gorgeous, okay? But at the end of the day,
Period. Right. We
at the
see
end of
it.
the I feel like I'm gorgeous. It
Okay.
is what it is. But I I have to look at the cost benefit analysis. What is it going to be? And so my son has made it to 18. He's good. He in another city right now with his band. He chilling or whatever the case may be. And that's because I dropped the men. And it wasn't because it was necessarily them. It might have been me, right? That was the problem. But the boundary is I have to make a safe space for my son. Period, point blank.
And
And the
that
way
goes
to do
back to
that
the
is without
topic
men.
of of the question of are women becoming colder, are they learning boundaries? Like what Cupcake said, she said it the best, there's a bit of coldness in setting your boundaries, because as a single mom, yes, in my nature I crave and yearn for
Yes.
companionship, but I'm learning that I have to set the boundary of I need to sit in this loneliness and focus on my kids. Yes, I want a man. Yes, I want to, do all those couple things. But right now, with me being a young single mom, my focus needs to be on my kids. And yes, I'm going to want a man in my life, but I can't keep repeating the same mistakes that got me in the situation of being a single mom in the first place. So yes, I do have to be cold and put aside what I want and my needs to, make sure my kids are taken care of first.
Yeah, I think it's about, I don't like to use the words and I'm gonna stop talking too much because I'm gonna go to my I'm gonna go somewhere. But I wouldn't say, I don't like to use the words balance. I like to use the words harmony, because harmony is one of those things where you kind of figure things out and then they just move together. Because I done had some mistakes, I done had some boyfriends, some foolery, all
Man,
other
what?
things, right? Okay. You're a human. But at the end of the day, I had to gain some understanding of, I'm not sure if the problem is the people that I'm picking, men, or if it's me. But either way, I have to set the boundary that I don't like how it feels when I step over this line, right? And that's taking real accountability. That's where the boundaries come in. Accountability is boundaries, because you stop. That's why I say when people call people bitter for saying the truth, I don't have no dog in the fight. I ain't out here trying to mess with nobody daddy. I ain't trying to mess up nobody life, right? So I'm good. I'm not bitter. I'm just telling my truth. A lot of women's truth, right? But some people will look at that and say, "Oh, she out here being bitter. She old and this and another." No, I'm just being the auntie that I ain't never have. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I'm gonna get ready to go. I love these panels. I was gonna tell you too, Ginger. I love the mix of both. I love when the knickknacks come in here. I like the challenge too. You know what I'm saying?
It
And
don't
it's
even
beautiful.
be a challenge though.
I know, but at the same time, I think it needs to be heard. And I think when it's beautiful when you have a harmony of both. And some days it can just be one of those things where it just be women up here talking. Trust me, it's tons of panels who do that. So I love what you're
Yeah,
doing
you
and
could
I
do
enjoy
like
your
different
panel. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
not to
I
cut you
actually
off, my
love
bad, but you
this.
could do like different themes and do like Women Wednesday, and then just have a
Yes.
women's
Tons of
panel on
people do that.
Wednesday, and then
Yeah.
open panel on the other days, and you can mix in the men and the women, and they could go tit for tat because that's what happens usually. But I think this is a cool space. That's why I followed you. I
Yeah,
like it.
absolutely.
Thank you.
But
I
yeah,
will
it'll
be doing
I
more
think
of
the
this.
energy will find you and you'll figure it out for yourself. But I look forward to seeing the journey. So I'll see you later.
We've
Thank
been
you
doing
so
real good,
much.
bro. Been doing real
Bye.
good.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, my
Bye.
chicken is done cooking. So I'm going to
Girl, it's okay. I've
yes.
been on live since 12 o'clock. I'm gonna go to y'all. Have a
Well,
wonderful night.
blessings to y'all.
Yes,
All
and
right, y'all.
See
Good night.
y'all.
I want to do this again with just women. I love this.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, bye, ladies.